Καλημέρα σε όλους. Καλώς ήρθατε στο πρώτο αυτό επιστημονικό συνέδριο για την προηγμένη διαχείριση και έρευνα του αυτισμού που συνδιοργανώνει η Ελληνική Εταιρεία Προστασίας Αυτιστικών Ατόμων, η Ελληνική Εταιρεία Φυσικής Ιατρικής και Αποκατάστασης, ο ΠΑΝΔΑ και η Ελληνική Ερευνητική Εταιρεία Funogen. Θα ήθελα να καλέσω στο βήμα την πρόεδρο του Οργανισμού Πολιτισμού, Αθλητισμού και Νεολαίας του Δήμου Αθηναίων, κυρία Ελένη Ζοντήρου, ως εκπρόσωπο του Δημάρχου Αθηναίων, κυρίου Χαριδούκα, να ανοίξει και επίσημα το συνέδριο. Κυρία Ζοντήρου.
Καλημέρα σας. Επίσημοι προσκεκλημένοι, καθηγητές και καθηγήτριες, συμμετέχοντες και συμμετέχουσες, φίλες και φίλοι. Με ιδιαίτερη χαρά και τιμή σας καλωσορίζει ο Δήμος ως εκπρόσωπος του Δήμου Αθηναίων Χαριδούκα, αλλά και ως εκπρόσωπος του Οργανισμού Πολιτισμού, Αθλητισμού και του Δήμου Αθηναίων στο πρώτο Διεθνές Συνέδριο για τον Αυτισμό, που διοργανώνεται από την Ελληνική Εταιρεία Προστασίας Αυτιστικών Ατόμων, το Δήμο Αθηναίων, την Ελληνική Εταιρεία Φυσικής Ιατρικής και Αποκατάστασης και τη Funogen. Η πόλη των Αθηνών έχει τη χαρά να φιλοξενεί αυτό το σημαντικό γεγονός, το οποίο συγκεντρώνει επιστήμονες, επαγγελματίες, γονείς, αλλά και ευαισθητοποιημένους πολίτες στα θέματα του αυτισμού. Σας ευχαριστώ που είσαστε εδώ, αφιερώνοντας χρόνο και ενέργεια για να συμμετέχετε σε αυτό το διάλογο. Σήμερα, περισσότερο από ποτέ, αναγνωρίζουμε τη σημασία της συνεργασίας και της κοινής προσπάθειας για την υποστήριξη των ατόμων με αυτισμό. Οι διαταραχές φάσματος αυτισμού επηρεάζουν εκατομμύρια ανθρώπους παγκοσμίως, αλλά πρέπει να γνωρίζουμε ότι κάθε άτομο με αυτισμό είναι μοναδικό, με τις δικές του προκλήσεις και τα δικά του ταλέντα. Ο Δήμος Αθηναίων έχει εκπονήσει και αναλάβει στοχευμένες πρωτοβουλίες για την ενίσχυση της ποιότητας ζωής εν γέννη των ατόμων με αναπηρίες και των οικογενειών τους. Στόχος μας είναι ένας Δήμος φιλικότερος και προσβάσιμος σε όλους. Είναι καθήκον μας να διασφαλίσουμε ότι κάθε πολίτης έχει την υποστήριξη που χρειάζεται για να ζήσει μια πλήρη και ικανοποιητική ζωή. Γι' αυτό και στηρίζουμε την κοινωνική πρωτοβουλία των οργανωτών Connect Me Too, Together in Synergy for Autism. Ο Οργανισμός Πολιτισμού, Αθλητισμού και Νεολαίας του Δήμου Αθηναίων αποτελεί βασικό πυλώνα στην προσπάθεια αυτή να βελτιώσουμε την ποιότητα ζωής των ατόμων με αυτισμό. Μέσω των δράσεών του, ο οργανισμός προσφέρει πληθώρα προγραμμάτων που συμβάλλουν στην κοινωνική ένταξη και την ευημερία των ατόμων με αυτισμό. Συγκεκριμένα, ο οργανισμός διοργανώνει εκπαιδευτικά και αθλητικά προγράμματα που είναι προσαρμοσμένα στις ανάγκες των ατόμων με αυτισμό, βοηθώντας τα να αναπτύξουν τις δεξιότητες τους και να ενταχθούν ενεργά στην κοινωνία. Οι δραστηριότητες αυτές περιλαμβάνουν αθλήματα, τέχνες και πολιτιστικά δρόμενα που ενισχύουν την αυτοπεποίθηση και την ενεργό συμμετοχή στην κοινότητα. Επιπλέον, προσφέρει δημιουργικές δραστηριότητες και ψυχαγωγικά προγράμματα που προάγουν την αυτοεκτίμηση και την κοινωνική αλληλεπίδραση των συμμετεχόντων. Ο Οργανισμός Πολιτισμού, Αθλητισμού και Νεολαίας του Δήμου Αθηναίων συνεργάζεται με σχολεία και άλλους φορείς για την ευαισθητοποίηση και την εκπαίδευση του ευρύτερου κοινού σχετικά με τον αυτισμό. Στο σημείο αυτό θέλω να αναφερθώ στη σημαντική συμβολή της Ελληνικής Εταιρείας Προστασίας Αυτιστικών Ατόμων, που με την πολυετή της δράση έχει αναδειχθεί σε έναν από τους πιο αξιόπιστους και υποστηρικτικούς κοινωνικούς οργανισμούς στην Ελλάδα. Μέσα από την ενημέρωση, την εκπαίδευση, την παροχή υπηρεσιών και την υποστήριξη των οικογενειών, η ΕΠΑ έχει δημιουργήσει ένα ασφαλές και υποστηρικτικό περιβάλλον για τα άτομα με αυτισμό, αλλά κυρίως και οι άνθρωποι της εργάζονται ακατάπαυστα για να εξασφαλίσουν προσβασιμότητα, προωθώντας την κατανόηση και την αποδοχή από την ευρύτερη κοινωνία στα μέλη της. Οι προσπάθειές τους είναι απαραίτητες για την διασφάλιση ενός καλύτερου μέλλοντος για όλους μας. Ειδικότερα, η εταιρεία έχει αναπτύξει προγράμματα που περιλαμβάνουν εκπαιδευτικές και θεραπευτικές παρεμβάσεις, ενώ παράλληλα στηρίζει τις οικογένειες παρέχοντας συμβουλευτική και ψυχολογική υποστήριξη. Στο Δήμο Αθηναίων έχουμε δεσμευτεί να στηρίξουμε αυτές τις προσπάθειες και να προωθήσουμε πρωτοβουλίες που ενισχύουν την ποιότητα ζωής όλων. Μερικές από τις δράσεις μας περιλαμβάνουν εκπαιδευτικά προγράμματα και σεμινάρια, Διοργανώνουμε σεμινάρια και εργαστήρια για την εκπαίδευση και ευαισθητοποίηση των πολιτών σχετικά με τον αυτισμό. Μέσω αυτών των δράσεων προσπαθούμε να καλλιεργήσουμε μια κοινωνία που είναι καλά ενημερωμένη και ευαισθητοποιημένη στις ανάγκες των ατόμων με διαταραχές φάσματος αυτισμού. Υποστήριξη οικογενειών. Προσφέρουμε ψυχολογική και κοινωνική υποστήριξη στις οικογένειες μέσω εξειδικευμένων υπηρεσιών. Η στήριξη αυτή περιλαμβάνει συμβουλευτική, θεραπείες και βοήθεια στην καθημερινή φροντίδα, ώστε οι οικογένειες να μπορούν να προσφέρουν το καλύτερο δυνατό περιβάλλον στα παιδιά τους. Δημιουργία υποδομών. Θα δημιουργήσουμε ειδικούς χώρους και προγράμματα αναψυχής προσαρμοσμένα σε όλες τις ανάγκες. Οι χώροι αυτοί θα περιλαμβάνουν αισθητηριακά δωμάτια, κέντρα δραστηριοτήτων και εξωτερικούς χώρους παιχνιδιού που θα προσφέρουν ασφαλές και ευχάριστο περιβάλλον για τα άτομα με αυτισμό, με συνεργασία πάντα της εταιρείας και εξειδικευμένους επιστήμονες. Συνεργασία με οργανισμούς. Συνεργαζόμαστε στενά με οργανισμούς όπως η ΑΑRM για να διασφαλίσουμε ότι οι πολιτικές μας είναι αποτελεσματικές και βασισμένες στις ανάγκες της κοινότητας. Μέσω αυτών των συνεργασιών μπορούμε να αντλήσουμε πολύτιμες γνώσεις και να εφαρμόσουμε βέλτιστες πρακτικές στις δικές μας δράσεις. Προσβάσιμες δημόσιες υπηρεσίες. Εξασφαλίζουμε ότι οι δημόσιες υπηρεσίες μας είναι προσβάσιμες και φιλικές προς τα άτομα με αυτισμό. Αυτό περιλαμβάνει την εκπαίδευση του προσωπικού μας για να ανταποκρίνεται με ευαισθησία και επάρκεια στις ανάγκες αυτών των ατόμων, καθώς και τη διαμόρφωση των χώρων μας για να είναι πιο φιλόξενοι. Σύντομα θα εκπονήσουμε τέτοια προγράμματα εκπαίδευσης σε συνεργασία με την ΕΠΑ, ώστε οι υπηρεσίες μας να γίνουν autism-friendly, φιλικές προς τα άτομα με αυτισμό. Κηρύσσοντας επίσημα την έναρξη του συνεδρίου, ας θυμόμαστε ότι στόχος μας είναι να προωθήσουμε μια κοινωνία όπου κάθε άτομο, ανεξαρτήτως των προκλήσεων που αντιμετωπίζει, πρέπει να έχει ίσες, προσαρμοσμένες και εξατομικευμένες ευκαιρίες, ώστε να ικανοποιεί τις όποιες ιδιαιτερότητες και ειδικές δυνατότητές του. Είμαστε όλοι μαζί σε αυτό για να εμπνευστούμε από τους διοργανωτές του συνεδρίου αυτού και να συνεχίσουμε να συνεργαζόμαστε για να κάνουμε το κόσμο μας ένα καλύτερο μέρος για όλους. Όλες, όλα. Σας ευχαριστώ θερμά και εύχομαι σε όλους ένα επιτυχημένο και παραγωγικό διεθνές επιστημονικό συνέδριο.
Με χαρά και τιμή, καλώ στο βήμα τον Υφυπουργό Υγείας κύριο Δημήτριο Βαρτζόπουλο και ως επίσημο εκπρόσωπο του Προέδρου της Ελληνικής Κυβέρνησης.
Κυρίες και κύριοι της διοργάνωσης, επίσημοι προσκεκλημένοι, κυρίες και κύριοι, πραγματικά πρέπει να συγχαρούμε τον εμπνευστή και τους οργανωτές αυτής της εκδήλωσης, διότι θίγουν ένα θέμα το οποίο έχει πολλές και ουσιαστικές και δυσεπίλητες πλευρές. Επιτρέψτε μου να αναφέρω τις πιο σημαντικές κατά την άποψή μου από αυτές, για να καταλάβουμε ότι πραγματικώς αντιμετωπίζουμε ένα θέμα το οποίο έχει ουσιαστική σχέση με τον τρόπο με τον οποίο αντιμετωπίζει η κοινωνία τα προβλήματά της και δει στον πιο ευαίσθητο τομέα της, των νέων, των παιδιών. Ο αυτισμός, το αυτιστικό φάσμα, είναι μια διαταραχή η οποία αντιμετωπίζεται. Είναι μια διαταραχή η οποία μπορεί σχεδόν να εξαλειφθεί. Τι σημαίνει αυτό εδώ? Σημαίνει ότι πραγματικώς θα πρέπει να υπάρξουν επικεντρωμένες προσπάθειες για να επιτύχουμε αυτό το οποίο είναι δυνατόν. Καθοριστικός παράγων σε αυτή την προσπάθεια είναι η πρώιμος αντίληψη του προβλήματος. Υπό την ιατρική έννοια του όρου, η πρώιμος διάγνωση. Υπάρχει πλέον συνεχώς αυξανόμενος όγκος επιστημονικών ενδείξεων, όχι αποδείξεων, ότι η πρώιμη παρέμβαση, μια παρέμβαση η οποία μπορεί και πρέπει να γίνεται μεταξύ του 2ου και 4ου έτους της ηλικίας, είναι δυνατόν να αλλάξει ουσιαστικότατα την πορεία του προβλήματος. Να αλλάξει ουσιαστικότατα τη μοίρα του νέου παιδιού που έτυχε να έχει αυτό το πρόβλημα. Άρα λοιπόν αντιλαμβάνεστε ότι δικό μας καθήκον είναι να επικεντρώσουμε τις δυνάμεις μας σε αυτό. Πρώτον. Δεύτερον, καθήκον των καθηγητών, δηλαδή καθήκον της επιστημονικής κοινότητας, είναι να μας δώσουν τα εργαλεία εκείνα τα οποία θα δώσουν στους επαγγελματίες υγείας που έρχονται πρώτοι σε επαφή με τα παιδιά τη δυνατότητα να αντιληφθούν το πρόβλημα εγκαίρως, πολύ νωρίς. Και από εκεί και πέρα είναι κρατική υποχρέωση αυτή την πρώτη αντίληψη να την δρομολογήσουν σε μια εξειδικευμένη διάγνωση, η οποία εφόσον γίνει θα πρέπει να συνοδεύεται αμέσως από συγκεκριμένα. Και εφόσον έχουν τύχει μιας καλής αντιμετώπισης, έχουν κάθε δυνατότητα εντάξεως στην κοινωνία. Για να γίνει όμως αυτό εδώ, αντιλαμβάνεστε ότι θα πρέπει να έχουν και μια ειδική εκπαίδευση και μετά το πέρας αυτής της ειδικής εκπαίδευσης να έχουν τη δυνατότητα ουσιαστικής επαγγελματικής εκπαίδευσης και μετά εντάξεως και στον γενικότερο εργασιακό χώρο. Αυτά, όπως αντιλαμβάνεστε, πάλι απαιτούν έναν συνδυασμό ειδικής εκπαιδευτικής διαδικασίας και ειδικώς εξειδικευμένου προσωπικού και μια δυνατότητα υποβοηθουμένης, υποστηριζομένης εντάξεως στην, όπως είπαμε, κανονική επαγγελματική ζωή της οποιασδήποτε χώρας. Άρα λοιπόν θέλουμε και εκπαιδευμένους εκπαιδευτικούς, αλλά θέλουμε και ειδικές διαδικασίες, επαναλαμβάνω, επαγγελματικής εκπαίδευσης, εξειδίκευσης και εντάξεως στην εργασιακή διαδικασία. Το τρίτο όμως πρόβλημα ενδεχομένως είναι και το μεγαλύτερο. Είναι απολύτως σαφές ότι θα υπάρξουν παρόλες προσπάθειες και παιδιά τα οποία δεν θα τα καταφέρουν τόσο καλά. Την αναπόδραστη απώλεια των γονέων είναι απολύτως σαφές ότι δεν επιτρέπεται η υποστήριξη αυτού του παιδιού να αφαιθεί στους κατιόντες ή στους συγγενείς πρώτου βαθμού, πολύ απλά στα αδέλφια τους ή σε άλλους συγγενείς. Τι σημαίνει αυτό εδώ? Ότι αν γίνει κάτι τέτοιο, αυτό ουσιαστικά επιδεινώνει σε ορισμένες περιπτώσεις καταστροφικά την ζωή πολλών οικογενειών. Εδώ είναι απολύτως απαραίτητη και υποχρεωτική η παρέμβαση του κράτους. Είναι λοιπόν μια υποχρέωση του κοινωνικού κράτους αυτά τα παιδιά τα οποία δεν θα τα καταφέρουν τόσο καλά και θα υπάρξει ένα ποσοστό όσο γίνεται μικρότερο και συνεχώς θα γίνεται αυτό το ποσοστό μικρότερο, πάντοτε θα υπάρχει. Είναι υποχρέωση του κράτους να δημιουργήσει αυτές τις δομές που θα προσφέρουν μερική και κυρίως ολική φροντίδα εκεί που χρειάζεται σε αυτούς πλέον τους ενήλικες που θα ταλαιπωρούνται από το συγκεκριμένο πρόβλημα. Αντιλαμβάνεστε ότι όλα αυτά πολύ εύκολα λέγονται σε τέτοιου είδους παρεμβάσεις, αλλά πάρα πολύ δύσκολα γίνονται από το οποιοδήποτε κράτος. Εκεί μετράται το κοινωνικό κράτος. Είναι μια μεγάλη πρόκληση για αυτούς οι οποίοι διοικούν το κοινωνικό κράτος και το μόνο που μπορώ να σας πω είναι ότι είμαστε πλήρως συνειδητοποιημένοι για το μέγεθος αυτής της προκλήσεως και κάνουμε ό,τι είναι δυνατόν να την αντιμετωπίσουμε. Εύχομαι καλή και πολλή δουλειά σε αυτό το συνέδριο και πολλή επιτυχία, γιατί πραγματικότητα συνεργαζόμαστε όλοι μας σε τέτοιου είδους προσπάθειες. Να είστε καλά.
Κλείνοντας τώρα αυτό το πρώτο μικρό εισαγωγικό κομμάτι της διοργάνωσής μας, θα ήθελα να καλέσω και το Γενικό Γραμματέα Κοινωνικής Αλληλεγγύης και Καταπολέμησης της Φτώχειας του Υπουργείου Κοινωνικής Συνοχής και Οικογένειας, τον κύριο Πρόδρομο Πύρο. Σας ευχαριστούμε.
Κύριε Υπουργέ, κύριε εκπρόσωπε του Δήμου Αθηναίων, χαίρομαι πολύ που βρίσκομαι σήμερα εδώ, εκπροσωπώντας την Υπουργό Κοινωνικής Συνοχής και Οικογένειας, κυρία Σοφία Ζαχαράκη. Θα ήθελα πρώτα απ' όλα να ευχαριστήσω, αλλά και να συγχαρώ για τη σημερινή πρωτοβουλία, την Ελληνική Εταιρεία Προστασίας Αυτιστικών Ατόμων, την Ελληνική Εταιρεία Φυσικής Ιατρικής και Αποκατάστασης και φυσικά την Ερευνητική Εταιρεία Φάντζον και το Δήμο Αθηναίων. Σήμερα, με την παρουσία όλων εδώ, καταδεικνύεται το ενδιαφέρον που συγκεντρώνει συνολικά το πεδίο του αυτισμού και που δυστυχώς αυτό συμβαίνει τώρα, γιατί στο παρελθόν αυτό δεν ήταν αυτονόητο. Δυστυχώς όλοι γνωρίζουμε ότι παλαιότερα, λόγω της συνθετότητας του αυτισμού, οι άνθρωποι που βρίσκονταν στο φάσμα του ήταν στο περιθώριο, χωρίς κατανόηση και χωρίς φροντίδα. Νομίζω ότι κάνουμε βήματα μπροστά, τα πράγματα σταδιακά αλλάζουν και με τη βοήθεια τόσο των φορέων της κοινωνίας των πολιτών, αλλά και της πολιτείας, μπορούμε να κάνουμε πολλά περισσότερα. Η βελτίωση των καθημερινών συνθηκών διαβίωσης, αλλά και η παροχή της κατάλληλης φροντίδας για τα άτομα με αυτισμό, αποτελεί προτεραιότητα συνολικά της κυβέρνησης, αναφέρθηκε σε αυτό και ο κ. Υφυπουργός, αλλά και ειδικότερα του Υπουργείου Κοινωνικής Συνοχής και Οικογένειας, ως αρμοδίου Υπουργείου για ζητήματα που έχουν να κάνουν με την αναπηρία και συγκεκριμένα για τα άτομα που βρίσκονται στο φάσμα του αυτισμού. Ως αρμόδιο Υπουργείο και Γενική Γραμματεία, εργαζόμαστε συστηματικά για την ενίσχυση της αυτόνομης διαβίωσης, που αποτελεί και θεμελιώδες δικαίωμα για κάθε άτομο. Σε αυτή την προσπάθεια, κομβικό ρόλο παίζουν πολιτικές όπως είναι, για παράδειγμα, οι στέγες υποστηριζόμενες διαβίωσης. Γνωρίζω ότι πολλοί εδώ μέσα έχουν κάνει προσπάθειες για να δημιουργήσουν ή και τρέχουν αυτή τη στιγμή στέγες υποστηριζόμενες διαβίωσης, που είναι μια πολιτική που αποτελεί έναν κρίκο στην αλυσίδα της αποϊδρυματοποίησης και της αυτόνομης διαβίωσης των ατόμων με αναπηρία και ειδικότερα και των ατόμων που βρίσκονται στο φάσμα του αυτισμού. Από την πλευρά μας, στο πλαίσιο ενός πρωτοποριακού, θα έλεγα, προγράμματος αποϊδρυματοποίησης που συντελείται αυτή τη στιγμή στο Κέντρο Κοινωνικής Πρόνοιας Δυτικής Ελλάδας, έχουμε τη χαρά να ανακοινώσουμε τα εγγένεια της νέας 5ης στέγης υποστηριζόμενης διαβίωσης ατόμων με αναπηρία στα Λεχενά, όπου σταδιακά τα άτομα που βρίσκονταν σε ένα μεγάλο παράρτημα αναπηρίας, οι περισσότεροι γνωρίζουν την υπόθεση, σταδιακά μεταφέρονται σε στέγες υποστηριζόμενης διαβίωσης, βελτιώντας σημαντικά τις συνθήκες διαβίωσης. Υπάρχουν όμως και άλλοι κρίκοι στην αλυσίδα των ατόμων με αυτισμού, στους οποίους θα πρέπει να επικεντρωθούμε. Αναφέρθηκε και ο κύριος Υπουργός σε αυτούς. Ένα είναι η υποστηριζόμενη απασχόληση. Γι' αυτό, στο πλαίσιο ενός προγράμματος που τρέχουμε και με το Ταμείο Ανάκαμψης, έχουμε ως στόχο την διαμόρφωση μιας μελέτης και ενός πλαισίου για την υποστηριζόμενη απασχόληση, αλλά και
the life of 200 people who are in the autistic spectrum to be incorporated in the labor market with the assistance of mentors and coming into contact with companies that will employ them. At the same time, we know that in the private sector, important steps forward are taken, especially as regards big software companies, but also in other sectors, where specific procedures are set up in order to hire and employ people who are in the autism spectrum. And as it was said, a very important parameter in this holistic approach that we need to have on those issues is early intervention. This is why the Ministry of Social Cohesion and the General Secretariat on Demographics and Shelter will run a program of early intervention for children between 0 and 6 years old. This is the most crucial intervention that we must do, as it was mentioned, in order to change the course of these people with autism, the course that they will have in their life, and to improve to a great extent the capabilities that they will be able to acquire. I don't want to tire you out. I'm sure that you will discuss and you will analyze everything throughout these days. But I just wanted to mention some of our important policies and wish you success in this conference. Thank you very much.
Αξιότιμε κύριε
Distinguished Health Deputy Minister, Mayor, Madam Chairman of the Organization for Culture, Sports and Youth, distinguished executives of the organizations, supporters and sponsors of this conference, professors, ladies and gentlemen. According to the principles of humanism, man has the right and the responsibility to imbue his life with principles and meaning, setting up and founding the principles with the values of ethics, logic, and the freedom of research. Each individual has a characteristic genetic makeup. Nevertheless, a person's identity should not be reduced to genetic characteristics, since it involves complex educational, environmental, and personal factors and emotional, social, spiritual, and cultural bonds with others, and implies a dimension of freedom. This is stated in the International Declaration on Human Genetic Data. The cost of care and the expectations of people are increased, even if research is always directed to solutions that are affordable. More effective solutions could lead to an unequal distribution of medical care. Is it possible then to achieve a balance, especially as regards sensitive population groups? In which way will it be beneficial for all people and more feasible to merge the increased cost of new methods in the diagnosis and treatment of health with high-level medical care? The Universal Declaration on Bioethics and Human Rights in the 15th article states that the benefits resulting from any scientific research and its application should be shared with society as a whole and within the international community, and access to quality health care should be granted. Therefore, the freedom in science and the right to dignity in a future are elements that balance human scale and lead to our culture. Art and science, as the most human forms of expression of knowledge and feelings, must be in a dynamics of interaction, of mutual communication and exchange of views, so that their contact with the public should be more understood, and that they should be they represent this multi-dimensional human being. How can one manage this multidimensional reality of human diversity? It was only in 1988 when the autistic sociologist Judy Singer invented and established the term neurodiversity in order to put forward the pluralism of our species. Neurodiversity is the magical element of a diverse human society where equal and free people interact with each other and express themselves in different ways. With the co-organizers of the first in its type conference, each person, for managing autism, each person, irrespective of its challenges, is a necessary and structural element of this society. Ladies and gentlemen, the Greek Society for the Protection of Autistic Persons, the Greek Society of Physical and Rehabilitation Medicine, the City of Athens Culture, Sports and Youth Organization, and the company Funogen, in view of a equal, unite their forces in this conference. I would like to thank the Greek government, especially the representative of the President of the Greek government, Mr. Dimitris Vartzopoulos, who is practically supporting the work of development and modernization of mental health services. I would like to thank the Mayor of Athens, Mr. Haris Doukas, and the President, Mrs. Eleni Zodiru, of the Organization for Youth and Sports, who adopted our vision, collaborated very closely with our organizing committee, and have given this musical theatre, Maria Callas, for the organization of the conference. And of course, a big thanks to the executives of Olympia Musical Theatre, Maria Callas, for their technical support. And before going to the other bodies, I would like to thank the General Secretary from the Ministry of Social Cohesion, who honored us with his presence. A lot of congratulations for this initiative to the representatives of the co-organizers, Professor Kamoutsis and President of the BOD of the Greek Society for the Protection of Autistic Persons, Professor Marcos Gantsos, and President of the Greek Society of Physical and Rehabilitation Medicine, and Mr. Konstantinos Tsirkas, legal representative of the Greek research company Funogen. A great thanks to our sponsors who have supported our vision, Greek and foreign distinguished scientists, but also bodies with a rich social work to reinforce accessibility, will aim in the next 3 days to reinforce and to empower autistic persons and their families on all levels. We have to note that in this conference we will study the multidimensional needs of autistic persons, including the available provided medical services provided on the basis of equal opportunities in medical research and care, physical rehabilitation, motor problems, surgical treatment, cancer, available pharmaceutical therapies, etc. And I encourage you to attend all presentations since they are very interesting and fascinating. And the research papers that will be presented have been approved following a judgment, and they will be published as chapters in a new book, Empowering Innovations in Advanced Autism Research and Management, of the international academic editing house, IAG Global. We are very satisfied with the outreach of our invitations. 3 distinguished scientists and personalities, 9 central keynote speeches, 12 panels, 12 sessions, 8 panels, 50 foundations, and 90 presenters. In concluding, I would like to say a few words about our lengthy collaboration with the Museum of Acropolis and the awareness raising of the BOD, the executives of the Directorate for Collections and Exhibits. In the context of the conference, an educational action was organized, and 7 autistic persons were guided in the areas of the museum, and they have shown us that we must all work together. And audiovisual material will be projected on Sunday, 29th of September. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the logo Connect Me To, Together in Synergy for Autism, is the symbolism for diversity and unimpeded social participation, and this picture depicts this idea of unity and cooperation. This design aims at reminding that we are all connected and our contributions are crucial for the creation of a more harmonious and acceptable community. Each one of us is a separate and building block of the humanity. I hear the flowers, I see the wind. This is how a teen with autism describes the world in one of the brochures of the educational actions of Onassis Foundation. Let's all have in mind that the certification of a percentage of disability is just a unilaterally something that a society that provides the opportunity to a differently functioning brain to reinforce our cultural, global cultural civilization. Thank you all and welcome on behalf of the Organizing and Scientific Committee in the International Conference on Autism Advanced Research and Management, and I wish success to our distinguished speakers throughout these days. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, dear colleagues, guests, researchers, advocates, and all those whose work and life is dedicated to improve the lives of others. I'm Gevorg Tamamian, co-founder and the editor-in-chief of OncoDaily, the world-leading oncology media platform, and chairman and professor of pediatric oncology and hematology at Yerevan State Medical University, and the president-elect of SIOP Asia and Poem Groups. Today it's a great honor and pleasure for me to have adults, particularly when they face complex health conditions, including cancer, for which early detection can mean the difference between life and death. The early signs of cancer can be difficult to identify, even more so in individuals with autism who may experience barriers in communication or may have their symptoms misunderstood or overlooked. This highlights the urgent need for heightened awareness among healthcare providers, not just about the first signs of cancer, but also about how neurodivergent individuals express pain, discomfort, or distress. To make meaningful progress, we must embrace a personalized approach to treatment. It's not simply about treating a tumor or a disease. It's about treating the whole person. Understanding their neurodiversity, respecting their unique ways of expressing the world. and ensuring that their voice is heard throughout their care journey. This is particularly important in cancer care, where the emotional, psychological, and social needs of patients are as critical as the physical treatments they receive. This conference signals a pivotal moment, a call for us to reimagine healthcare for neurodivergent populations. The future of medicine must be one where every patient, regardless of their underlying conditions, receives personalized, compassionate, and effective care from the earliest signs of illness to recovery and beyond. We must prioritize early diagnosis, raise awareness of cancer symptoms among individuals with autism, and build treatment strategies that reflect their specific needs. I'm confident that the ideas and solutions that emerge from this conference will be transformative, helping to shape a world where inclusion and personalized care are no longer ambitions, but realities. Let us work together to ensure that neurodivergent individuals receive the early diagnosis, targeted treatments, and comprehensive support they deserve. Thank you, and I look forward to our collective efforts in creating a more inclusive and informed healthcare.
Να σας εξηγήσω, έχουμε δύο...
We have two distinguished speakers, and it is a great honor for us that representatives from the Institute of Cancer and Crisis that was established and is managed by Professor Tamamian, who is Professor of Pediatric Oncology, elected by the International Society of Pediatric Oncology for the whole Asia. We have his colleague, Dr. Margarian, who is in the tomorrow's roundtable present, organized by the European Cancer Mission, with Dr. Tsangaris, Professor Talma from Nicosia, Mr. Kapetanakis, and I think it is a unique opportunity to listen to the problems and the deficits and what is happening when we combine these two cases of cancer and autism on the same person, and what we are doing here in Greece. That was the message, the recorded message that we heard by Professor Tamamian. And now we are going to listen to one of the greatest professors in the sector of biochemistry, focusing on cancer, Professor Mohammad Ahmad Kamal from Saudi Arabia. He is within the top 1% globally.
To Professor Alexio and his team for organizing this remarkable event and for giving me the opportunity to deliver the latest segment of the opening remarks. It is great honor to welcome you all to the first international conference on autism, making a significant step forward in advancing research and management of autism spectrum disorder here in Athens, Greece. This event is the result of a collaborative effort led by the Greek Society for the Protection of Autistic Persons, the Hellenic Society of Physical and Rehabilitation Medicine, the Culture, Sports, and Youth Organization of the City of Athens, and Phonogen Research Company. Together, these organizations unite under the initiative Connect Me Too, Together in Synergy for Autism. Today, we gather to deepen our understanding of a condition that affects millions globally and remains in many ways misunderstood. Autism spectrum disorder touches every facet of society, impacting individuals, families, schools, and workplaces. Beyond that, it shapes lives, each uniquely defined by its own challenges and immense potential. So we offer, in this case, so we often hear the term spectrum, but what does that truly mean? Autism is not a singular condition. It manifests uniquely in each person with varying effect on communication, social interaction, and behavior. So this diversity within the spectrum is both a profound challenge and, I believe, a remarkable beauty in its own unique way. So, at the core of today's discussions are not just statistics, symptoms, or theories related to ASD, but it's about people who are going through this journey, people who deserve to be understood, accepted from the bottom of the heart and mind and emotionally, and empower them through our current technologies and through our empathetic, sympathetic approaches. Whether we are policymakers, parents, siblings, educators, family members, healthcare professionals, researchers, or advocates, we share a collective responsibility to foster such environments that allow individuals with autism to reach their full potential. One of the key themes of this conference is inclusion. How do we, as a society, create inclusive spaces, whether in schools, workplaces, communities, shopping centers, traveling modes of public transport, where individuals with autism not only participate, but to nourish and thrive. And how can we move from mere awareness to genuine acceptance and positive, strong actions for the welfare and benefit of people who are suffering through ASD? Throughout the day, we will hear from leading experts in the field across various disciplines, offering invaluable insights into autism from biological, behavior, and social perspectives. We may also hear maybe personal stories of resilience, strength, and brilliance from individuals on this spectrum. Myself also, I recall an experience at once when I was working in one of ASD school here in Tasmania, Australia, where a student presented me one day with a handmade thank you card after I made a small gesture, allowing my office's neighboring room to be used for his special class in the presence of his teacher. It was a simple act, but it reflected the profound gratitude and creativity that so often accompanies these interactions. And that card, I remember several days it was displayed in the staff room of our school as well. And when he presented in the presence of his teacher that card, still I remember that memory, that how talented they are, and they realize the favor when someone do with them. I hope that this conference sparks meaningful conversation, challenges long-held assumptions, and inspires innovative approaches that bring us closer to a world where every person with autism is empowered to succeed on their own journey, on their own life terms. Thank you for being here today. I look forward to the enriching discussions and collaboration ahead, especially in exploring the application of artificial intelligence, bioinformatics, machine learning in autism spectrum disorders research. Please free to contact me if you are interested in collaborating. I trust you will gain valuable insight into autism throughout the keynote lectures today and roundtable sessions of this conference.
So, by closing this first round of speeches, this opening ceremony, I would like to thank you once more. Now we will continue with our first session.
Dr. Yeva Margarian as the co-chair for the first session of the conference. Και έχουμε την τιμή να καλέσουμε τον
I also have the honor
στο συνέδριο
to invite the first keynote speaker, Professor Leandros Lefakis.
Say a few things about Professor Lefakis.
So, Dr. Leandros Lefakis has studied law in the University of Athens, London, and Kent. He received his PhD with summa cum laude in law from the University of Athens. He is member of the Athens Bar Association, appointed at the Supreme Court, and he is specialized in commercial, banking, and intellectual property law, both in connections and non-contentious matters. He has particularly focused his practice in patent and biotechnology law matters. He is managing partner of Dr. Leandros Lefakis law firm. He was appointed as an assistant professor of law at the University of Central Greece from 2005 to 2012 and was invited as visiting professor for graduate and postgraduate courses at the Pantheon University of Athens and University of Athens. He has represented and advised companies in cases arising from banking and investment disputes, as well as biotechnology companies and institutes in disputes arising from intellectual property rights and contracts. He often provides legal opinions on complex regulatory and other issues. Currently, he advises major pharmaceutical companies in their operations, including healthcare contracts, compliance programs, and regulatory issues. His experience in the area of intellectual property, regulation, and legalization enables him to offer support on both contentious and non-contentious issues, converting the standard areas such as trademarks, copyrights, patent, and domain names. He was member of the board of directors of the Hellenic Intellectual Property Organization from 2006 to 2011 and has acted as advisor to various governmental organizations and institutions of public laws, as well as advisor for Greek Ministry of Culture from 2008 to 2012. He has written 4 books and numerous articles in the field of intellectual property, bioethics, and biotechnology law. At the moment, he is scientific collaborator of several scientific institutions and a permanent editing collaborator of the periodical Journal of Company Law, president of the Biometric Committee of the Hellenic Pasteur Institute, and visiting professor of bioethics at the University of West Attica, Department of Biomedical Sciences.
Αξιότιμε κύριε καθηγητά, κυρίες και κύριοι.
Dear professor, ladies and gentlemen, such a CD showcases how even us lawyers are finding our way forward, and it also showcases that nothing is more humane than it is real. Do we have my PowerPoint, please? I would like to say in front of you that this conference, this event, is very challenging for me because it is very meaningful. I find myself with empathy, and it is very qualitative for a person who feels a lot of the things that we will discuss here today on a personal level, and this is the essence of things. So let's start, and we will figure things out as we go. So if we go a lot of years back, we will see that the term autistic children, as it was introduced, thank you very much, so we will understand that a lot of decades ago, the term autistic children, as it was described by Leo Kuhne in the mid-20th century, may not had the same clinical and social image as what we now commonly refer as autism, because the common perception saying that the diagnostic criteria for autism have broadened, I do doubt if it is accurate or not, because those diagnostic criteria have been shifted so that today we understand how unclear autism really is. Since autism, it is an umbrella term. It is an umbrella term for neurodiversity, as Mr. Alexiou have said earlier, and in my opinion, wrongly, it may suggest that it is a biological mechanism that in due time it changes, or the idea that we cannot find a biological reality that is behind anything called autism, this also may be wrong. Therefore, when it comes to bioethics, how can we define autism? Is it an identity? I'm going to ask a lot of questions, and I'm going to give a few answers, because I cannot give the answers that I would love here today. But this is also, I can admit to my limitations. But autism is a trait of our identity. Is it a disorder? Is it a disease? Should we try to cure it, to treat autism? Can we prevent autism? Or should we redefine the medical terms of diagnosing a treatment and autism to be written down on an international level as an identity, keep this word, or as a trait of our personality, and not as a disease or a disorder that should be prevented or treated, cured? So, a lot of members of the movement of neurodiversity, if you wish, a lot of advocates say that this has some terms of disorder, but a lot of them advocates believe that autism is not a disease, it is an identity that should not be cured, and it comes together with a lot of benefits that are usually ignored. The parents of autistic children that have a lot of behavioral problems or daily challenges doubt this opinion, and they believe that the people, the advocates of that movement, cannot speak on behalf of the people with a diagnosis or on behalf of the caregivers. And let us say that one should not forget that the huge bioethical challenges, especially for parents in cases of children, are real. And autism diagnosis in childhood brings about questions, issues, and very complex issues when it comes to the rights and the obligations of parents. For example, which interventions in the behavior of autistic children should be allowed? Maybe we should revisit the matter starting from gestation. Would do we want to allow abortion of such cases after genetic testing, so to say? Or, on the other hand, the world needs all the child they can get, and now neurodiversity should be celebrated and not eliminated. Let's note the word celebration. There are many views, Professor, in bioethics, especially when it comes to gene treatment, and we have to see if those interventions change the identity and if this is assessed on an ethical level. Often, the ethical importance of the genome editing is focused on if that editing would affect not only the obvious, not only the health of that fetus, but the happiness and the well-being of that person. And this fine red line in ethics presupposes that there is a common denominator for what happiness is all about. Therefore, what is doing no harm and what is doing harm. And we have a lot of recent research papers that discuss a very important question. What is good life all about? What is well-being? How can we define it? What is well-being in children with autism? Because people with ASD have said that they may not understand well-being in the same way as neurotypical persons, but they have supported a very sensitive, neurosensitive epistemological approach of their own well-being. And they took as a springboard a very important criterion of biodiversity in order to showcase that there is no single approach, no comprehensive unified approach, and we don't have, all of us, the same definition for happiness. My definition of happiness is different from your definition of happiness. And therefore, we should bear that in mind. In our opinion, autism, ASD, should be considered an integral part of a person's identity. Therefore, a treatment is a choice and a possibility. And some people in ASD, and I don't want to be politically correct, I am a proud parent of a child with cerebral palsy, and I don't care about words or politically correctness. I care about people not trying to understand the essence of the matter, and I really do care when people try to leave that meaning behind. Some people on ASD would like to retain their autistic identity, and therefore I will share with you something that we learned in the university. Everything is assessed ad hoc. Therefore, nothing should be superficial, and any assessment whatsoever should be done with guidelines, but this is not enough. So, the upcoming scientific field of bioethics should revisit if autism is an identity, is a personality trait, is a disorder, a disease, can be treated or prevented. The most important thing of all is acceptance. We should accept the other people for what they are. And this is a question from me to you. Is it possible to evaluate, assess a person's point of view, world of view, if you wish? Now I will try to pose some questions, since I believe that should be asked in this emerging sector. I'm talking about autism bioethics. We try to trace some answers since we don't have the answers yet. So, questions when it comes to autism and dialogue and discussions and disputes are very important. So if one should focus on the fact that autism is a psychiatric diagnosis based on specific behavior related to dysfunctional people, meaning that they argue on a different level on what we believe that autism is a neurological reality with a genetic basis. And according to the first approach, ADHD people are described as people that need help in a difficult phase of their life, but if we presuppose that its diagnosis reflects a neurological or cognitive identity, because this is what autism is, the need for help is based if those people believe that their identity is a problem, and if yes, what kind of problem is that? Because some people do say that autism should be ratified through medicine, since only the people that have scientific medical knowledge can diagnose autism, but the people who support self determination do that not because they want to leave behind the medical model, but they want to coexist in benefit of another model that stresses the experience of the people who live with a disorder, but also their wish to recognize autism as a neurological identity and not as a medical diagnosis in the narrow sense of the term. So, supposing that autism is mainly a deficit of social function or cognitive skills, meaning results rather to the fact that autistic people are left to the sidelines. And if you believe in the intense world theory or other similar theories, treatment should be focused on relief, on the relief of the sensory processing issues and not to the effort of co-shaping. Look how humane it is to co-shape and accept a behavior that we can accept through a behavioral treatment. So there is a large diversity among people with ASD, and this allows us to ask a lot of questions when it comes to autism and autism spectrum disorder as terms and as realities. For example, how could we interpret the fact that 3 out of 4 diagnoses are related to male persons? Does it mean that this disorder affects more men than women? Or autism is manifesting in a different way to females? Another question, yet another question. All that is very well. However, the increase of the diagnosis is due to the fact that the diagnostic criteria have been enriched so as to the people that are suffer less but do have the same characteristics to have more support and more access to healthcare services. Of course, this is correct. However, everything should be discussed with the common parameter. What are the common traits of people that are diagnosed with autism on a bioethical level? If we leave the idea behind that autistic persons have things in common, and we suppose that autism is a social structure that does not reflect a very well defined set of things, does it mean that we should leave the label autism behind? And can we do this in real life? And ethics of autism should take into consideration the cultural representation of the term autism, social and cultural representation. It is not just a scientific term with a narrow sense of the term. It is an importance and meaning that is communicated to the world and presented in literature and art in that way. And of course, the way that autism is communicated in the media can affect the way that people argue and understand autism, but also the direction that research on autism is taking. Everything that affects our society, even through art, through mass media, is going to touch me as a scientist. If not, I have scientific deficits. And another issue related to autism is the globalization of the term. Today, we also discuss about the globalization of the term of autism, and autism, which is a Western concept, let's not forget about that, is related to the normal behavior of the Western culture, and this has been now transferred to other cultures. So the screening regarding autism in developing countries, is it going to help or not help the improvement of the healthcare services? I'm not the person to answer it, but let's ponder upon it. Would we impose Western standards on people that would have the ability to integrate elements that would be damaging for the culture? And last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, there is the autistic experience. If autism as a concept could be diverse and even sometimes would have two meanings, people with autism can share their real experiences and can share their own reality. Mr. Alexiou gave a very good example. I see the wind, he said. And when it comes to autism bioethics, this diversity should be investigated, and when it comes to its ethical implications. And we should applaud the fact that people with different characteristics and traits are all grouped under this term, this umbrella term, autism. It is their wish, even if it does not help them, because it gives them access to social services and support. So, if we want to adopt an interscientific approach, science should help. Our approach should be interscientific for the treatment and the assessment of people on ASD. Treatment and management should move towards a more integrated, holistic and multidisciplinary model. And why is that? Because this is the only capable of providing that common ground, this common language, and which is the that set of bioethic principles that provide common ground for the people that help to the management integration of people with autism, meaning which is the common characteristic among those disciplines that work on autism management and treatment. Ladies and gentlemen, the language of ethics is a common language, a language of communication for scientists, and it can be very important for them, since it would allow professionals of different scientific sectors to communicate, and therefore this role of ethics is applied in an interdisciplinary environment. One could talk about a code of ethics that would be unique for autism. Could we discuss such a code that could use the ethical principles of the disciplines Yes, and the adoption of such a code is not something easy and cannot be done very easily. We have a regulatory, legal, bioethical framework, but it is not enough. Therefore, we need special events that would have an added value and that could discuss all those hard questions. Of course, we should not stay on the surface of those issues, and apart from the wishes, we should revisit which are those common principles and which are the ethical obligations, since obligations are more important than principles. And even more since this is happening in an interdisciplinary environment. And as it is the case with most sectors of healthcare, any person, healthcare professional, is moving in that environment should be aware of their obligations and should adhere to the main bioethic principles: doing no harm, consent, respect of the autonomy of the person, and above all, social justice. The people that do not exercise social justice, they are not in the right place. Those are the common ethical obligations that cover all those disciplines that contribute in this interdisciplinary environment.
Βεβαίως.
Surely, to the extent where autism is characterized as a disorder or a disability, how can it be that there will be multiple discussions or debates of philosophical nature taking into account studies on disability? Well, it's not what I would like to touch upon at this point. Autism, by its very nature, is very specific and leads to scientific debates as well as a number of scientific issues. This is in stark contrast with other disorders. You've heard about this earlier. Autism is frequently diagnosed in childhood. Therefore, it is up to the parents who we must never forget. It is up to the parents to actually have their child screened for autism and treat the entire situation not only through the lens of difficulty, but in another way. Also, if a child is impaired, considering many different elements, for example, we're talking about a child that is introvert, is lacking in communication skills, or is severely disabled, and this disability is associated with a cognitive disorder, how are we able to understand this child? And once this child is diagnosed, what are the interventions that should be followed by parents? If we talk about applied behavioral analysis, then a series of questions are raised as to the purpose of this intervention. Should we be aiming for normalcy among autistic children? And what is the definition of normalcy? Or perhaps would it be best to embrace a child with autism as a child of a different neurological identity, like previously discussed? And this gives rise to a series of questions because, again, in stark contrast with other conditions, disorders, although I dislike labels myself, the definitions are unclear, ambiguous. Therefore, this makes dialogue a lot more difficult. How can you engage into a dialogue on ethics when you are unable to determine accurately, precisely, what it is that you are talking about? Also, would it be ethically acceptable for a pregnant woman to abort pregnancy due to autism? In other words, could we create a differentiated approach to autism, focusing on the illness itself and on the setting wherein a person with autism lives? And could this lead to a different type of treatments, therapies, interventions? So many questions arise. But you know, science should be guided by bioethical concerns as well. I know we're running out of time, says the speaker. Particularly about questions that touch upon broader concepts that have become prominent in today's society, because autism leads to, in my view, two main types of questions. First, can a person with autism be aware of and therefore actually assess autism on their own? Many times I find it difficult to understand what my son wants. But you know what? I've come to a point where I can manage this because we have developed our own peculiar code of communication, and this actually denotes that we can improve our communication skills with persons, vis-a-vis persons with autism, and thus take into consideration their needs. Secondly, does the neurology of persons with autism impact the scientific value of findings? In other words, how could we organize our social practices in such a way so as to allow persons with autism to speak for themselves, to state their choices and share their difficulties? And one more thing. We owe something to these people, be it children or adults. What is that? We owe it to them that we properly understand them. So, bioethically, we should assess what is called cognitive approach, cognitive assessment. It is required to have a cognitive assessment of persons with autism regardless of their age. Therefore, persons with autism should be referred to and assessed by specialists, and their claims and complaints should be taken as true. However, this also presupposes that we embrace what is stated in the law, and this cannot always happen because sometimes self-referral of persons with autism is not an option. But the analytical self-awareness model, ladies and gentlemen, is very important in this case because it takes into consideration self-awareness as a form of perception that should be assessed by third parties, and it should not be taken as a fraudulent claim. It should be taken as a plausible claim. Therefore, where does that bring us? My conclusion is that in order for a bioethical approach to autism to be successful, and this is one of the most important barriers that we must overcome, is coming up with ways to explore and include the experience being the key word, of persons with autism, particularly those that have verbal or other types of communication difficulties. And clearly, in this society where injustice is prevalent, we must take into serious consideration issues such as stigma, paternalism. How can we foster equity and social justice so as to make sure that what the Deputy Minister said earlier becomes reality, so as to assess the particularities and specificities of the disabled and persons with autism in particular. And thus, we will be able to accommodate them within the justice system, within the societal system, so as to combat and eliminate stigma and other bias. So how can we make sure that state institutions, and God forbid, I do not want any wishful thinking, but how can we make sure that we have a friendly, that's a nice word, isn't it, relationship with the persons with autism within the educational system? How can we make sure that the interests of these children are safeguarded? What are the labor market institutions that will allow today's children, tomorrow's adults to prosper to the best of their abilities? Just the other day I was saying that, to err is human. Being perfect is not human. So Each prospers in their own way. Therefore, we may take into consideration the talents, the wishes, the preferences of these persons. Therefore, it's all about equity. And equity is not only restricted in a specific area, it spans across all areas of life. I said earlier, and quite a lot of things, and I raised quite a lot of questions. I was puzzled with whether autism is a disorder or an identity. So what are the ethical and bioethical questions raised by all of us, be it scientists, be it parents of children with autism, be it healers, physicians? Ladies and gentlemen, there are ethical questions that cannot be overlooked. Research is promising, therefore it gives rise to new questions. However, most questions have been left unanswered or entirely overlooked up to now. Bioethics is an area that takes a long time before it provides us with answers. So I will say that the ethics in autism is a field in philosophy, in human sciences, and I will say that being engaged in public health and biomedicine, in social and behavioral sciences, is very helpful indeed. However, for a bioethical approach to autism to be successful, one of the most important, if not hardest, barriers that must be overcome is coming up with ways to explore and include the experiences of persons who have communication difficulties. And this is where we must focus so as to make the best use of available AI tools. And we will talk about AI throughout the conference. So we need to be able to and also have individualized, person-centered solutions. Therefore, we cannot talk about bioethics in autism as a single case study. Case studies may be good and useful to have, but we must apply all available knowledge from all available sectors, and this is where cooperation is essential. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that the many topics touched upon have demonstrated in a society where scientific knowledge and insight, and above all of us who are engaged in autism should include the experiences and concerns of these persons, and above all, the persons who are unable to use verbal communication methods. Thank you.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Νομίζω
Thank you very much. I think it is the best way for us to begin our conference, meaning that we are here to lay the proper foundations. And this is what we did today with this original presentation, because it actually touched upon the issues that have been pending and should be discussed by policymakers, competent institutions, and experts in general. So, are there any questions among the audience? You know, it's a sine qua non in conferences, being stressed and having to answer questions. I do not see you, says the speaker. Please wait for the microphone. Please wait for the microphone. Please state your name and the body you represent. Yes, I am Vasilis Athanasopoulos. I am a physiotherapist for children. I'm here with my team. We work in Haidari in a dedicated facility that means that we're in close contact with people with neurodevelopmental disorders and autism in particular. You know, I have so many questions for you because every single slide was extraordinary and exciting, and I'm being honest when I say this. In general, drawing on our experience, combined with what the Deputy Minister of Health said when he talked about the facilities earlier. There was talk about parents, inclusion, and you also mentioned political correctness. You know, I come across parents who, well, to put it plainly, they're not ready to even hear the word autism, let alone embrace autism. So when the deputy minister says that autism is treated and eliminated, and he used the word eliminated, what popped to mind, and listening to you afterwards was very good. So what popped to mind was, well, what if a mother was here? Because the spectrum is vast and we talk about different degrees of functionality, but what if a child is of low functionality and therefore in practical terms the mother cannot take their child to the supermarket, when we all know this happens? How can we talk about political correctness or bioethics, and how can we say that autism is treated and eliminated? And also, on top of that, most of us know that diagnosis is set after the age of 3. This is in line with formal guidelines. So how can we talk about interventions from 0 to 6 years old? Because if we talk about the age of 1 or 2, and perhaps there is a delay in milestones, well, there is no single chance, objectively speaking, there is no single chance that the parent accepts even hearing the word autism. So it's very nice to talk about multidisciplinary teams and talk about communication with parents, but in practical terms, bioethical issues and issues faced by us as society are very serious, and these are more important than actually having children taken to physiotherapists or counseling sessions and treat children with autism. And then what? What? Can this child coexist in the school setting? Can they even attend school classes? And this actually puzzles me. What goes on, either at state level or at social level? I'm sorry, I said so many things. I will pause now. You said many things that are extraordinary. And if I were to reverse the question, I would actually accept what you said word to word, verbatim. And I will speak directly. Political correctness and bioethics do not go hand in hand. Bioethics is in line with reality, and unless bioethics has a reality check, it becomes evident that it will be an obsolete science, a science that is meaningless, because it will not be able to touch upon what you said. And you talked about the problem. So if I am unable to understand and coexist scientifically with the problem you raise in practical terms, daily terms, then I'm just a person who is stylistically, conceptually far away from what you are facing in your daily life. Also, you talked about acceptance. Being able to take the first step in order to treat someone, you must first accept them, and this is a very hard thing to do. And it's not only my personal example that serves as proof, but acceptance is the very first component in order for us to have the hope, just the hope, that at some point in time we will be bioethically complete and integral. That's very, very hard. We usually tell our students that we are asked to describe a situation today, and the scientific field is taking leaps forward. So I'm here to describe now, whereas the scientific reality and the living reality is way ahead of me. So we all understand that we are incomplete, imperfect, and we make efforts. That's all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, Miss Papagiannopoulou. One last question, please. It's a brief question. Thank you. Good morning. Exceptional, as always. Just one question, because you mentioned the word prosperity, well-being, and autism, and approach to well-being among persons with autism. How is that defined? How is that passed on to persons with autism? Because well-being, is it prosperity? Prosperity, okay, good. So how can you define prosperity, and how? Oh, I mostly talk about happiness. I talk about happy people, and prosperity in the sense that they are socially able to have access to the educational settings, privileges in order to get what they can so that they prosper and flourish tomorrow. This is my concept, but always taking into account and acknowledging that the terminology may be lacking. And this is true for many elements I touched upon. And we can only witness these things in practical terms. Yes, but did persons with autism actually understand this concept? That I cannot answer. But let's say that it's possible. And the more this is understood, the more successful we are. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you again. Be safe.
It is with great pleasure that we will. He's the president of the Greek Society for the Protection of Autistic Persons. Let's say a few words. Dr. Merkarian will talk about the professor, so let's hear it.
Dr. Athanasios Kamoutsis, Greek Society for the Protection of Autistic Persons. Dr. Athanasios Kamoutsis is an assistant professor on agriculture, meteorology, and bioclimatology in the Agricultural University of Athens. He has taught for the past 25 years in the universities the graduate and postgraduate courses related to the topics of meteorology and climatology. Also, he has participated as a member of the research teams and as a scientific director in research projects during the last 30 years, for instance. He is a reviewer and editor of scientific research journals, and his publications are cited by researchers all over the world. He is chairman of the board of the Greek Society of Protection of Autistic People and representative of this society at the Autism Europe Council of Administration. He has been member of scientific committees of Pan-Hellenic scientific conferences on autism. It is noted that GSPAP is an organization which was founded in 1992 and today has more than 1,000 members, parents or brothers of people with autism, as well as scientists and autism. The purpose of this society is the advocacy of the rights of people with autism and their families to the life. The GSPAP has 2 boarding houses in Thessaloniki and Ioannina, and a daycare center in Attica for adult autistic people that are financed by the Greek Ministry of Health. Mr. Athanasios Kamoutsis, the floor is yours.
Την παρουσίαση του κύριου καθηγητή να την ξεκινήσουμε, σας παρακαλώ.
Let's start also the presentation of the professor. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Just give us 1 minute, it will get started. So, good afternoon again. As president of the Greek Society for the Protection of Autistic Persons, I would like to welcome you to this event today and to all the sessions of this conference. I will start my presentation with a motto, a slogan adopted by the European Organization on Autism, Autism Europe. The slogan this year is, I am here. You see me. You see that I can be autistic, but make the person with autism to come to us. We demand from the members of the society to touch the soul of the autistic person and to enter their world. They see this world differently, but this does not mean that they are different. They can perform in the society much better in many cases and on an equal footing with everyone. So, taken into account the Convention of the United Nations for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities that was set up in 2007, this convention points out that all persons with disabilities in general are entitled, they have equal rights with all the others, as I said before, all the other members of the society. And the most important thing is that no discriminations are allowed. This is a major issue that is faced by us here in Greece. And it was mentioned by previous speakers. It was also mentioned by Mr. Lefakis. We talk about acceptance. When we get the diagnosis, when we are parents with an autistic child, we have first to accept it. And when we accept it, we will do the necessary actions pertaining to what the representatives of the Greek government said, that is the early intervention that Mr. Vartopoulos mentioned. This is the first thing. And we have to take on board that autism is a psychiatric disorder, but it is not a disease. It cannot be treated, it cannot be cured. It can be dealt with education. Throughout their life, autistic persons are educated, are trained so as to perform at their maximum because they can. And you heard about programs by the Secretary General of the Ministry for Social Cohesion and Family for shelter on supported living, structures that are related to support, and we will talk later on about our structures that we, as the Greek Society for the Protection of Autistic People, have. On this picture, we see a very concrete, specific activity. This activity has been developed in one of the three structures that we are having in the shelter Eleni Hira in Ioannina. This is a boarding house. Children participated in programs, or rather in an activity of cultivating aromatic flowers. And then this product can be forwarded, can be channeled to the society, local society, so that children or the persons with autism, because all of them have a child's soul, so that they can offer something to the community. This is the objective of the parents and of the educators. So, in Greek, we have, based on the legislation, we have this convention in 2012, and the objective is what the European Organization on Autism has stressed several times in the past. The objective is to eliminate stigma. We stop discriminating. It was given as an answer by Mr. Lefakis to a question that a mother goes to the supermarket. We are not ashamed of taking our child everywhere in the society. We don't hide the children. It is true. I have encountered this as a parent, and relatives of mine have told me when I go out of Athens, when I go to the countryside. But are you going to take your child out? What for? Why not? Why not take it out? Take the child out? It might be a serious case. The child might behave as all these children behave in such cases, but it is an equal member of the society. And the child should be here. All children should be here. That is, all children should be given the chance to participate in the activities in the community. This is why we're talking about inclusion, integration and inclusion. Inclusion is a term that fits very well, and it is being implemented by various educational bodies and then by the parents in order to integrate their child in the community. Next slide, please. It is important to state that it is necessary, and it was also mentioned by the Deputy Minister of Health, Mr. Varzopoulos, at the beginning of the conference. It is important to adopt specific plans, especially for autism. It is important to talk about the creation of a strategic plan, a national autism strategic plan. The first step, an important step, could be what was done some time ago. It was adopted by the Greek government in 2021 and 2022, the institution of the personal assistant. And at this point, let me stress that quite often parents, young parents, come and they are in despair, they are tired when they have gotten the diagnosis and they are at the first stages of acceptance. How are we going to have an early intervention? In school years, when the child, even when the child is highly functional or low, children with low functionality, we put the importance and we put the weight on parallel support or the personal assistant. But this is not enough. We need to stand by the side of children throughout their life, support them not just throughout their school life with parallel support, but later on, after leaving school, when the children go to the university, with the difficulties that they have if they are highly functional. What is happening afterwards? Are we going to leave the children without a sort of parallel support or a shadow support? This is why we have established the personal assistant. The previous speakers representing the government and the municipality talked about structures. That is, structures that will support people with autism. Many a time in the university where I work, I have seen children, students who are in their first year. They have come from another city to study here in Athens, and the question I receive very often is, how am I going to deal with the outside world? How am I going to make friends? And very often having the experience and the knowledge of the parent with an autistic child without having the proper scientific apparatus, I tried to enlighten them on those issues. A mother a few days ago sent me an email, and some while ago she called because she has a child who is in the third year of his graduate studies, and she's desperate. Is my child going to pass the exams? Despite the difficulties and the impediments, and there might be some, there are children, students who have responded and who are graduates. They have a diploma. Yet after that, I repeat the question, what is happening after the end of their studies? We have to see programs for employment of students, graduate students who have autism. And we can have programs in collaboration with enterprises so that these enterprises accept these people. And it is proven scientifically, and we see it on all the data worldwide, that these people can perform much better than the others, and in almost all cases on an equal footing as the remaining members of the society. So our objective is to support people with autism, either through specific training programs and train also the teachers or the executives in businesses, in companies, to accept people who are highly functional, to accept them and employ them, and many times to create structures that will support those autistic people of high or low functionality in order for them to be equally treated and have the same rights as all the others. How can we do that? With the creation of creative occupation centers. A child that follows shadow teaching or support can go in the afternoon to a creative activity center and benefit from those activities. We can also have residential facilities, and we will talk about those residential facilities that the Greek Society for the Protection of Autistic Persons has. It is also important to develop what we heard from the Secretary General for shelters for supported living or apartments. And these apartments will have as beneficiaries 2 or 3 people, a family of people with autism, 2 people sometimes. And these specific autistic people are not left alone. It is imperative, it is necessary for them to be supported by properly trained scientific personnel in order to assist them to be included on an equal footing in the society. In an apartment, in a block of flats, or in a detached house, we can have protected apartments as structures, and therefore to contribute to the maximum to include those people in the society.
So here we can see a beneficiary, a photo coming from the facility Eleni Gira in Gianina. It is considered a standard, a model residential facility, and some people can survive there, can live there as beneficiaries, and also to be integrated in the local community. Next slide, please. So the Greek Society for the Protection of Autistic People is a non-for-profit organization which is a member of other national associations on disability, such as the Pan-Hellenic Association of Parents and Guardians of Disabled Individuals and the National Confederation of Disabled People. And it is also a member of European and international disability organizations, such as Autism Europe, as we've mentioned earlier, the European Disability Forum, as well as the World Autism Organization. Its seat is in Athens, and also we have branches in various cities in Greece, since it is an association that works all around Greece. We have branches in Piraeus and Attica, but also in other large cities, in Thessaloniki, for example, Patras, Ioannina, in the Ionian Islands, such as Corfu and Cephalonia, and some other organizations or associations. They are linked members, meaning that they are members of the society as associations themselves, and one of which is in Alexandroupoli, another is based in Corfu, and so forth. So, let us discuss about what our society do. We want to fight for the rights of people with autism. However, our goal is to educate not only the parents, but also the educators and other social groups. And a lot of times we participate in training programs for executives or for community members or of professional groups, such as the Greek police, the Hellenic police, on how they are going to deal with a person with autism in the city, or to train parents but also educators on autism. The society has got 3 facilities until now. All 3 of them receive funding from the Ministry of Health, and more specifically the Direction of Mental Health through the state budget, of course. Initially, they were funded by European programs, and later on, through the Directorate of Mental Health, they now are funded by the state budget. Let's discuss about that short history of those facilities. The first facility, which is a model, as we have said before, for Greece, is the residential facility Eleni Gira in Zitsa, Ioannina, in a building that it belongs to the society. We have received donations, and it hosts 12 autistic adults. As you can see, and we will have more pictures for you, it is not a closed facility. Of course, it is a residential closed facility, but it is like a home. If you pass by, you would not understand that this is a residential facility, but one would believe that it is a regular home, a regular house, where 12 adults, autistic adults, live there and they receive specific services and they do specific activities. So you can see here the surrounding area. This is just for you to understand a bit how the facility is structured, and you can also see some rooms on the inside. The Snöselen room. This is scientifically proven that when it brings about positive results to the behavior of people with autism. However, it does not mean that they are always calm, people with autism. They may have some crisis because they might feel overwhelmed. Something bothers them. For example, we may listen a very loud sound, but they understand, they perceive that sound on a different level. For them, it might be, for us, if we were to compare it, it would be for us to listen to extremely loud music in our eardrum. So the neurotypical people would complain. They would say either you would say, this is not good for me, it bothers me. So those people, autistic people, will have a crisis, will have an outburst, and they are non-verbal, so sometimes they will express themselves in various ways. And that might be ongoing. So it is necessary in our facilities, and we have understood that from our first facility, this relaxation room is necessary, is a sine qua non condition. This should have specific lighting, specific sounds, meaningful sounds, videos or other tools that would allow those people to calm. As I've said earlier, autism cannot be cured. In the best cases, it is not to just give them their medicines and they would calm down, but autistic people are trained, and one proven scientifically way in order to allow those people to calm down is such a relaxation room. So in the Eleni Gira facility, there is such a room which is used when some people may have crisis. Meltdowns, if you wish. So the life in our residential facility and you will listen from our scientific responsible, the head of the facility, Mrs. Georgakopoulou. Life goes on with various indoor activities. We do not offer only outdoor activities. We organize cooking activities, as you can see in the picture. Activities such as participation in sports events. Here you can see the half marathon in Ioannina, because we try to be inclusive. Society now is going down that path, and this is an example for all the families. Autistic persons should not be restrained at home. We try to include them as every other neurotypical person, and we urge them to participate in community and in various activities. Here you can see grape harvest, which is taking place more or less now in September. You can see here this two where the beneficiaries go and participate in agricultural activities outdoors. So more or less, this is all what I've had to say for the first residential facility, the model facility. However, in Attica, we have a more contemporary facility that was established in 2009 with funding from a European program, and now it is also funded, financed by the Greek Ministry of Health. Right now, all the facilities are funded and supervised by the Greek state, and more specifically by the administration board of the GSPAP. This is named Sirius, and it is seated in Hierakas, near Athens. Here you can see how this facility looks like. It is a daycare center, meaning that the beneficiaries do not stay there overnight. They come in the morning, they participate in the activities in the curriculum, and early in the afternoon they go back to their families. And here we have pictures from some other activities that take place in the daycare center. It is near the stadium of Hierakas, so you can understand that the beneficiaries participate in sports activities. So both indoor and outdoor activities also take place there. We also have some creative activities. And here you can see some handcrafts of the beneficiaries. They participate in the handcrafts. For example, we do try to allow them to participate in gardening processes, or outdoors, of course, or to work together with companies where they can help in packaging, for example, of products. This is a very good idea to allow the beneficiaries to go out in the society so as to offer something, give something back, and receive something back, not only on a moral level but also on a real tangible level. Our third residential facility has been established since 2020, more or less. It operates for the last 4 years. In the beginning, it was financed by the Central Macedonia NSRF. Today, it is also financed by the Greek Ministry of Health, and more specifically from the Directorate of Mental Health, and it is supervised by the GSPAP. It's called Ariadne 2. 15 autistic adults stay there. It is a residential facility, as mentioned. Here you can see a view of the facility. It is seated in Pylea, near Thessaloniki. And here you also have some pictures of indoor activities. And also outdoor activities. The beneficiaries also take place in cooking activities, the same as in Ioannina, or to participate in other activities such as various field visits, recreational spaces, or professional spaces such as a radio station. And of course, our motto is to allow them to include them in various events and to allow them to participate in social settings. They also participate in local activities in Thessaloniki, and also they also travel in other regions, since it is one of our goals. We want to allow them to be better integrated in the society. We don't keep them inside. This is our motto. They participate in the social life. During the years, we have organized various events, both in Ioannina, in Eleni Gira Residential Facility, and in Ariadne too, in Pylea. We work together, we work closely with the local community, with the municipalities, Ioannina of Zeta, or with the municipality of Pylea. In order to allow our beneficiaries to participate in various events, activities, excursions, field trips. I'm sure that you will learn more in our next presentations. I don't want to bore you with more details. We should all be aware that autism is not the end of the world. As the parents of persons with autism say that, we have suffered a lot, and we have been one needs a lot of patience, but when you explore the world of autism, one finds a brand new world, another world. One enters a different world in the mind of our children in order to understand their function, the way they think, and therefore we can allow them to participate and have a social life. Many times people with autism may have a calling for IT. I don't know, why not focus on that? Why not work as an IT professional? A lot of people with autism love new technologies. It's a special interest. Why not allow them to focus on that interest and use it later on, not only as a recreational hobby, but as a possible professional job, as to allow them to find a future. Some other person may have as a special interest accounting, and therefore I'm just saying that special interests, and by finding a modus of communication, a way of communication, we can explore autistic person's life in order to try and understand their needs and wishes. As autism-friendly society would be friendly to everyone. Thank you very much.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Thank you very much. think that the association you made, or rather the references you made, come on top of what previous speakers said, Professor Kamoutsis and the Deputy Minister. And also, we will listen to other stakeholders. For example, Ms. Yanous is with us. She will take the floor later. And I would like to confide something in you, because it is on the same page with you. Sometimes we are the ones who stand in the way of others. We've did the Acropolis Museum program, and we have the experience, and you know that we have sparing the work, the activity. We went on the Acropolis. The Acropolis was closed, so we had their activity. We went outside, and then all of a sudden the mother gets a text message. So we had 2 groups of 3 persons, and the mother gets a message. Your child flunked mathematics. So after this activity that we've prepared thoroughly, we try to justify and make excuses for our society. The child participated in this activity, and all of a sudden it flunked. The child flunked it because it's inexplicable. Excuse me. So we will talk about this in the round table, won't we? Oh, it seems that our next panelist is not here. Okay, so I will ask you to take your seat behind the round table, dear Professor, and I will also ask the Secretary General, Mr. Thomas Kapellos, and Ms. Stefo, Ms. Yanaki, Ms. Georgakopoulou, and our physician, the good doctor, Mr. Guvas, to take their seats on stage behind the round table. So let me say some things. In November 1992, 80 parents of children with autism from Athens, Piraeus, Heraklion, Volos, Ioannina, Veria, and Thessaloniki established the Greek Society for the Protection of Autistic Persons. Its goal is to advocate for the rights of persons with autism and other similar conditions that actually have an impact on their daily life. They also advocate for lifelong protection of such persons. Currently, this society has more than 850 members who are parents of children with autism from all across Greece. There are also 4 fellow members at the other associations. They have branches in Athens, Thessaloniki, Ioannina, Volos, Patras, Chios, and approximately 210 active members, among whom 40 child psychiatrists, child psychologists, social workers, and other experts in the field and university professors. Therefore, this is a purely multidisciplinary approach to autism, and this is the foundation of the society's work. The floor is yours.
Αν θέλετε να ξεκινήσουμε με κάποια παρουσίαση, να μου...
Please, if you want to share a PowerPoint, please let us know so that we instruct our technicians accordingly. We will start with a brief presentation. It's Ms. Georgakopoulou who will be given the floor. She is a child psychologist and the scientific head of the Eleni Gira residential care facility that is located in Zitsa, Ioannina. Like I said, it is the first such residential facility for persons with autism in Greece, and it is an exemplary, it is a model facility. Hello, or should I say welcome? So I will talk to you about the first child within our society. The Eleni Gira residential care facility has been in operation since November. Please excuse me, says the speaker. It has been in operation since November 2001. It's the first type of education and residential facility for persons with autism. It is located in Zica, Ioannina. It's about 27 kilometers away from the city of Ioannina. It hosts 12 adult persons with autism, 5 female, 7 male of low functionality. The beneficiaries come from the prefecture of Epirus. It is a 4-story residence that is properly arranged so that the residents may actually socially interact, relax, and take part in educational activities. This facility is managed by the Greek Society for the Protection of Persons with Autism. It is thanks to a donation of the Dr. Gira, who donated the facility in the loving memory of his wife. Also, it is funded by the Order of Malta. And its guiding principle, we are here to maintain relations with the family. So let's take a view at the facility over time. First, challenges. At first, we had to properly arrange both the indoor spaces and outdoor spaces so as to make it safe to operate for residents. Also, we had to make sure that we have appropriate equipment in place. And one of our objectives was to prepare the local society, raise awareness. We needed to inform them about autism so that they would embrace both our facility and the beneficiaries. We also wanted to listen to that they trust their children with us. And that was probably the most difficult thing to do at first. We had to manage anxieties, concerns, doubts, challenges. Insecurities. These are the feelings that follow the decision-making process when a family decides to actually have their child placed in our care. Also, we had to make sure that we had training for our staff because they would be the ones handling different behaviors and needs. We therefore liaised with the psychiatric clinic of the University Hospital of Ioannina and signed a memorandum of cooperation. We identified the physicians who were willing to follow up on our residents, and we had to run all of these processes in parallel while also receiving our first beneficiaries. It takes different time periods for people to actually be placed with us because there is a need for gradual orientation, there is a need for ongoing psychological support and counseling before our residents actually spend an entire night with us. So we focus on observation, we focus on the history taking, and we always listen to parents. Most of our beneficiaries had only a little educational experience, therefore they were lacking day-to-day skills, ordinary skills, and they were a day on others. It is only few of our residents that are able to communicate verbally. They have vision and hearing problems. They may have anemia, seizures, mental retardation. They are unable to dress themselves, undress themselves, bathe themselves. Sometimes they are unable to consume food because they choke. They are unable to chew. And this is very difficult. Also, their gait is unstable, they suffer from imbalance. And when they are taken away from their familiar surroundings and found amongst people they do not know, there are outbursts of rage. There is aggressiveness, there are toilet mishaps, there are sleep problems, feeding problems, obsessive compulsive behaviors, there is low tolerance to visual or hearing triggers, stimuli. Therefore, considering all of the above, we try to tailor our approaches to each beneficiary's needs at all times. So, what followed? Our key objective has remained the same over time, has remained unchanged. We want to make sure that our space is a safe space, a cozy space that is reminiscent of home, while also providing opportunities for treatment and education. How about our individual aims? They are as follows: psychiatric and physical care, reducing provocative behaviors, allowing beneficiaries to reach their full potential. Emphasis is placed on self-care, self-management and social interaction skills so as to make sure that independent living is not that far away. Also, we always adapt our educational courses and training courses. We provide ongoing support to families, and we try to raise awareness among society so as to tackle stigma surrounding these types of disorder. As to the means we use, first of all, we establish appropriate spaces to accommodate the needs of such persons. We have regular psychiatric, medical and dental follow-up. We administer medication in association with psychiatrists. We also associate with dedicated teams so as to have emergency response teams in place, and we make sure to have regular or emergency visits to the hospital. And we always make sure to escort our beneficiaries. We have a structured and tailored program that is always assessed at all times. We participate, our beneficiaries rather participate in individual and group programs, and we maintain our ties with the families. We take part in different programs. We regularly update all those concerned as to our activities. We provide psychological support to beneficiaries and their families with a disciplinary team. Then this is followed by approval before they are fully rolled out. We review and appropriately adapt our programs considering the individual's needs as necessary. We set objectives drawing on our day-to-day monitoring, and we always take into consideration the psychological and physical condition of the beneficiary. We make sure that our spaces are calm so as to make sure that nothing disrupts our beneficiaries. We also have self-care and occupational therapy, toilet training, communication skills, feeding skills, IT training, spatial and temporal training. We want to make sure that our beneficiaries learn how to voice their own needs or be able to view themselves in the mirror. We prepare meals for them, but also teach them how to do that on their own and how to tidy up their own space, how to make use of the washing machine. Also, we teach them how to use personal computers. We screen videos. We have an exercise room wherein they may physically exercise, and they also take walks in the courtyard. So we allow our beneficiaries to reach their full potential through self-care, sensory training, within a dedicated space where we have water bubbles, we have a screening equipment. We also have a vegetable garden outdoors, and we are the ones who garden it. We make sure that we chop the wood for the fireplace. we have a social interaction program, and we visit neighboring communities, villages, we run errands, we make sure that we get the necessary supplies. We also visit playgrounds, museums, we visit the city of Ioannina, we have swimming activities, we celebrate birthdays, we celebrate different types of holidays, and we try to have birthday parties that are open to those who are willing to come to us and get to know us. Over time, we have also included vocational activities. So we assemble boxes, we recycle bottles. We have turned our love for food into a section of our program. So in cooperation with a local bakery, we prepare some pastry. We garden our gardens, and we have a pottery workshop in cooperation with the Chamber of Ioannina. We also have some seasonal bazaars for fundraising activities. We have meals with other beneficiaries of other communities. At the same time, our residential facility hosts conferences and events on disability. Our staff members make presentations thereat. We have age appropriate. It's an era that actually with their loved ones, and all of a sudden their recreational activities were terminated. Our residential facility had to reshape its programs and the beneficiaries had to spend months within the residential facility without being in direct contact with their families, without taking walks, without being socially accepted. So they had to only communicate through video calls if they were able to do so. And that was a huge challenge for beneficiaries, families, and our staff. We had to brace ourselves and be persistent. And now it's been 23 years of operation. Our beneficiaries seem to have found their place within our facility. They always go home feeling happy, and they're always happy to return to us. Their outbursts and aggressive behaviors have either declined dramatically or even are not even encountered at all. We have built rapport, we have built relationships of trust between our beneficiaries and staff. We have actually built exceptional relations with the local society, and the villagers have embraced ourselves and our activities. This is evident through our visits to local businesses, for example. And what about the day after? As our beneficiaries grow older, it only follows that their health conditions are increasing. Also, the parents of our beneficiaries grow older, therefore visits home are getting less and less frequent. Our programs need to be adapted to make sure that they're age appropriate and that they meet the needs of beneficiaries. So now our programs mostly focus on recreation and leisure. However, we never overlook the treatment medical aspects. It is always an effort that we make to tackle the stigma. As you understand, I cannot walk you through 23 years of operation in this limited time slot. However, our society and the staff of our residential facility are always engaged in the effort, the overarching effort. Our key goal is to make sure that we see smiling faces all around. Thank you very much for your support.
Εμείς σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Thank you, Mrs. Georgakopoulou. Just a brief intervention. We heard a while ago by Mrs. Georgakopoulou about the very difficult pandemic period. Indeed, it was a first for all of us especially for us, but not only, because we had to find tools for online teaching in day centers, in residential facilities, so that the children could continue their lives, the persons could continue their lives. These were not problems that we faced just in Greece. There were also weaknesses, and I would like to convey what happened in Europe through Autism Europe. In other European countries, as in Greece, various programs were developed through the Ministry of Health based on telemedicine. It was first, weaknesses were observed, positive elements were observed. All this was taken on board. So, not just in Greece, but in Europe. And we are ready to face similar problems in other cases, based on remote online teaching and remote distant medicine, remote medicine, and this is a topic that could be discussed in other situations. Indeed, it was difficult for all. We see here the video from the residential facility. Shall we leave it on? Yes. Would you like to say something at the same time? Well, we see, being included in a video, our main philosophy as a residential facility is not just to offer us in order to cater for the garden, etc. Year after year, we try to enrich our programs in order for them to be more interesting for our residents. And once we see that they are more tolerant to contact, to go out, to come into contact with other people, we try to have these activities more interactive. This is very important for us. Just think that many years ago it was much more difficult for us to receive visits because the residents were very much upset. Now they ask for it. Now friends come in excursions and actions, and this embracing by the people is very, very moving. It is very moving that they support us on every opportunity, that they want to come to us. It is true that the COVID era took us backwards, but it helped us also in some other things to familiarize ourselves with other things that we didn't know. Yet, it took us backwards as regards the educational programs. We stopped everything for a long time. But we are all together there. We are strong and we go on. These are the physical education programs, the catering of the outside area. It is a very extensive video, I would say. Maybe we could have the music on as well. Does it have audio as well? Okay, well, could we have the audio then?
Να συνεχίσουμε, ναι.
Then we go on. Okay, we can go on. We will continue with our next speaker, Mr. Gouvas. Now we have a new presentation by Dr. Gouvas. Good afternoon. I am here as the scientific responsible for Ariadne 2. I have started in 2024, although I have a lengthy contact with the Greek Society for the Protection of Autistic Persons. However, I have come this year. We have 12 children and another 3 positions, the vacancies. We have embarked upon a tailored approach, a personalized approach. I work a lot on technology, and I have worked on AI as well, and the objective is to try to see some technological tools to include them in the programs. We learned this throughout the COVID period. Before COVID, whenever I spoke to doctors, but not only, on telemedicine, I was treated, they saw me as the crazy inventor. Now, not only in autistic people, but in mental health, we are measuring approximately 30,000 applications that are for mental health. Of course, not all of them are for the spectrum, but in the ASD, we have a lot of applications, new ones that come up, and there are many needs, but they have to be certified. So I will not dwell a lot on Ariadne, because we heard from Mrs. Georgakopoulou about what is happening in Zitza. So I opted for a presentation to show you what is happening in the ASD and some examples on technological tools and technological issues for people on the spectrum. So we try to see whether they are necessary. We know that AI, during the last 2 years, has started to become known to everyone. The younger ones and the more tech-savvy, those familiar with the internet, some know ChatGPT, which is the introduction to AI. But in fact, ChatGPT is something very simple as a tool as regards what AI can do and what it can offer us. And as we see here, there is a huge need. I mean, we must say that all needs arise for financial, economical reasons. In the US, for instance, for 4 years now, the Social Security system has started asking urgently for an AI tool pertaining to voice recognition, because in the sector of mental health, not just autism, there is a problem as regards how objective we are in our diagnosis and what we administer. For instance, someone comes to me, I am a psychiatrist, he says that he is depressive and he wants 15 days leave, and then he goes to another and he asks for 30 days leave. So in Medicare, they embarked upon an effort to find tools that could give at least a point of reference as to what is happening. And this is how I found myself, in collaboration with a friend from the US, a collaborator, and I will try to share some pictures with you. The objectives for the patients, objectives of technology, we have less relapses because we have constant monitoring, continuation of the therapy, the treatment, less transportation cost, because if you can be followed up remotely, you don't have to go to the doctor. Optimum management of the time of treatment, reduction of cost, confidentiality, less hospitalization, more control of prescribed medication. Everything is recorded. Some people were arrested recently because they tried to make a fraud with prescriptions. Even IDICA is using some tools to see what is being prescribed and what not, because it is impossible to follow up with thousands of doctors. Targeting to quality of life, urgent intervention and timely intervention, urgent access of the doctor in real time, and high level of services. Now, what are the types of digital applications, optical timetables, communication tools, social stories, activities of sensory regulation, voice and face recognition with AI, and the rating value. I have put it because there is a trend to give more emphasis on rating. That is not just a general rating. It is very important to have the interaction between the user with the creation of any technical tool. Now, what is the target, the objective of all these tools, based on what they say? To support communication, to have constant follow-up, sensory regulation, daily function, and improvement of behavior. Regarding autism, this is the first conference, and it is worth noting that it has so many distinguished speakers. But in all conferences, there is a will to have new tools, to create new tools. The sector requires new tools, has a need for new tools and new approaches, because there is room for improvement, and technology has started to become the lead object that the doctors can have. So it can create a bridge between the problems that we face and can be used together with the existing solutions. And this can provide an overall solution when we want to intervene. The augmented reality and virtual reality are two different techniques that are similar. The main difference, for those who do not know, is that in the case of virtual reality, there is usually a casque, a helmet that someone wears. It is being developed, and Apple tries to manufacture smaller helmets to have just glasses, etc. But augmented reality, and I will tell you later on about a tool that exists already in Greece and we are using in another body where I work with to improve some things. And they provide solutions that are very, very good. Telepsychiatry is the object that I worked on in 2015 for the first time, and we tried to manufacture an application. I think we did it. The problem with technology is that there are still a lot of people who are not trained. Younger people are, of course, more familiar with it, but you cannot expect from a child in the spectrum or their parents to do it without knowledge. So we manufactured a tool that is very simple to use because it was manufactured based on the fact that someone who does not know about it could be able to use it. Telepsychiatry started in 1959. That was the first time it was used in the US because it allows us to enter the children's house, their home, to see how they are, how they do, to see the parents. You know that sometimes they relate information that is not true, and sometimes they have difficulties in coming to and ask for help, as it was the case for COVID. And this is something that is necessary, and this is something that is being used a lot. AI, it's the form of technology that can get a lot of data if it is properly set up and be able to combine proposals and results. The most common ones are voice, moves, the facial expressions, the medical history, and the multimodal approach. I'll give you an example about a tool that was developed recently and started being implemented. The machines and the people are not ready yet to accept the results of the machine. But the machines are not so accurate. So a new tool, a new AI tool was manufactured with voice. It is used in shipping so that someone can know if, as a personality, they can be on a vessel. If they have a lot of narcissistic features, and then the captain and the deputy captain, etc., the vessel will not do well. So this can be decided from the voice with general questions, not psychometric tests. They have also started we are undertaking an effort to enter the field of autism and draw data, because first we need the data and then be able to use in order to manufacture a tool for the sector of autism to see whether the child is tense or not. The proper selection is capital. There are thousands of applications. If you enter Google or any navigator that you use and you ask applications for autism, you can have 70. How is it possible for a scientist or for a parent to select what to use? So it is very, very important and a key issue, because the need, in order to understand a function, an application, must be an auxiliary help to the existing techniques that we use. So one way is to ask the experts, together with the mental health professionals. I guess majority of us are mental health professionals. We need training. The truth is that there is no collective movement for training the experts on technology issues and new technologies, but there is already an effort undertaken by the university so that this has a different approach, because it is something that we need to be up to date, technology. Now, what are the app types? There are applications for ASD without speech, for the improvement of developmental issues and avoidance of leaving or losing a child with ASD. Children who cannot speak are finding difficulties in communicating and covering their needs in practical ways. Therefore, the applications Proloco to Go is a tool that offers adjustable symbols and voices with natural sound and support of communication, helping the users to express efficiently. And Mita. Generally speaking, all the applications that either pre-existed or exist now have a trend, show a trend to introduce AI. Why? Because everything that is produced as data can be kept, can be stored, and refeed the process in order to improve the application as an experience and in order to be more accurate. Other applications for developmental improvements, where do we have them? We have them because they are a visual and audio approach to improve the cognitive skills, the motor skills, and communication. One of them is Autism. This is an educational game, and we know that in our interaction with autistic people, we try through games or with specific techniques to improve things. This application is one of those, and it can help the child to progress. I was speaking about a tool with augmented reality. This is Nirvana. Nirvana is a tool that exists in Greece, in Athens, in a body, in Larissa, and I think in Thessaloniki, not yet. It is a room, imagine a room, that has nothing but two projectors, but these two projectors project either on the ground or on the wall various things. For instance, it has a game where you can get your stuff, your clothes, and put them in the laundry, or you cross the street, or you have some objects on the wall that you have to catch in order to improve your cognitive deficits. And throughout this process, you can watch how to do it, who is doing it, and then you can be how you develop. This is a very characteristic tool of augmented reality, and already from what we have heard, it will be improved with new features, so that with AI, so that it can be done individualized for each user. And this could not have been done in any other way.
So this is a slide which is not autism related, but there is no study, no trial for autism yet, but I worked together with some colleagues with pharmaceutical genomics. This is a technique that takes our DNA, for example, with saliva sample, compares it with artificial intelligence with other DNAs around the world, and very accurately allows us to understand our reactions to various medicines. By using this technique with persons with autism, I saw some very exciting things, because the most important answer is the metabolic part. How am I going to metabolize this drug? Slowly, and should I get a low dosage, or quickly, and therefore I should get a higher dosage? So for specific drugs categories, and it also allows us to be more effective. Therefore, in autism cases, I prescribe dosages that I would never done, low, even lower than the instructions. And this is a tool, a new technology tool. In Greece, we have it since for the last 2 years. It has been approved. It has got a marketing authorization from the National Healthcare Organization and the Greek Association Society of Psychiatrists, and it was approved. And now I'm not sure, but the half of its cost is covered with your insurance, and that allows you to understand if your autistic patient should get that drug or not. So, Autism Read and Write allows people with autism to improve their writing and their reading using a multisensory approach. Tracker Pro tracks the way that ASD people communicate with caregivers. It also allows you to receive messages to remind you for your activities. So we have a lot of data on how we are doing with our care plan, management plan. And there are also apps in order to predict or stop a person with autism to leave the premises. This is a tool that should be included in all residential facilities and houses for safety reasons, because that allows you to see where the person always is, but if its patterns predict that they might escape, and of course bringing about difficult situations. Voice recognition AI, it registers a lot of biomarkers from voice, such as the tone, the depth of the voice, a lot of factors, and therefore it is very accurate. Its results are very accurate. So the social implications stemming from the use of technology in the ASD section. We all know that everything new is difficult. The patients and the caregivers find it difficult to use new tools. We know that parents are the main difficulty, especially in the beginning of interventions, and at the same time, technology right now is speeding up, is moving very quickly. I visited a conference on artificial intelligence, and there was an expert who explained the speed on which technology is evolving, is moving forward. Imagine that they have presented a graph according to which for each year that passes, in 4 years, so the building, not the wall, the building was not enough to showcase the speed of that artificial intelligence evolves. Imagine that 5 years ago we only had Google that we could use to search. Now, for the last 2 years, we have the possibility to use a tool that brings all this information, and just by clicking it and allows us to get any text that we want. And maybe in the next years we will have self-driving cars. We are entering a new phase where everything changes so quickly that it's very difficult for us to interpret it and embrace it. So we should be very careful. And when it comes to conclusions, in my opinion, applications give us a lot of specific choices that will give persons with ASD to have better experiences, but also to have fun and feel comfortable. And we understand how much they enjoy the interaction with all those apps. So they either assess the speech or they develop visual strategies. If used correctly, they can even save a person's life. So they can make all the difference when used correctly. Thank you very much.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Thank you very much. As Mr. Gouvas has said, now we have a yotabite, iBite. This is really wonderful. No, so let's continue with our next speaker. Now I give the floor to Mrs. Polixeni Yanaki. Do you want us to play the video or do the presentation? I would like to make the presentation first. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the first National Conference on Autism Advanced Research and Management. I would like to describe the daycare center series. I will be very concise because a lot of things that I wanted to say are similar to the ones mentioned by Mrs. Georgokopoulou earlier. So Sirius is the brightest star in the night sky. And the daycare center Sirius for adults in SAD was founded in the program Healthcare and Solidarity in 2009 with the aim to shed light to a landscape that was characterized by the lack of specialized residential facilities for adults with autism. It was established in 2009. It is supervised by the Ministry of Health. It is part of the 6th District of Mental Health of Attica, and it is a daycare center open to the community, seated in Geraka, and it can host 22 people. So, which are the traits and characteristics of our beneficiaries? So, I will borrow the words of Nikos Gatsos, who says that in Sirius there are children in the daycare center Sirius. Right now, we have 21 adult beneficiaries. And I want to go back to what Mr. Lefakis has said. All of us who work in this sector, we use the term children. And this, of course, brings about a lot of questions when it comes to if that perception of these persons being forever children favors a paternalism, and it brings about bioethical questions if it does not allow them to act upon themselves. No matter how good the intentions, they might be. However, let's say that right now we have 9 female and 11 male that have sensory issues and also intellectual disabilities. Their age, the older is 60%, the youngest is 22%. The beneficiaries have high needs of support, multiple impairments in their behavior. They have self-harm behaviors, among others, while their speech and their communication can be founded in only 5 out of the 21. Our goal of the operation and the program is to elevate the quality of life of the beneficiaries and their families and their support the full integration to the social life of the community. We offer them personalized intervention, care and education. We support the families and we raise awareness to the community. So our rehabilitation program aims to allow the persons to become autonomous, to improve their social and communication skills, to reduce the difficult behaviors, and it is offered in a very good environment, not only when it comes to its physical spaces and rooms and with the necessary and adapted programs tailor-made to the needs of its person, but also when it comes to the psychological environment, since we try to have the best possible relationship between the caregivers, the professionals, and the beneficiaries. We try to cover their needs. We try to foster the well-being all around. So how we are trying to do that, how we are trying to achieve the result? Always we start from the personalized plan, where we describe the skills, the needs, the fields of development and the educational goals of each beneficiary, and later on we try to have a personalized treatment care program, since we alternate group and personal activities, and this program changes every week. The well-defined daily life through the repeating of specific actions in a structured way that allows even the high need support people to participate in that program, even if not in all of them. The range and the frequency of the interventions are defined by the needs of the beneficiary and the possibilities that we have in the facility. The program is structured based on the principles of TEACH program, and we used alternative means of communication such as PECS, Macathon, and others. There is a visualized program that is there for each beneficiary to take a look. The analysis of the work, and we have also visual helps. We communicate with their families on a daily basis, and we also organized meetings. And there is a person of reference that has the responsibility to follow one or more beneficiaries. We also try to reassess or revisit some interventions, programs, and activities. This is done on a frequent basis, on a 6-month basis, or even in shorter periods of time, and the weekly meetings of the interdisciplinary group, which is a group that takes decisions and also supervises the beneficiaries, safeguard the quality of the services that we offer, and safeguard that we can bring about the best possible result. In summary, I will mention some services that we offer. They might be either personalized or in a group. We always plan based on the needs, the preferences, and the skills and the abilities of its beneficiary, as they are assessed not only by the first assessment but also from their daily life, and then they are written down in their personalized plan. Of course, we have a psychiatrist who comes for monthly visits. We have coaching and psychological support to the family, occupational therapy, physical therapy, and thank God that we have the sports facilities of Yerakas, so beneficiaries can go there every day. Skills of independent living, communication and social skills, art and crafts, and those handcrafts then they are shown and sold in the bazaar that we organize on various occasions. Cooking lab, recreational and social activities, gardening program, emotional skills program, and we also have some free time, video skills, TV time, screen time. We want to achieve a better dissemination of knowledge and the ability to have some digital skills and to be able to operate some digital devices. visits to community, to shops. During the summer, we go to the beach. Music therapy and horse and equation therapy were programs that we used to organize in the past, but due to COVID, they stopped. Interconnections with various bodies and organizations. We have a raising awareness program for the community, and also internships from students. Now, the staff of the day center is the following. We have a 12-member team with healthcare professionals, administrational and other professionals. The 8 plus 1 member are parts of the treatment team, and among others we have a social worker, occupational workers, we have sports teacher, we have a nurse, we have a psychologist, we have drivers, and of course an administrative employee. And among others we have external collaborators, freelancers who come to us very often. Now I would like to close my presentation by mentioning some challenges that we face. And this is just on a first level. Of course, we have and we face much more challenges. So, the high needs of support of that vulnerable group means that we should offer very high quality services. There is a constant need for materials, and since we need to renew our staff pretty often, there is a diversity of the beneficiaries, not only when it comes to their age and their needs, since they grow older and their needs change. There is also diversity when it comes to the characteristics, and there is we would like to have one educator for each beneficiary. One educator for 2 beneficiaries is a rather good working conditions, but it is not always possible. There is a high risk of professional burnout to our staff, and I'm sure that the same goes for people that work in other facilities, and there is a constant need of reskilling and upskilling our staff in new technological tools, in updated scientific data, etc. So, something else that we have mentioned earlier is the collaboration with the parents, especially in a framework where the beneficiaries go back to their homes at night. This is a critical point for us, since that presupposes a high quality collaboration and a connection on different frameworks, meaning that either in families or in arts and crafts clubs, I have to say that the daycare center Sirius was closed, so people had to go back to their families. 2 years later, we had to give them time to adapt anew from the beginning, and it was almost as if we had new people, new beneficiaries. This is all on my behalf. Thank you very much. I have a very short video. Please play the short version. I have also brought about a 10-minute version, but I don't think this is the right place. This is the most recent short video. Thank you very much.
εδώ.
Εξαιρετικά.
Bravo. How long ago was this video captured? In the past year. Very nice. So the floor is yours, Mr. Carlos, Mr. Kamoutsis, who will address us. We still have half an hour. Thank you very much. So, I will only talk as a parent. I will not talk about technology or its advances. We've had a lot of interesting things shared by all previous speakers. However, I'm the parent of a 40-year-old with autism. So my question that remains unanswered is, what is autism after all? Is it an illness? Is it a disability? Or is it a condition? But how do I experience this condition? How do I cope with day-to-day challenges? The only positive thing is that I've improved a lot in terms of being inventful, in being proactive, in being creative, so as to be able to overcome any challenges relating to my child. I have made great progress in coping with their persistence, their needs. Was that an easy task? No. Because our children, for better or worse, will never learn how to do maths, will never learn physics. And the bottom line is that we know these things, but do we make use of them? Do I tell the person selling newspapers that, hi, you want to know about Newton's physics? So what is it that we must do? We must adapt ourselves and our lives to the needs of our children. I have 3 children, and my firstborn is the one with autism. Is that an easy task to do? No. But what is of major importance, what keeps you going, is acceptance. Secondly, it's overcoming, meaning that your child will not follow your footsteps, will not follow your career path. And why should they do that after all? So the capacity of an autistic child is as is. It's up to us to adapt our needs, our wishes, our very existence to match the child's needs. How to do that? Well, that's the difficult thing, because we will either have to let go of our own lives and start providing for your family differently, or wait for the state to give you all safeguards and give you everything you need in order to provide for your family, not just for your child with autism. But neither of the two is there. So you need to come up with a third solution. And what is the third solution? You do not conceal things. You do not keep your child at home. And after all, the child needs to go to the playground, needs to interact with other peers, and realize that they're the same as others. They may not be neurotypical, but they are the same as others. And it's only up to me to lower my standards and not be arrogant. Not say that my child will work for NASA, will travel to space, will be an academic. So what if that never happens? What does that mean? Zit, nothing. What interests me is that my child is there, free to do what they please, and that they're trained in a way that they're able to go to the supermarket with me and ask what they want without being excluded, without being frowned upon. And the bottom line is that we're all eccentric. How we park, what type of music we like. You know, for example, I turn off the radio whenever I am to park my car. Is that troubling? No, no. So it's just me and my car when I park. Oh, and the parking space. So anyone could say that we are a bit autistic. We have autistic aspects. Have we grown them? No, because we've been trained to put them aside so as not to be impacted by them. How can I say this? Well, you know, when I'm behind my desk, I always have my pens in line. And you know, I always keep my shoes at home in a specific spot. Isn't that a practice also seen among autistic children? They want their shoes in order. They want everything tidy. They want everything next to one another. Is that difficult for us? No, we just keep going with our routine. What is it that we try to do? We try to restrain external stimuli, limit external stimuli that may be triggers for our autistic child. So this is something that affects family life. I try to integrate my child with autism with society. I try that this child is not a burden upon its siblings, because, you know, the other children say, "Hey, Dad, our sibling is sick, and then you gave birth to us. How come?" No, each child has their own personality, and each child must be treated differently, be autonomous, provide for themselves, regardless of their elder sibling. And if necessary, if requested, the other siblings may, without protest, without pressure, contribute in their own way, because you understand that other siblings create their own families, so there are different types of conflicts between the families. So is it a financial contribution? Is it a personal assistant? What is it? Well, it makes no difference as long as it is compatible with what the elder sibling needs. So we don't want to impose barriers on other siblings. And at the end of the day, all children must be outside. No to stigma. No to keeping things indoors. No to keeping our children at home. They're not rubbish. They're living beings, and they can do everything. And you know, my child is a 40-year-old, and he wants to, you know what, have an ice cream that's in the refrigerator. Okay, as long as I'm there and pay for the ice cream, the kiosk owner will actually give my child the ice cream. And you know what, I always tell, "Hey, Mr. Thomas, if my child drops by and wants an ice cream, please give him the ice cream. I'll drop by and pay you later." But just think of what that required in advance for me, how long I had to work so as to accept this, so as to accept how the society views me, how the kiosk owner sees me, the grocery store owner sees me. Let's consider this as a give and take process in order for us to be able to build a society that is tolerant, resilient towards all human beings. Because if we remain passive and deprive our children from any chance of well-being, of having fun, of going to the sea. You know, my child is obsessed with the sea. Even in winter, they start asking, "When will we go to the sea? When will we take a swim?" All day long. So this, on its own, is tiring, just listening to the same thing over and over again. But instead of saying, "Oh, come on now, get off my back," you come up with a way to say, "Are you ready for the sea? Bring me your bathing suit." They know where their bathing suit is. They know the drawer wherein it is found. They know the shelf. And you say, "Oh, you're ready to go to the sea." But when do we go to the sea? In the summer. So this is something that is part of the data you feed your child with. Or perhaps you go to the swimming pool, and this is after school or after training. So this way you create a safety net that is there for other siblings, that is there for the entire family, so as to avoid outbursts you are unable to manage. So you say, "You know what, son? Well done. I'm happy you know where your bathing suit is. Please put it back, save it for the summer. We will be going to the sea during the summer." And everybody's happy. Everybody's happy. No one feels disrupted or upset because it's January and our eldest brought the bathing suit in the living room. And another thing I find useful, Wednesday is the pizza day. So every Wednesday evening we have pizza. It's 7 p.m. We go out, we drive to the pizza place and get pizza. Saturday is souvlaki day. So it's like we create our own set of activities in order to orient our eldest siblings' focus to a creative process instead of an obsession. And when we get pizza, who will get the napkins? Or when we have souvlaki, who will get the plates? Who will make sure that the garbage are disposed of? So everyone contributes to this process that allows us to function, focus our energy and have fun. So giving time, because time is of essence, it's not money. So giving time to heal your own misery, your own arrogance. Like your child will never get to be an astronaut, will never get to follow your career path. Secondly, we want to give the opportunity to our child to be included in our life and in societal life. And society is suspicious. Why does your child act that way? Why? Because that's what they want to do. And above all children should be outdoors. Don't keep children at home. We, as a society, and now I've put my society's hat on, we have outreach activities on weekends and we have open schools. So twice a week we go to a special education school in the area of Gudi, and we have training activities in the evening targeting all school children that attend special education. This is part of our inclusion activities. Out of the 70 pupils that came to us, 50 were foreigners. And this means that it was only 20 families that had Greek children with a problem. No. But it was only 20 families that were brave enough to bring their children to us and have them playing outdoors within a school that was a safe space, that was fenced, and always in the presence of educators that were volunteers and present. They were experts, they were healthcare professionals, and also there were so many of us who wanted to be there and do their part to improve our children's lives in a creative way. Nothing further on my side. Let's be healthy. Parents need to be healthy, so let's be creative and let's hope we're able to cope with daily stressors. Not only financial stressors, but also the stressors relating to raising a child with autism, child with intellectual disability, vision problems, hearing problems, a child with multiple disabilities. And you know, the question remains, is my child autistic, ill, or is it just a condition? Thank you. only like to say one thing to my friend, Mr. Garbellos, because he is one of the parents who've gone through a lot. And in fact, earlier you heard him walk us through some clever tricks when it comes to dealing with our children with autism. What I know for a fact is that having a child with autism means that there is a brain function that is manifest and is different to what we do. But it's up to the parents to overcome their own anger, their own stress, their own grief, their own stigma. Because this is manifest in their attitude. They keep their child indoors, they are afraid to even mention the existence of the child. And if we are to take stock of something that was said today, please, I urge all parents to be brave, because the problem is with the parents. A child with autism will do what they are to do, but it is up to us to come up with a bridge for communication so as to allow our children to coexist in society. And if if what was said is actually embraced by parents who are poorly trained, parents who have not yet started embracing this situation, I think that if that happens, we will be able to do brilliant things. Because, you know, I've seen so many things, I've seen so many children with autism, and in my experience over time, it only takes proper intervention and patience, and it's only parents who are that patient, to achieve things that seem unachievable, unattainable. And children used to be kept indoors, but I do not want to talk about specific cases. Please keep note of the following. Parents, be aware and follow the approach whereby your child is equal to other children. If you work on this, I trust that things will be easier. And I will not even talk about the state. We cannot afford to wait for the state to intervene, because it's up to us to do things at home, in our own household. Thank you. One comment. We will we will talk about these things on Sunday as well. But you're absolutely right to say that keeping people indoors, not only people with autism, any people, as shown by research, and I trust Mr. Guvas knows this, and I will touch upon this in terms of neuroplasticity on Sunday. You want to talk about the amygdala or any other brain region? When people are kept indoors, stress, anxiety, depression, they get worse. This is an extra burden on the human brain, and the outcomes are tragic. Either we talk about neurodivergent or neurotypical persons. So the activities you've shown in videos and being in contact with nature, we see that in Germany and Sweden, we see that all modern facilities are in nature. So people need to be in close contact with the physical surroundings, with nature 2 times or 3 times a week, because cities are toxic. So thank you very much. Now it's time for us to take a break. And the chair and Ms. Yanaki will be the moderators during the next session. Mr. Zgadzos from the Hellenic Society of Physical and Rehabilitation Medicine, Ms. Stathi and Ms. Papacosta, and they will be our next speakers. And then, unfortunately, one of our speakers was unable to come because their country of origin, their homeland, is at war as we speak. So, also we will listen to Ms. Andreu talking about a clinical trial, and we will also listen to a special neuromethodological approach. And last but not least, we will welcome remotely our a last physician for the day. And tomorrow is another prolific day. It is a very interesting day. We will start with an orthopedic, Dr. Dreer. We will have the round table about cancer and autism and vulnerable populations in particular. So, time for a brief coffee break. Thank you.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Ehi, ehi. 1. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
να ξεκινήσουμε έτσι. Λοιπόν, καλησπέρα σας.
So, hello. We will continue with the second session. So we would like to welcome Professor Marcos Gadzos. He is a professor at the University of Thessaly. So let me tell you a few words about Professor Gadzos.
Is an associate professor in physical and rehabilitation medicine at the University of Thessaly. He is the president of the Hellenic Society of Physical and Rehabilitation Medicine and a board member of the International Society of Physical and Rehabilitation Medicine. He is the president of the Classification Committee of the Hellenic Wheelchair Basketball Federation, a classifier from IWBF for Greece, and a member of the Hellenic Society of Sports and Medicine Executive Committee. He has supervised 6 doctoral theses and is a member of the advisory committee in 14 other doctoral theses. He has over 50 lectures at national and international congresses and has published more than 140 scientific papers.
Καλησπέρα.
Hello. I would like first of all to thank you for your attendance. You know, the topic may sound boring at first, but it becomes increasingly interesting. Rehabilitation is a word that is familiar to all of us. However, it remains to be clarified. So, let me show you my PowerPoint.
Ωραία. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Λοιπόν, αν θα προχωρήσει, λοιπόν...
Thank you. So, one should think of what rehabilitation entails. Rehabilitation is a dynamic process that requires coordinated measures, medical measures, social measures, educational or vocational measures. It focuses on a person's and family's need to accommodate changes that are needed for a healthier lifestyle. A person that is labeled as disabled should reach its full potential in terms of functionality and social inclusion. Therefore, the word rehabilitation itself is a very broad and generic term. No matter what condition we are concerned with, even if we talk about a person with a functional disorder of any type whatsoever, rehabilitation comes into play. Therefore, we should check the key principles of rehabilitation. Rehabilitation is aimed at lowering pain, maintaining functional joints, promoting independence in daily activities, and maintaining physical condition. The key thing is that we need to return to the pre-event condition with as less deficits as possible, as less impairments as possible. Rehabilitation should be tailored, should be affordable, should be promoting patient compliance, and should be early. This will help us prevent permanent functional impairments. And what we must never forget is that rehabilitation is a way of thinking. It's not a way of acting. Because acting, well, this is something that is necessary across all medical specializations. However, usually what is missing is the way of thinking in terms of rehabilitation. So, in fact, it is a school on its own, and this school is attended by patients and their families. Therefore, it is a process, not just a mere intervention. And this is why we need to segment the word rehabilitation in order to fully grasp its meaning. There is this broader view. Problems lead to procedures. It's a problem-oriented process. So what are the problems faced by an individual? These are the ones that will act as our guides throughout the treatment process. But it is very difficult to group patients. Why? Because patients that fall within the same category do not necessarily experience the same problems, so their needs differ. Therefore, we do not have a one-size-fits-all approach, and that cannot be. You will definitely need to tailor the approach. So this is the core of the concept. You cannot have a one-size-fits-all approach. However, it is more affordable if we actually follow this approach. On the other hand, we all need to remember that we do not have the same needs as our neighbor. Otherwise, it would be very easy to, for example, have hand-down clothes throughout our life. But an individual may be incompetent in terms of carrying out some daily activities. So as you see, that's one aspect. And I will, in a nutshell, walk you through this concept, because unfortunately in the time slot assigned to me, it is not very easy to be thorough. However, ASD is a neurodevelopmental disorder of varying severity and symptoms that involves difficulties that are present throughout one's lifetime. Also, it is something that affects all nationalities, cultures, all population groups. Therefore, in terms of rehabilitation, autism is included by definition, because ASD seems to somehow be part of our scope. And this is what we will thoroughly explain later. Also, it should be added that approximately 1% of the population in the States accounts for autism incidents. It's approximately 2 to 5 cases per 10,000 children. It is more prevalent among males, among boys, young boys, compared to young girls. Incidence is increasing. It has been increasing in recent years, and this may be related to better access to diagnostics or to increase the awareness of the condition. So, for example, parents are more aware of this eventuality when it comes to their own child. And also it could be something attributed to environmental factors or genetic factors as well. However, the root causes of autism remain unknown. However, it does look like there are some environmental triggers that could be among the causes. What should be noted is that symptoms are manifest since early childhood. Children find it difficult to interact socially. Many children actually experience addictions, obsessions, compulsions. Therefore, we talk about a specific a range of manifestations of autism, and one needs to take these things into account before they start preparing the treatment plan. This is a disorder that has to do with verbal expression, social interaction, behavior, thought models, and the functionality. So this is a milestone. Why? Because it helps us better understand the condition and therefore properly plan for rehabilitation. And rehabilitation, it's not about who, it's about how one thinks. And then you can actually help a person in their rehabilitation path. Otherwise, things get problematic. Also, allow me a joke. There's this surgical rehabilitation, but no, that's not our case here, because rehabilitation is clearly defined. I've walked you through the definition, so that's all you need to know. So, there are two categories, two groups in line with diagnostic criteria. The persistent social and communication deficits in a number of settings, and limited repeated behaviors, interests, or activities. First of all, one way or the
Ο
other,
αυτισμός λοιπόν είναι κάτι το οποίο είναι δύσκολο, δεν αγγίζεται εύκολα γιατί δεν το κατανοούν εύκολα. Άρα λοιπόν αμέσως αντιμετωπίζει και αυτό που αντιμετώπιζε χρόνια τώρα η κινητική αναπηρία. Και όχι μόνο. Και η ψυχική αναπηρία και όλα. Δηλαδή τη διαφορά το ξεχωρίζω από τους υπόλοιπους.
And this means that an individual is set apart from others. And this immediately gives rise to problems. So let's talk about rehabilitation again. What is to be offered through rehabilitation? According to the WHO, there's diagnosis, there's treatment, and then there's rehabilitation. These are the three core elements in treating a patient. And again, according to the WHO, rehabilitation means that this is a right accessible to everybody across the globe, regardless of age, nationality, gender. So there has to be equity in rehabilitation. Therefore, this is a struggle we've been engaging in for many years now. And the question is, what more? And the answer is quality of life. So functionality and quality of life is the content of rehabilitation. We're talking about social inclusion, we're talking about family life inclusion, and what we must always keep in mind, by the way, you see pictures of motor impairment because these are easily understood, but the condition means that the disabled person is unable to carry out some daily activities. Therefore, we have in mind a person that has some functional impairments and deficits and is unable to self-manage their social relationships, their daily activities. So this is the context. I will move a bit further and tell you that rehabilitation is like being in a forest. For example, recently we had wildfires in Greece. What is the goal? To return to the previous condition, the one shown on screen. So we need to return, restore the previous situation. Otherwise, we will opt for reforestation. But it is interesting to see this. Why? Because it is an approach. It is a philosophy. It is a mindset. And it requires specific techniques that must, excuse me, says the speaker. Okay, special techniques that must be applied by the team, the family, and the community. Therefore, this is the first classification. It's harm or deficit, whatever that may mean. And there's this manifestation. And what is this manifestation about? It's inability to do something. It's the very sense of inability. This leads to disability, meaning that someone is unable to perform their social role. And this may lead to further organ damage. This is essentially a cycle that may again lead to new damages, new disabilities, new impairments, and so forth. Now, given that I do have time available, and I would like to thank the organizers for giving me a generous time slot so as to be able to be as thorough as possible. So, we have permanent impairment. Impairment is the loss or disruption of the normal function of an organ or its anatomical structure, as well as any psychological mental disorder. So that's impairment. And now let's talk about the disability. The concept of disability is inability. It is any limitation to a person's ability to perform motor, sensory, or cognitive functions that are considered normal for a human being. And this brings us to handicap. Handicap is the result of disability, and this prevents rather persons from delivering on their social role, considering gender, age, and the social and cultural settings. It's like when you see an elderly person being at home, watching TV, doing nothing. So it's like we have this child that is always watching TV, and that's the end. So essentially this isolation may be related to a condition that affects the subject or their surroundings. So at this point, I would like to make a distinction: disability and handicap. People with disabilities means that someone is unable to do something. Check the dictionary. But handicap is another type of harm, impairment. So there were people in London who used to have a cup in hand and they were begging for soup or a penny. You can see old Hollywood movies. There's this singing girl. She has no chance of getting a meal, so she's singing and she's holding a cup in hand. That's the handicap. So perhaps we have made a mistake. It can be justified. When we talk about people with disabilities in Greek, we translate it the same as when talking about people that are handicapped. These concepts are very similar. They may overlap in part. Why? Because our society fails these people and prevents them from fulfilling their social role. So sometimes these concepts are centered around the same trait, the same characteristic. For example, someone may be unable to walk. This, however, does not necessarily imply that they're not able to interact with society. But if there are only stairs available, and if there is no ramp or if there is no wheelchair available, these persons are prevented from social interaction. So this error in the Greek translation is attributed to the fact that we first started talking about persons with special needs, then we started talking about persons with disabilities, and this translation is problematic. Why? Because the concept of handicap is charged, semantically charged in the society. And you know, when you see someone and you say, they're disabled, it sounds a bit better. But when you say that someone is handicapped, that's not the case. But in both cases, we're talking about an inability. So our society needs to grow up. Our society needs to allow all of these persons to lead the same lifestyle within a society that is tolerant. And this is the concept of rehabilitation. And in fact, I would tell you that this was the definition approximately until early 2000s, when the International Classification of Functionality was made public. So you can see it's impairment, disability and handicap, and you can see that we're talking about a health condition that could be that could involve body structure and body function impairments. And then, instead of talking about inability, we talk about activity limitations. And instead of talking about persons with disability, we talk about persons who are unable to participate. These definitions broadened the scope and also removed guilt. That was something that was not specific to the Greek society. It was something encountered across the globe. Therefore, these definitions actually were a change in paradigm. So these actually first mentioned environmental factors and personal factors. Simply put, I have this grandmother, she's 85 years old or 90 years old, and she has a fracture. She suffers from a fracture, but she is also suffering from multiple conditions. Therefore, her case is not the same as a 25-year-old that has suffered a hip fracture. So these factors, the personal factors, actually come on top of activity limitations and participation restrictions. Therefore, this method is an assessment tool. So society can make use of this tool to assess what it is doing. are there people within the society whose activities are limited, whose participation is restricted? Perhaps we should rebuild our pavements, our sidewalks. So all societies make use of this classification. Also, I would recommend you a book that discusses consensus in the decision-making process among the scientific community and all stakeholders. And everybody needs to identify the problems that need to be considered when assessing a subject for a condition. It looks that things are getting interested, and the rationale is not, am I smart, am I good looking, am I competent to treat a patient? This is of no importance at all.
Το άτομο με αναπηρία είναι ευάλωτο σε ορισμένα προβλήματα υγείας, δηλαδή είναι δύσκολη, ας πούμε, η διατήρηση και η πρόληψη της υγείας του. Μπορεί να εμφανιστούν πρώιμα χρόνιες καταστάσεις. Μπορεί να εμφανιστούν δευτερογενείς λειτουργικές καταστάσεις και απώλειες. Ένα συγκεκριμένο πρόβλημα υγείας μπορεί να απαιτεί πολύπλοκο και χρονοβόρο τρόπο θεραπείας. Μπορεί να απαιτούνται ιατρικά βοηθήματα συγκεκριμένα εξειδικευμένα.
Difficult, specific ways must be required, but we are always talking about a person with a handicap is a person with a disability. The result is that we can then reach handicap. A simple example, and I could put a more complex one, but I will put a simpler one. We have a knee arthritis that creates pain, provokes pain. Think about a grandmother who lives on a village and has knee pain. This pain deters her from moving, she's immobile, then weakness, then problem in the gait, in walking, but the pain as well. So what will happen? The difficulty in walking in gait will not allow you to go for shopping, and it will not allow you to have a social contact. So you have depression, and then you will not be properly fed, and this will create further weakness. So further difficulty in gait and social isolation will create depression, then immobility, then weakness. So we are in a vicious circle. From one condition, we can be led to that. So now let's see where this can lead. It can lead to a weakness for someone to live independently. This is the crucial thing. We are living about the impossibility to play one's social role and physically the same. So what should we do with this grandmother who lives in Larissa with the knee arthritis? She's old, etc. We must stop pain. She gets her medication. Should she have the treatment in order to walk? She cannot go shopping. She's isolated. So I will take the shopping home. So here we have home visits and hospitalization at home. We are talking about social isolation. This is not very far away from the time when the elderly people received one visit per week. So simple solutions: when you fragment, when you isolate the problems, you find what are the acute problems that you need to treat, what are the chronic ones, and which of the acute you can prevent, because otherwise they will become chronic. So we have the patient and the family in the middle, and then the rehabilitation team, which depends on the patient's problem. It's a huge number of people. Usually in the rehabilitation teams, we have the physical doctor, optician, psychiatrist, and many others. But here I'm showing you something else. This is a spider's web where the family and the patient are in the middle, and you see all these teams communicating with each other. They all communicate with the patient and the family. First with the patient, then with the family. Then the physical doctor with the logotherapist, with the occupational therapist, with the psychologist, with the social worker. All those communicate with the patient and all communicate with each other. This is the so-called multidisciplinary approach. All scientists, independently, they do their job, they speak with each other and they do the job. So, a lot of time, but we don't have common objectives. And we have the interdisciplinary approach where everyone contacts the patient, everything is gathered together and they communicate and they have the personal view. And this is the interdisciplinary approach that gains ground everywhere. So, in reality, if you think about a responsible rehabilitation team, that person is nothing else than a psychotic leader who has to manage people who will quarrel. Usually they quarrel once a month. Once a month they need to gather and talk and take everything out. Otherwise, the relations are not so good. The important thing that unites them is always the patient. So, we have a situation which is called deconditioning. And this is the result. We have an inflammation or other conditions. We have immobilization on bed, depression, pain, sleep disorders, or if someone is in hospital, what is happening afterwards. You start from a low level and you go further down the road. You have to see the so-called dysfitness cycle, where we have age-related change, the illness, where we have risk factors, we have reduced physical activity, then we have increased disease risk due to the reduced physical activity, and then we end up with a new or existing illness due to all that. So this is a vicious circle where everything is added depending on the age, depending on the condition, depending on the physical activity. Thus, in reality, we can put aside age and go from the existing illness to other risk factors. So, what are the complications? Reduced aerobic capacity. When we were locked down with the pandemic, the result was that for some people who have never recovered, the older the people, the more difficult it was. For the younger ones, it took more time, it took less time. But the reduced aerobic capacity means what? It's another factor. It means reduced resistance and strength. What does that mean? It means that you have an increased risk for falls. If you have that, it means that someone will lose their independence. They will lose their daily life activities, therefore further reducing of the aerobic activity. A vicious circle, and the decrease of physical condition leads to that. So here you see a chart with the relationship between the strength and functional status. On the horizontal axis we have strength, low and high, and on the vertical axis function, poor and normal. So you see that for a person we have this curve. During our normal function, when we are strong, we have a normal function. This function exists irrespective of how strong or high is our strength. I had a friend who was climbing to Matera. He required something else, but for me to walk, I require specific muscle strength. And if I have that, even if I increase it, I can be functional. But this is a healthy adult. That is normal function and a normal strength, a stable line. But there is also a threshold between the healthy adult and the near frail, almost frail adult, which means that there is a frail adult. This is very interesting, and I use the example of the adult, telling you that this pertains to all ages and all conditions. So what we know is that when we have a person who has low strength and poor function, he must wage an uphill battle to reach the threshold and become healthy. So this is the effort. The effort is as if everyone was pushing a rock, and then the rock goes by itself. So this disuse or not use and the disability is a spiral of the physical condition. The disease starts, the illness, then decrease of the physical strength, then inertia or not loss of physical ability, and then disability. One way to do the thing is to put exercise there and proper feeding. So inactivity and exercise can increase physical activity. It can increase the whole thing, and therefore to be able to reach the desired result. It is a staircase that goes down, down, down. And at some point you have to take a little door and start climbing up again the stairs, because if you reach down, there is no other way. And I want to show you something else, because the thing is to be able to communicate this. We have the wheels of life, as we call them. It is dysfunction and disability. The person is taken, is put on a vehicle, and then he's going again on the wheelchair. The objective is that the final stage, to go on a scooter or to be taken on a wheelchair because he's ill, this should not exist. We need to stop this. How do we stop this? With the activity. So let's take it a step further. It is like that. If we have someone who is on bed, it is impossible to have them stand. We must have stages of dependence, then to use this helps to use other aids. On the contrary, it is as if you lose little by little. You become bedridden by increasing the various aids. So we need to think that we have also chronic disease, actually chronic handicap, which means that whether we're talking about the patient or the family, we have negation, denial. It's the first thing that they explained to me. Welcome, it's good that you have read this book, because this is what you are going to experience in the rest of your life. And the reaction is, why to me? No, this is not happening to me. And then you start accepting it. I'm always negotiating, of course. When you feel that you are threatened, you start the withdrawal. You have to go through that, and then you will accept it. You will reconcile yourself with it. This is for teaching purposes, didactic purposes, but quite often you are not on a single stage. You are sometime on this, sometime on the other. The objective is to go through this process as smoothly as possible, so as to be able to handle it as smoothly as possible. In our society, it is not easy, and there is a huge effort required because the environment does not help. You understand that. So in reality, what is affected is the quality of life. And one needs to think that all this are the stages of mourning. Either we're talking about death or handicap. These are the stages of mourning that we all understand. We need to accept them, to know them, to accept them and move forward. So once we reach this, we're talking in the end about a disorder on a social and vocational level with multiple losses, adjustments and changes. So we need to have accessibility to health services and to people who will be able, one way or another, to support us in this trial. So it is not accidental that good quality of life for an elderly person is to have a health center or a hospital. If you go to an island, you know that if something goes wrong, well, goodbye and good luck. So life with a handicap changes, but this does not mean that you cannot have a good quality of life. And I'm going to tell you the following. This is a statement published in a descriptive review. I liked it very much. Apologies, I have to take it back. When you enter the category of a chronic condition, whatever the condition, the society sees you in a specific way and places you in a separate position which is governed by its own rules. It pertains to renal patients, but it is true everywhere. And the person who has gone through the stages says that I want to prove to the world that this is not the end of my life. It is not the end of my life. It is the beginning of the changes. And I want to tell you here, asking a question that I'm going to answer, a rhetoric question, what is the animal that survives? The clever one or the powerful one, the strong one? The one that adjusts, the one that adapts to the situations. If it was the powerful animal, we would be filled with dinosaurs. If we do not adjust, we are lost. This is the way that humans manage to prevail, because they adjusted to the environment more than the others. Sometimes I do not like this parallelism, especially in universities, but it is something that we experience. So I would say that what we have is that medicine adds years to our life with the increasing of life expectancy. Rehabilitation aims at adding life to the years. Rehabilitation provides us life to the years that we have. And this is the most important thing. Functionality and quality of life is what we need. And actually, we need to help all people to achieve the best possible physically, mentally, and socially. So the new viewpoint of rehabilitation for these patients is not just to add life to the years, but to add years to the life. And this is the work done by science in close relationship with the promotion of health. We have also prevention pertaining to the guidelines to the general population for people with handicaps to minimize the handicap. And when the functional capacities are changed, this must be understood so that the person can be trained in the new skills.
I will be making use of the entire time slot afforded to me, dear chairs. So I want to make sure that I go through everything while not being boring, so I try to make the best use of time available to me. So, primary health care. Let's say that the person with disabilities comes to primary health care. Question number 1. What are the most probable health conditions, general health conditions? What are the necessary steps to be taken to protect our patients? And is there a problem after all? And what should happen in case there is a problem? And this is where we encounter the communication barriers. So we need to have health promotion hand in hand with healthcare. We need to focus on the early detection of secondary conditions. We need to minimize subsequent disability and train on new skills. This will help us eliminate risk factors, make use of prevention strategies so as to minimize harms due to aging, the condition or any complications thereof, while also maintaining functionality or even improving it. Therefore, any person, any form of life, any living creature that has difficulties may actually improve if only we make efforts to help this creature adapt to its surroundings. In fact, I would say that most physicians say that our goal is to treat our patients. What do they mean thereby? To simply extend their life years. However, take a look at this graph. This is the European Union graph. And you can find Greece on the graph. That dates back to the years before the financial crisis. Things have changed since. So, we are doing better, it seems. And all it takes is a good system, because we do have well-qualified physicians, nurses, and healthcare professionals. So, at what point does quality of life gives way to years of life? How can we measure quality of life? How can we make comparisons between countries? And in fact, what is your definition of quality of life? So in your opinion, what are the key elements that determine a person's quality of life? I think that this is perhaps the million-dollar question, because it is a subjective thing. Quality of life cannot be accurately determined. We all know that there are some relevant indicators, and these indicators have been the result of scientific research and they're considered valid. Therefore, quality of life indicators are health, the physical environment, the place of residence, living conditions, making use of time, social inclusion, affordability of healthcare needs, being safe from external risks, and feeling satisfied with life. You know, come to think of it, I now sound like a politician, because it's citizens who are troubled with these issues and expect the government to accommodate their needs. So we must take into consideration that all of these things are just parts of the jigsaw, pieces of the jigsaw that all contribute to a better quality of life. And there are some objective and some subjective quality of life indicators. For example, does a person feel they're satisfied with different aspects of life? Is the person satisfied with available healthcare services? Can they take part in a different set of activities? So these are the social parameters, and they can be analyzed and measured. And then there are objective factors, for example, self-reported life satisfaction, a feeling of functionality, the fact that key needs are met, basic needs are met. So what does the WHO say? The subjective perception of a person as regards its place in life is shaped in the framework of values and cultural characteristics within the society where they live in, and it is dependent on personal goals, expectations, criteria, interests, and concern. Therefore, someone may be satisfied when the bombs are not affecting their village, but they're affecting the village that is nearby. But I cannot accept this, because I don't want bombs to be falling from the sky on the village that is nearby. So we need to improve society. We need to improve the conditions experienced by each person. So we have the health-related quality of life, and this is relating to the disease. Also, we take into account physical, mental, and social well-being, and how satisfied the patient and the carer, the caretaker, are with their life. So well-being is always about years. We always talk about well-being, prosperity. This has been the case since the early antiquity. So one now has to think of society and the scientific community. It was back in the 60s, 70s, when there was the first discussion about the social welfare state. So gradually and over time, vulnerable populations were getting identified, and societies were trying to find the ways to help these populations. But it all comes down to the lack of resources, and it is up to the social welfare state to properly allocate resources among populations that are vulnerable. And otherwise, people would not be able to have their quality of life increased. So this led to the first social indicators, for example, leisure, access to healthcare, and so forth. So essentially we talk about a person's life, about the lived experience of the disease, and about the treatment undergone by patients. So this is the voice of a person that is ill, and this is also taken into consideration along with the social and cultural context. So there was this person that comes to mind. They were trying to leave Greece, go to Sweden, because they would be better taken care of compared to here. And all of a sudden, this person was unable to move, see, hear. So he was trying to go there in order to get healthcare. But it should not be like that. It should be our society that should be taking care of this person. It should be our social welfare state that should be taking care of this person. So quality of life is actually here to offset a person's feeling of the disease. And on the one hand, there's quality of life that may suffocate a person. And on the other hand, there's the healthcare service delivery. And we are tasked with the second. So there is this generic concept of health-related quality of life. We need to note that this also involves components such as the general health conditions, sexual, reproductive health, and daily functionality. So now there are 4 areas: physical health, mental well-being, social relations, and environment. These are the 4 sections that, according to the WHO, impact the quality of life. Therefore, when one wants to showcase some studies, we should be first refer to these 4 thematic areas, because these are the most impactful on a person's quality of life. And this is the holistic approach to the health status. So, please, I do not want to analyze each and every factor, but please refer to them. And also take stock of the fact that these are the 4 areas. So it's physical health. Is there dependence on medication? Are there any sleep problems? Is the patient feeling energetic? Do they have intimate relations? And are they living in a supporting environment? Do they have any sexual relations? This has to do with age. Are there any attention or concentration problems? Are there any confidence issues? What about their spiritual beliefs? Are they living in a safe environment? Is there a possibility for appropriate means of transport? Or are we, as a society, saying, you go back home, we cannot transport you anywhere? Although there are some wheelchair-ridden subjects who do want to move around. So we need to take into consideration all of these parameters. And these also are combined with nutrition and diet, with satisfaction with work, social life, Therefore, there are some positive factors, meaning physical activity. You know, physical activity may not take place in an organized setting, but it does help. And then there is mental well-being, there is self-perceived, self-reported functionality. So, please, take a look at this graph, quality of life in 2010. See where Greece was ranked compared to other countries. And I don't think that I would dare to check the current graphs. Just take a look at this one. It's disappointing. We are so low, ranked so low. Therefore, we must never forget this. This is the rule. It is very difficult to have health promotion, health education, and disease prevention. There could also be some secondary functional complications, and complex treatments may be needed. Specific aids, treatment aids may be needed to improve a person's functionality. Also, physical activity, regardless of its type or form. These are a few examples, but it's not always something easy to achieve. But simply walking in within the residence, it's a first step. Also, even at an older age, you can make things happen. Just take a look at this old lady. She used to be a gymnast, and she is very fit still, as you can see. So she is able to maintain her physical fitness. Also, one can actually go swimming or go cycling or just use a walking aid, a cane, and if this even applies to patients with cerebral palsy, because there's always a person with a disease, with a condition. So it's an individual that we need to approach and treat. And how about water exercises? Or, you know, walking. Walking is a low-intensity exercise. Or cycling. Why not go cycling? Or why not go horse riding? Because being in contact with animals and horses is very beneficial treatment-wise for patients. Also important, and I will insist on this, given that we talk about rehabilitation, you know, give about 2 hours every day to exercise, for health must not be sacrificed to learning. So, actually, this is a quote that was said by Thomas Jefferson when the Declaration of Independence was being signed. But Thomas Jefferson had something different in mind, although this motto applies in our case as well. So rehabilitation may include physical therapy, occupational therapy, aquatherapy, casts, aids, walking aids, orthotics, massage. But it makes a difference when we know all of these things. And you know what? We even take our pets out for a walk because it's good for them. So we must also do something good for ourselves. We must also take a walk. Just take a look at these faces. They're all smiling. Usually these are grumpy faces, but this is the rehabilitation team. It's not only up to one person or two persons, it's up to the entire team. Please be aware of the fact that there are many different rehabilitation facilities. It's closed residential facilities, it's home care, it's nursing homes, and also as part of the primary health care there could be secondary prevention services, there could be a liaison with hospitals, and cooperation is essential, it's critical. So who can actually approach autism? Who has been trained to treat autism among healthcare professionals? And this is where we lag behind. This is the most critical deficit, because why should we approach the spectrum differently compared to subjects that are considered fit. Don't we all have health problems? So shouldn't it be the case that healthcare professionals actually comply with the WHO guidelines and are equipped to approach autism? You know, a scientific and multidisciplinary team consists of different specializations. And ideally, all of the members of the team are smiling. But we need to say that regardless of a person's condition, the disease itself and any potential concomitant events may serve as our guide. So we need to have programs properly set up as to when, what, how, and how often. Well, these remain to be answered. Rehabilitation is an umbrella term, and although it is pouring problems, we have this umbrella term that keeps us safe. And you can see the different problems on screen and the different safety nets. So we feel that every person is entitled to this umbrella. So again, I want to show to everyone that this is not the end of my life, it's a new beginning in my life. So it's a way of thinking, it's not a way of acting. As simple as that. So we all think that it's not an end, it's a beginning. And this brings us to the question, how do we want to be? And this will take us further. You know, if we have set our minds on traveling by ship, we'll do it. Otherwise, we will just be daydreaming. So we need to know where to go. We need a map. We need a compass. This is why we're here. This is a rehabilitation multidisciplinary team that considers epidemiological data. I do not know, perhaps 10,000 persons are not adequate, and you know, we need to take into consideration diagnosis, and we do not have the exact figures. Also, we need specialist facilities, we need training so as to be able to approach this condition. I'm getting to the end of my presentation. I've been speaking for a long time already, but I like speaking. So, Cassandra, she was given a gift instead of love. So she was given the gift of foretelling. But Cassandra actually rejected the god Apollo. So Apollo cursed her, and he cursed her so that no one would believe in her predictions. So she would be able to foresee the future, but nobody would be believing her prophecies. So we are usually the ones who are labeled Cassandra, or we are usually the ones who feel like Cassandra. And take a look at this painting by Tsarouchis. Sometimes we feel helpless, but we never stop saying thank you for your patience, we'll do our best to change things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Skantos, for this really remarkable and interesting speech. He raised a very important issue. We cannot help but wonder if everyone understands that disability, handicap, does not equal disability. I can be trained as a person on ASD, I can perform, I can work, I can be employed. This is a very important issue that is discussed in the European Union and to the bodies that work with people with disabilities, such as Autism Europe and the European Forum on Disability, in order to erase the mentality that we had until today, meaning that if I am disabled, if I am handicapped, I am disabled and that I cannot walk. As I have said earlier today, in 2021, the European Organization for Autism decided to introduce an awareness-raising campaign in order to convince MEPs of all EU countries that autism is not equal to disability. It means that I still can offer to the society the same as the other members. Is there any question for Mr. Schranjos or Professor Schranjos' speech from the audience? The truth is that this was rather a statement. And I say statement because if you allow me a short comment to complete my thought. When I had announced my specialty, they asked me, are you going to be a physiatrist, aren't you? There was a paraplegic person and they asked me, what does he suffer from? And I started to understand that people could not understand that he didn't have any senses from in the lower part of their body. So we have to train healthcare professionals in order to learn the diseases, in order to be able to come closer to the patients. The first thing that we do is, if there is a maimed, a mutilated hand or leg, to know how to manage it. Do you care as it? I asked them. And they were looking to me like, it is you. And I said to the patient, you should try to learn and live with that. So we should learn to come closer to those people. All of us as physiatrists have used the wheelchair in order to go around and see how difficult it is for a person to move around. We have understood what mental disorders are all about and how difficult it is for people to have them. So the only thing that we can is to train ourselves, to upskill, because those people have rights to rehabilitation, but they can be actually helped by rehabilitation in a meaningful way. And this is what is at essence here today. There is a new field in front of us that was really neglected, and it was like a movie back from the 80s. Do you remember the film director who shot that movie that really made it autism famous? Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor. A question from the audience, yes. Thank you very much. This was a wonderful presentation. Also, it is very important, as you have said, to take a good medical history, because people go around, healthcare professionals, occupational workers or physicians, and they just mention one symptom or a group of symptoms without giving any more details. On the other hand, healthcare professional might be very well trained, but they couldn't be able to keep a good medical record, so that person might be misdiagnosed. For example, that they are in the ASD, and if we had taken the right medical record, a good medical record, maybe the physician could have understood that it was a trauma injury, a traumatic injury, and 2 years later, even if that person was diagnosed with autism, and the child psychiatrist re-diagnosed this child, and now we know that this is not a person on ASD, but that person has suffered from trauma. His mother was suffering from lymphoma, and she came back and she was burned after the transplant. She was 30 kilos, so the child was in a fight or flight mode. However, if we don't take a good medical history, how can I be able to understand that this is due to trauma or due to autism? And the symptoms, of course, we're agreeing with the autism diagnosis. Also, we have comorbidity and other factors. So a good medical history is of essence. Yes, the biggest problem, the most important problem in medicine is a wrong diagnosis, a misdiagnosis. And remember this, the best physician is always the last. Because he can say, or they can say, I found it. The previous colleagues knew nothing. In reality, this is a great issue. If the disease is misdiagnosed, it's very difficult. If you know what you have, you know which road to go down to. And of course, if that person is misdiagnosed, no intervention whatsoever is going to help. And of course, a team should have a very good psychiatrist. No man is an island. No one can do it alone. There is no rehabilitation by a single person. This is impossible. People, since it's a very catchy, very trendy term, I could never forget when I was working in the National Rehabilitation Center. So I was on call, on duty, and the person called me and said, there is a very nice girl from Albania. Yes, I am on call. Do you have any problem? Yes. I am a physiatrist. Yes. Is that a rehabilitation center? Yes. This is a very nice girl, and we want to... So reference is made to a Greek joke, because in Greece rehabilitation also means to get married, to settle in life, so to say. I am almost at loss of my hair. I don't have any hair, and we're still discussing rehabilitation. I was born early, I know that now. But the people that come after us should be really happy because they have less obstacles. So words are very important. The word rehabilitation is not a simple concept. It is related to the functionality of the person and the quality of life, as long as we know how to use it, and as long as people stop saying that it is not necessary. Okay, don't do it on your child, don't go for it. Thank you. I think that we can continue with the next speech. Now we are continuing with our round table. So I would like to ask Dr. Kyriaki Stathi to join us here, Dr. Styliani Papacosta, and Professor Sgantos is going to stay here with us. Is everyone okay? He is really unstoppable. However, it was a good speech, in my opinion, or a good situation, because is it okay? Do I use it in the correct way? Because he saved me from repeating all the theory. So I don't have to speak a lot now. Rehabilitation is related to the quality of life. The quality of life is interlinked with the independence, functionality, mobility, and autonomy, of course. And this is where the rehabilitation medicine and physiatrist is coming to help people help themselves. And of course, the ICF was mentioned by Mr. Sgantos. I will not repeat them. And I will go forward to talk about the practical issues and how we are going to approach clinically a very special person, such as persons with autism. We will do nothing more than what we would have done with everyone. We are going to see if they are in pain, if there are any functional limitations, if they are on any drug, if there is any comorbidity, and we will work together with other medical specialties in order to set up a personalized, tailor-made program for that person. So personalization is of essence. You will allow me now to bore you with some details, since we need some knowledge in order to discuss it, and this is a mixed audience here today. I want to say a few things before going forward. So we try to make mobility simple. In order to raise my leg, there is, first of all, I think it, I want it, I think it, then an order comes from the brain, goes to the muscles, the movement is executed, is finished, comes back, and then the movement stops, because in another case, I would keep moving my arm forever. This is a behavior that starts and finishes from the brain and uses some systems. I will not name the systems right now, I don't want to lose you. So its behavior is combined with specific brain structures and functions, anatomical and functional. In the brain, there is representation, you know, the right and left hemisphere control different things. There is a hierarchy, a special hierarchy, and those rules apply not only to movement, this simple example that we have mentioned, but also for senses, also for the other superior functions, because without them we will not be able to survive by ourselves. The great problem that people with autism has, of course. And our brain thinks with networks, is organized in systems, in maps, in areas, specific areas, regardless if some areas are more special, but they all work together. Or else, if you have networks and they do not communicate, there is no result whatsoever. We have mentioned it also this morning, and we will repeat it in Sunday. I'm talking about neuroplasticity. It is very important, and this is why we act as a specialty. We work in diseases with neurological problems. We want to help the brain organize itself, chooses the teams that it is going to work, and reorganize itself after damages, after injuries. The old belief that this is your brain and you cannot do anything else, only up to 5 years old, is now obsolete. We know that even later we can increase the synapses and we allow those areas to organize themselves, and of course to reveal new areas after a damage. This is the so-called neuroplasticity. Let's go and see some functions from those higher functions that control our social behavior, our functional, our knowledge, our cognitive skills. How do we learn, and our behavior? Our behavior is the interaction with our environment. The orders, the behavioral orders in people with autism are very characteristic, and I know that you experience that in your families. So those higher brain functions are orientation, the perception, how we understand what is going on with our focus, our ability to focus, because without focusing there is no memory, there is no registration, the speech functions, the visuotemporal, meaning how are we going to make a coffee or build the Acropolis, and of course the executive functions, how are we going to solve a problem, such as how much does the bread costs, or how to solve a very complex mathematical problem, and how we are going to adapt, how we are going to be adaptive, since this is the real intelligence, adaptation to the situations that surround us. So those higher brain functions are affected by any kind of brain damage, and therefore we enter a vicious circle in decreasing the ability for autonomous living. This is why we build the facilities, the residential facilities, and of course there is an increased dependence from an assistance in our daily lives. So now we will start on a cognitive level. What is the problem? How much? How severe is the problem? if we would have a psychologist with us, they would say that there is 2 hours of work at minimum to apply tests. It is not very simple. This is not a simple process, because we would go back to the wrong diagnosis, as described by the lady from the audience. Kindly be aware of the pyramid. This is what the philosophy is about. There was a parent earlier here today. How do we start from the basis? And in order to start from that basis, we have to accept that there is a damage, and accept that that person cannot do something more than tie their shoelaces, and we are very happy with that. If there are other abilities, other skills, we can keep climbing that pyramid to help that person and to achieve the rehabilitation. And after brain damages, brain injuries, we can see that, oh yes, this is a different person after an injury, but they can be more independent, so to say. And that higher level is to prevent, to think before. This is the example of Cassandra's mentioned before, to think before what is going to happen in order to be able to prevent this problem. So, I will not repeat the definition of the DSA. There are the 5 criteria, and you can see that those 5 criteria, the so-called DSM-5, are related to the percentage of assistance that they need. The first level needs only reduced level of assistance, the second needs more, and the third level people on the third level need more assistance. And the differentiation is related with also the communication, and the communication damages and defects, and of course the repetitive behaviors can be found at the third level, which are very characteristic. So, DSA means that we might have intellectual disorder, disability, and this is not, of course, self-explanatory. We may have a lot of factors together, and also a different neurodevelopmental disorder. And this is where we come, and all healthcare professionals should have increased awareness that there might be another issue. Of course, the social behavior is affected, and of course, the quality of life is affected. So, there is a diagnostic algorithm. We will not bore you now with details. There are a lot of stages. It cannot be done very quickly in a moment. However, we don't have biomarkers when it comes to autism. This is a gap, and I don't think that we will come up with biomarkers in the future, so we have to dig up. We have to try and be detectives, and so we start from the medical records, as it was mentioned earlier, because in Greece nobody really writes down a detailed medical history. If you will manage to find histories from the birth records, or from hospitalizations, or from other kind of assessments at school, it is a rare thing, but it's good to search. Then we start with the interview, with the questionnaires, family, teachers, caregivers, such as a detective who is trying to find out who killed the person.
We're trying to find a needle in a haystack. In the physical examination, there is no difference. Height, weight, head circumference. I mean, there is a difference that there is usually smaller heads. We look into other neurological anomalies. We have to identify if there is any other syndrome underneath. If we have suspicions about lack of hearing, etc., and vision, and the genetic control, which costs a lot, the levels of lead in the blood, if there is any developmental delay or if the child presents pica. We always look for another condition. I don't want to enter into details because I will be speaking more than Mr. Sranzos. We examine all systems, language, cognitive abilities, speech and communication. We are more cautious with the head in the sense of whether there is visual contact or lack of or deficit in verbal communication. Neurological system, we look for any deficiency. We search the tics in the myoskeletal system. We examine everything that we would look for in all other patients, but, and I will tell you about the but. Mobility of the spinal cord, check for kyphosis or scoliosis, all the limbs, the articulations, the digits, the gait, the mobility of knees and hips. We examine for any deformations in the lower limbs, valgus or varus foot, if we have problems of this type. And we check the muscle strength. In order to do all this, we need to approach the patient, we need to touch them. Well, let me know if they let you touch them, people with autism. So we need to approach them, we need to collaborate in order to fill in this muscle strength scale, to look for the muscle tone, whether there is spasticity that would take us to another road, if there is any rigidity that would also lead us elsewhere with our diagnosis. And of course, the sensory possibility, which means perceiving the stimuli. The relationship between sensory function is a thread. Sensory function means superficial, that is the sense of touch, pain, cold, warm, and the distinction between 2 points. Sometimes the examination is weak because they react a lot or because they have difficulty to perceive and to communicate the result. We examine the distribution of neural spinal roots. We have to examine paresthesia and proprioception, that is the position of the limbs in space. This is very important for neural completion and completion of the motion, but people with autism on the spectrum, it is very difficult for them to help us depict this person depending on the level of the damage. And it is difficult because sometimes they have disorders in the sensory processing. That is, the stimulus is produced in the periphery. I touch their finger. This whole transfer has to be done, and they need to process the stimulus and to have it as an experience in the brain. This is where the completion of the sensory processing is done, and this is where information from the eyes, from the other sensory organs reach, from the nose, from the ears, etc. I'm very sorry because the next slide is a video. You have to look at it in YouTube. I was informed that we cannot play it, unfortunately. Look it up in YouTube. It is worth watching. It is a little child who is with his mother in a mall. and a lady goes with her shopping. A seller is spraying. The bags are noisy somehow. The drops of the perfume are transmitted, and you see the anxiety of the child increasing with the toys, the balloons, etc. And you see how this child is increasing its stress levels. And in the end, we have an outburst, as you might have seen. So a lot of response to stress, and these children process the stimuli without being able to control them. Attention here, not every person is sensory sensitive. And each person who is sensory sensitive is not in the spectrum. Sensory sensitive people are 20% among the general population, and this has maintained, this percentage has been maintained. We are talking about shamans, about people who predict, people who warn the societies. They perceive things, they understand things more than the others. They have an increased sensitivity, they communicate with animals, they connect with animals. It is not an advantage or disadvantage. This is how they are made. And we see it in people with autism. We see that quite often. This is where the video was. Doesn't matter. So problems of sensory processing are very common in people with autism, as well as hyper mobility, as well as compulsive behaviors, stereotypical perceptions, problems of sleep, not so much incontinence, neurodevelopmental disorders, genetic disorders. This is why we are led. We need to have differential diagnosis here in order not to be confused afterwards, as well as neurological and or mental or behavioral disorders. What the lady described is a metatraumatic syndrome of stress, which was not properly diagnosed, and this is something that we must look into among these children to see how it is expressed. And among older people, adults, in a facility, we can have an adult who is coming to us for another reason, and it's not typical in the ASD, but we must be aware in order to distinguish it, because it will differentiate our approach. I will not repeat about the diagnosis. We need the team, of course, the rehabilitation team, and the team requires a coordinator. This is our role, to coordinate the team. We can be the conductor or the police, the traffic warden, but we need to communicate with the members of the team and with the patient and the carer. So trust, secrecy, confidentiality, communication and accessibility. The objective is to face the basic disease, to rehabilitate the problem and to adjust to the new functionality. We have to reassess all the time. The whole team plays a role on an equal footing, and we must not forget that we grow up, conditions change, there are problems added, comorbidities for people who grow up. They are very important. So recognition, differential diagnosis, and targeted programs of cognitive rehabilitation that take into account all the cognitive deficits if they have been assessed. And we repeat that when the physician has nothing to offer is when their assistance is not sought. So I am at your disposal for any question, and thank you for your attention.
Υπάρχουν ερωτήσεις?
Are there any questions? Thank you for this excellent presentation. And we will go on with Mrs. Tiliani Papacosta. So we call her to the floor. Good afternoon. Is it on? Okay. Distinguished guests and those who are attending from home, watching from home, autism is a topic that I have been working on the last 6 or 7 years, and I'm very happy that as a physical doctor I am working on this. As a physiatrist, excuse me. So I will talk about the motor deficits that we observe, and we need to take this into account to intervene, to help. So the patients with ASD present clear motor deficits to a greater or smaller percentage. Up to 80% of children or adults present minor problems, whereas some of those might present it under stress conditions. It is worth noting that already from the first years of the motor development of a child, we can watch atypical development, atypical growth that make life more difficult for these children to adjust to the social requirements. So it looks like the time of starting of walking is delayed by 1.6 months. And 6 months after the beginning of walking, we see differences in relation to their healthy peers. And this goes on, and it seems like the teens consume more work and are more tired in doing the same activities compared to their peers and typically developing teens. Of course, it is worth noting, and this is where we intervene and support them, that even among teens, among adolescents, it seems that we can train them, and as they grow, the energy pattern is reduced and they can be more adjusted and participate in physical activities. Even adults present deficits which have to do with other types of disorders such as coordination. We will see it later on. Let's first say that it is very frequent and equally frequent with the initial symptoms of autism. In a study carried out in Volos among children with ASD, it seems like the percentage of motor deficits is corresponding to the obsessions, to difficulties in communication, and less to stereotypical behaviors, whereas it is not related to cognitive capabilities. And this corroborates the international literature. So motor deficits are as frequent as the three features, that is, obsessions, difficulties in communication, and stereotypical behaviors. Now, walking disorders per se seem to be related to deficits in social interaction. That is, a child that does not walk properly, cannot participate in activities, and cannot be socialized as easily as the others, and vice versa. They seem to be independent from intelligence and the IQ, but they are influenced by cognitive capacities that have to do with the ideomotor coordination and dyspraxia. They are related to behavioral problems and the seriousness of the condition. At this point, I will tell you orally my presentation because I have it changed a bit. Before going to the gait variables, we have problems in fine and gross motor functions. This is related to the first years of life, the development of the child, and the exploration of the environment. When we talk about fine motor function, we're talking about the fine moves, for instance, to do their zip, or to tie their shoelaces, or to handle the scissors, or to hold a pen. All this seems to be affected very much, apart from the sensory deficits as strength by the very beginning, from the very beginning, and this can be corrected with the help of the rehabilitation team. Now, regarding the gait pattern, we have the posture of the body. When the person with autism is standing, or when they walk, that is the balance, the gait model, the coordination, the proprioception, the planning of the move, what is going to follow when there is an impediment, an obstacle, when the move is combined to another activity. So it looks like more people have difficulty when they have to combine the upper and the lower limb, that is, to catch an object while they walk or while they are running. Basketball is especially difficult in children with ASD. And as we said, the gross motor function is affected, and the fine motor function, which has to do with daily activities and fine activities such as being fed or holding scissors, etc. Now, the body posture. There is reduced control of this posture, especially when the children close their eyes. This is worsened. This is deteriorating, and children face increased risk of fall. This is true for adults as well, but since in adults learning and neuroplasticity has gone by, this is observed to a lower percentage, and we can intervene as a society so that this is lowered further down the road, since we have an increase of people who are detected with ASD. We can prevent and help them to have better functionality. Now, as regards gait, it seems to be affected. This whole gait cycle, how we walk, the length of the step, of the stride is reduced, the width is increased. They have, these people have both feet standing before changing. They have lower velocity, asymmetrical weight load, and greater variability between the strides as regards the length and the duration, and greater rigidity during stopping and walking. So it looks like the pelvis is moving more, is more rigid, so they try to restore this lack of motility in the lower limbs by moving their upper part, so it is more tiring. They have reduced smoothness in their motion, and they develop a strategy where they try, by being tense and by trying to manage their body, they try not to fall. It is their acceleration rate is influenced, whereas the velocity and the length of the stride are positively related to the involvement in activities. That is, people who are in ASD and who have greater speed and more stable stride, they like it and they can exercise more. A person who does not feel safe in their walking, they will not be involved in exercise, whereas someone who is involved in exercise, they will improve the strength and the coordination of the lower limbs, and therefore they can exercise and improve their walking model.
So the positions of the joints might be different during the gait. reference is made to both the upper limbs and the lower limbs. In the upper limbs, there are less accompanying movements. The hands stay closer to the torso, while the positions of the hips, the knee, and the ankle joint are affected during the gait cycle of those people. More specifically, it seems that those people have more larger foot. It might be sensory, or they might need more weight because they have to fill the ground, because they need to have more balance. There might be a lot of parameters that are taken into consideration. Moreover, while earlier we believed that the hip was the mechanism that allowed people with autism during gait, during walking, now it seems that they use the ankle joint in order to adapt, and the other two joints, the knee and the hip, are accompanying. It seems that apart from the joints themselves, there is a muscular atrophy, and sometimes it is rather large around those joints, and this is why we should intervene and support and strengthen those muscles. They also have less ability to adapt during the walking, and this might be related on how they understand the position of their body in the environment. So they have disorders in the motor control of those people during the stride and during the running phase also. So when it comes to their coordination, it seems that people with ASD have a reduced bilateral motor coordination, both in upper and lower limbs, and they have less abilities in understanding which is the right and left side. They have a reduced ability to effectively coordinate the joint movements during the dynamic postural adjustments when they have to move faster. That is, there is a dysdiadochokinesia, decay, when they try to go from one movement to the other. The quality of their movement is less. When they try to catch something, it seems that they cannot catch it, especially during the last seconds in order to catch the object. And at the same time, the movements have reduced smoothness and plasticity and an increased variability. There is also not good coordination, and it seems that when we allow them to carry a weight, such as a bag, or in their lower limbs, in their feet, that allows them for some safety. It grounds them and it helps them walk better with weight on their backs. And we can use that as an intervention. Now, when there is a coordination, there is a need to coordinate the upper and lower limbs. Those people have difficulties. So when walking is combined with an effort to catch an object, this combination makes those people to have a reduced stride length, especially when they catch the object. And the younger adults, they have more difficulties in doing complex activities that call for movement coordination. So there are also the stereotypes in gait. They are also gait disorders, walking disorders, and they manifest in variable ways. It might relate to the way that they walk, to jumps, to moving around themselves. So the variations in gait are associated with the cognitive and language functions that are related with combination of actions always. Now, tall walking, this is more common in kids with autism. In a study with 1,000 children, it was found that 8% of those children were with EASD, and 10 years later, if there was no therapeutic intervention, 2 out of 3 children with ASD were still walking on their toes, and the neurotypical children were reduced the percentage, and only 20% of those children were tall walking. So they also need intervention. Tall walking itself and in the independent posture are two different separate predictive factors that allows us to understand if the child will have a repetitive a range of actions and movements. However, let's discuss about the reasons. We have also mentioned the neuroplasticity, since our movement is due to the effectiveness and the density of the synapses between the various areas of our brain that process information that come from the skin, the joints, the vestibular system, the ear, but also the environment that are related to the hearing, to the vision, and to the touch. Of course, in movement, it is very important to have a goal, to have an intention. It is an intentional process, and of course, the emotions of the child and the adult in order to achieve the best possible movement. Now, which are the anatomical areas of the parenchyma? The basal ganglia is a very important area that is related to coordination, and it seems that there are differences between adults and children with autism having to do with the quantity. We have more or less cells, and sometimes to the quality, to the way that those cells operate, function. So apart from basal ganglia, we have the striatum, we have the counter nucleus, and we have some lobes. It seems that the initial lobe participates, the parietal lobe, I do apologize, but also the frontal lobe, according to which people with problems there cannot do complex gross motor activities. And Mrs. Tathi mentioned the sensory processing disorders. We have already mentioned comorbidities. They are comorbidities in ASD that are related to gait disorders, such as the ADHD, which is very common, the DCD, or anxiety disorders. Each and one of those disorders causes gait disorders itself. So there is a concern if those gait disorders are unique or are related with other comorbidities. So, okay, there is a gait disorder, walking disorder, and that people have also other issues to manage. We can understand that if there are motor disorders, motor movement disorders, this causes a deficit compared to its peers, and this has a result not to be able to explore their environment. Imagine that a toddler is trying to touch, to climb, to adapt their body, to learn things about their body, to build their confidence, and due time that creates deficits in the social interaction, but also in the quality of life of those persons. So social activities in childhood give children the chance to forge friendships. The friendships of people in the ASD could contribute into their school and social integration and to their mental health. One would add that the fine motor disorders make it difficult for children to participate in school life, starting from kindergarten with sticking things, with cutting with the scissors, or with writing. They increase the learning disabilities, increasing kids' stress, and allows their ability to adapt and follow the learning process. And of course, when it comes to musculoskeletal, there is also problems with the joints. There are irregular charges. They may fall down more often, or musculoskeletal problems later in life. Now, what can we do in order to help those persons? A low percentage of ASD people are receiving services, so we go to occupational work sessions that help a lot with the fine motor skills, but also with the gross motor skills, or hydrotherapy, or hypnotherapy, sleep therapy, which is a very good medium if it can be coordinated with other treatments. So, when can we start? The sooner the better. the years before school are very important in order to acquire motor skills, since during that time people build very important neuroanatomical structures. So learning motor skills causes changes in the microstructure of the white matter and promotes myelination. Therefore, the early mastery of motor milestones is important for the child's overall development, for the development of their brain. So if those people delay in achieving those motor milestones in the first 2 years of their life, that appears to contribute to the development of social interaction disorders. So when it comes to the babies of high risk, those are the preemies, the so-called preemies, that have also siblings with autism. They should try very early, a few months old, and this early intervention, the intervention before the appearance of motor deficits, seems to reduce the seriousness of the problem, but it also reduces in the preemies the possibility of the autism diagnosis when they are toddlers. We have already said that it is also due to epigenetic and also due to environmental factors. Early intervention, of course, as we have said, it is about the organized provision of a series of medical, social, and educational services that support young children that are biological or environmental vulnerable or have special needs. The early intervention programs are personalized and are planned in order to prevent or limit the developmental difficulties and to support their development and also to help the family as a whole. So the early intervention is referred to the stage of a toddler and of a baby. So the therapeutic goals are the ones that we have mentioned: the fine gross motor skills, gait, and of course the coordination, balance, and we want to encourage young adults and children with ASD to participate in bodily movement, in physical exercise, such as running, in groups or alone. This also will boost their self-confidence. Sensory integration, we have already mentioned this. There are special multisensory rooms, snoozling rooms, or multisensory sensory integration rooms, and technology that helps those children to increase proprioception, and due to the time, those people can improve their rigidity of their joints. The posture, the torso, the trunk control can be improved with hearing and visual stimuli. So it is also good to have that in mind, to bear that in mind for our interventions. So adapted physical exercise. The motor skills can be adapted, can be affected by various factors, such as the relationships in the family, the games that the children play, the activities that they prefer, time management during the school, time management in the family, and in the interventions, the level of social participation, meaning that it is interlinked with their daily lives and with the activities that participate or not participate in those developmental stages. So the term adapted physical exercise means personalized programs for people with motor deficits that combine routines and very important motor skills. In order to have results, we can repeat them again and again in order to allow those people to form routines and have the ability to control objects. In order to be able to assess a child, first of all, we have to assess what kind of deficits they have. We know, and we have mentioned the difficulties, and this is why the assessment and the approach to take place in a quiet room without very intense colors, and when the children cannot look us in the eyes, we should be always in front of them and always explain to them what we want to do. Now I'm going to touch you. I will not inflict pain on you. I just want to see how your shoulder works. I have seen in clinical practice that this helps. Most children, almost all children, will work with a healthcare professional if you have a calm tone of voice and if you say something before you do it. You will have to tone down your clothing, your tone of voice, and one of the ways that we have, apart from clinical assessment, in order to understand those deficits, one of the simple ways that we have, because we don't all of us have cameras in our waiting rooms or labs, a rather easy way is to ask from the child to get up from the chair, to walk for 3 meters, to come back and sit back to the chair. There are tables that show the time for the typical development, and we see if those children delay. Any motor method whatsoever is welcome. We have recently used a thermal camera, and we found that very useful in a LEPAP in Volos. This thermal camera is used to see various temperature disorders, and we were able to understand the joints during the gait, during walking, and this is how we were able to adapt our physio based on the needs of those children. It would be very useful to develop easy and safe methods in order to understand early those gait disorders, in order to have also early intervention. The better understanding of the deficits of gross and fine motor skills would be able to help us to have more targeted interventions, because the rehabilitation team is a sine qua non condition. It is not a single person. Autism is a multifaceted condition, and it needs a multifaceted approach. Therefore, it means that we can be more targeted in order to improve the deficits when it comes to muscular atrophy, the posture, the balance, the sensory deficits. The therapeutic interventions may increase the ability of these persons to be more functional, to work better, and to be more effective in an ever-changing environment that stresses everyone out. So the interventions to improve the gait will help the anatomical structure, and those mechanisms will help those people to be more stable, will reduce the risk of injuries, but also musculoskeletal problems, and of course it will affect the social interventions and their quality of lives. A slide that I'm not able to show you, but I want to share it with you, is that even complex minds are very difficult to make simple decisions. This is how I understand and I perceive children with autism. Thank you very much.
We thank Mrs. Papacosta. Are there any questions? Mr. Alexiou, congratulations for your paper, for your presentation. I wanted to ask, since we see clearly that it is an electrophysiological problem, we discussed it a little with the chairman. Should we focus on mitochondrial disorders a bit more to see the problems as a cause for the motor problems? Well, let me first say that we know very well that it seems like it is multidimensional. We know that there is a genome substrate, epigenetic factors, environmental factors. So to increase the muscles and check the mitochondria will help in better management of muscles. But the maximum dysfunction is not in the strength of the muscles, but in the coordination and the execution. These people have a more complex mind that makes different connections or synapses from ours. I mean, the neurotypicals, because I do not know how neurotypical we all are. Thank you very much. Any other question? Thank you very much. I wanted to ask you, since you mentioned all these sectors, physicotherapeutically, etc., in your protocols, in your approach, do you also work on early reflexes? No, because I don't have so young children. But we do try to exploit primitive reflexes in the effort to develop kinetic landmarks. Do you know if, generally speaking, in the Greek society, these early reflexes are used? Has anyone started working on them? Yes, I think that as physiatrists, we know that we can exploit primitive reflexes, and we can use them in our therapeutical programs, and the physiotherapists. I think it is number one as well. That's why I'm saying this. Is there any other question? Thank you very much. Allow me to ask you a question. First, let me congratulate you for this so interesting presentation. And I want to ask, you talked about the use of thermal camera. In which way the differentiation of temperature on the surface in various parts of the body could detect some pathogenicities or improve the gait of the children or something else. The thermal camera, we put a child to walk without socks. Depending on how the child touches on the ground, when it charges, it becomes orange. When it is not charged, it is green. So by putting a child to walk, we see whether it has anisoscelia, whether it has valgus or varus foot, and we see also the joints in the ankle, the knee, and the hips. So we see whether they would need special shoes or adaptation of the physiotherapy. And we can also see the development in 6 months or 1 year. It is a bit expensive, but it is a tool that, if it is developed, it is more easily accessible compared to 3D cameras and platforms, etc., which require special labs. And someone can use them in therapeutic spaces where the children are familiar with, because this is very important, to do the examination in the therapeutic space where the child has started the sessions. Thank you very much. Can I ask something? Congratulations. I wanted to ask you, in older children, when growth has been completed and patterns of gait have been completed, what can physiotherapy and rehabilitation offer? Just a relief, conservation, or what? I would say just relief. Just. It is not just already. It's as if you were saying that the adolescents, because the gait pattern is established at 7 or 8 or a bit later. So people who have already an established pattern of gait and are trained can correct their work. They can improve their balance, they can improve their breath, they can improve their coordination. And people with ASD, even adults, I'm not going to say what we know and where one should have an activity level in order to promote our health situation. A person who has more disorders, coordination, socialization, and proprioception, it is imperative, I would say, as a pharmaceutical therapy, to have an adjusted physical activity. And these people sometimes, although it is difficult, it is easy to make them love the program. So they love routines. And so if we put physical activity in their routine, they can handle it very, very well. It was a provocative question, yes, because there is a diffuse perception that among older people who have already an established pattern, etc., nothing can be done, etc. That's why I asked it. It is not just physiotherapy as an intervention. We have also hydrotherapy and hypotherapy and prescribed physical activity. Allow me to help a bit more and continue this thought. It would be good to see that a person who has some specific disorders, we have to face this person with the problems that they have, whether they are in the spectrum or not. When they have coordination disorders or gait disorders, we will take it from there. But we need to have two things in mind. First of all, it is a matter of thinking the tools are the same. Whatever we do, we just personalize with a greater degree of difficulty. And the second, we reduce the degree of difficulty by making people who will be better in communication and who will understand what is happening. Because how can you do what you want to do if you do not communicate with them? So if you manage to achieve this relationship, to build the relationship, this is why when I came to convey two messages: the right to rehabilitation, not just physiotherapy, which pertains to everyone, irrespective of gender or whatever. The second is to learn to see that, because we say, okay, he's an autistic person. I mean, okay, for God's sake, okay. It is horrendous to speak like that. It is ridiculous. These are perceptions of the past, considering them as inferior. We know professors who have this viewpoint and this opinion. When you have a motor disorder, this can be improved. Problems, solutions. We treat them and we improve. Maybe we will not improve the totality, but there are people, as Stella said, who have done this transcendence, and I don't see why we should not try. That's the issue. Thank you. Thank you. Now we will go on. I will present again Professor Sganzos. Don't present me. No, I don't need to be presented. He will conclude with a discussion of this round table. Yes. Well, in reality, what we did, as you saw, I know it is a lot. It is a lot, and it is impossible for someone to see things differently in things. This is why we try to communicate this. First of all, the papers of the two colleagues were excellent. As president of the society, I tried to put the main principles along which we move. And then the colleagues contributed with the key points so as to personalize things. And I repeat what I said before. I think we have achieved the objective. We understood that rehabilitation is something that can help either in the neurodevelopmental process or in dealing with the problems that appear afterwards, the deficits that appear afterwards. This is the main thing, and this is addressed to the stakeholders, the people who receive services from us. This is one thing, and this is very important. The second important thing is that we become richer and we can do more things in order to be better in our approach. I mean, what is the meaning of having the right and not having anyone to offer these services to? It is very difficult for someone to be fulfilled in order to be able to deal with situations that are unknown if they do not have the proper training. So our job is to make people more competent in dealing with such difficult situations. Many medical conditions are very difficult, but here we're talking about a huge population globally who is increasing. This population is increasing. Is it due to better diagnostic tools? Is it due because the environment has shattered us? Is it due that we are genetically modified? Mrs. Papacosta said rightly, I'm not sure how many among these things are negative. I see a lot of positive things in the way people think, in the methodology, which means that people have learned to see through the bad thing, through the negative. They have started to see the positive, and I have done so too. And the positive is not special skills, etc. That it says that the beginning, in order to do something, it seems that all this that we are experiencing is a human developmental process to something else. And I'm not talking about the ASD, I'm talking generally about what is happening. It looks like the treatments of the diseases lead us to new things. They will lead us to new diseases, to new conditions. Things that we died of in the past are being totally treated, but new conditions appear. Vaccines are arriving and they are used, but we do not know where they are leading us. So what we need to have in our mind is that we right now are saying that for the time being, this is what we can do. We have the right to accept improvement, to aim at improvement, because if you do not aim at improvement, you will never improve. This is what rehabilitation is about. But this is also true for any objective in your life. If you want to improve something, for instance, to gain 100 euros, if you don't want to do it, you will not do it. You will never do it. So one objective is this one. The second objective, very substantial, is to improve the functionality and the quality of life. This is the substantial, the capital thing. And this is what rehabilitation does. And this is what we can do for our people, to have them trained, and then to give the opportunity to all people, and not just children. This is why I included more aged people, that we can, at any stage in life, to treat things, to deal with things that can be treated. You can deal with back pain, with gait problems, arthroplasty, etc. when you are at 60 or 70. 60 is a bit too early, but 70. Generally speaking, I would say that you have to see all this under this light. What we said about the physical condition, how we can modify this. We have to start doing new things to offer new opportunities. It is not proven that these programs will not improve on other levels. How did they improve and they managed to become university professors? So it is an evolutionary, a learning process that looks very much like the quote-unquote the normal one and what we learn today. It is a procedure a bit modified. It requires people that are intelligent, that understand what is happening. So we must speak the same language. I think we have a lot of things to see afterwards. Autism right now is at the beginning for new things. and rehabilitation will help a lot. And as Mrs. Stathis said, with neuroplasticity, the existence of new synapses, things that are being repeated, everything has been said. The only thing that we are doing is summarize, and it is not physiotherapy. Physiotherapy is just a part. It's apotherapy, it's logotherapy, speech therapy, it's the approach of the environment, all these things that will affect the quality of life of those people. And we should not forget the family. The carer is the person who suffers 100% in any condition. So we need to pay attention to the carers as well. And this is also rehabilitation. Thank you very much.
Υπάρχει κάποια άλλη ερώτηση?
Is there any other question?
Να κάνουμε ένα μικρό
Let's have a short break until the next session is ready for continuing. Until 7. Okay, 10 minutes.
για τις επόμενες τρεις.
So now, for the next 3 presentations, we are going to start now. First of all, Mrs. Dr. Liberopoulou is going to discuss about ASD and DLD when it comes to predictive language processing. If I understand correctly, it means that for us who do not have a problem in our language, it is the ability to predict the next utterance in a dialogue. And now we are going to discuss what is the case in ACD and DLD. Hello. Thank you very much for giving us the chance to be here today and to present our research. Our title is Predictive Language Processing in Children in Autism Spectrum Disorder and Children with Developmental Language Disorder. So, developmental language disorder, DLD, is a neurodevelopmental disorder of language. It causes deficits in language abilities, and it has a complex genetic etiology. And it cannot be associated with biological or neurological factors. So the reason why we compare DLD with ASD is that those two populations share several similarities, mainly in terms of their language abilities, and those similarities apply to all language levels: phonology, morphology, syntax, semantics, and pragmatics. So the existence of those similarities led us to make the hypothesis of a common phenotype. There is a large percentage of children and young adults with DLD that fit into the criteria to be diagnosed as ASD, as well as there is a subgroup in ASD that have the same language difficulties as children with DLD. So there are only a few studies that have focused on the characteristics that could differentiate the two disorders. Most studies focus on the similarities. Therefore, it is not clear if there is a common phenotype or if there is overlapping between those two disorders. There are differences between DLD and ASD in the pragmatic language mainly. It seems that pragmatic language is controlled by different mechanisms in those two disorders, namely DLD and ASD. So the predictive language processing is the ability to predict the upcoming words, the upcoming utterances of our interlocutors during a conversation in real time. It is a very challenging component of language comprehension, and it is related to the real-time sentence comprehension and syntax comprehension. Neurotypical children can predict the upcoming information based to the semantics of the verbs, and this helps a lot to continue the dialogue, meaning that they can respond quickly and in a satisfactory level. So this ability is developed from 2 or 3 years old. They have this ability to predict, especially when the semantics of the sentence, of the dialogue, is strict, so to say, and restrictive. Children can make predictions. Moreover, predictive language processing is a language skill, a conversational skill, meaning that it belongs to the pragmatic language abilities. this skill has not been studied in the Greek language, and especially in comparison, comparing those two disorders. However, if it is a differentiated a characteristic that differentiates those two disorders, that can be proven very important. This comparison may prove important. So now, when it comes to the population, it has been observed that both populations have the ability to predict, especially when there is a restrictive semantic framework. So, children with ASD seem to have a higher performance in generating predictions compared to with children with DLD, while children with DLD show lower performance and present a delay, so to say, in producing predictions compared to the typical development peers. So, children with ASD, it seems that they tend to perform similarly to typical development children in producing predictions, that is. So the purpose of that study is to assess the ability for PLP in Greek-speaking children with ASD as compared with their DLD and typical development peers. So our research hypotheses were the following. First of all, children with DLD are expected to perform significantly weaker compared to children with ASD. The second hypothesis was that children with DLD are expected to perform weaker than their typical development peers, while children with autism are expected to perform similarly to their typical development peers. "25 children with ASD and 25 children with DLD, as well as 25 typical development children participated in our study. Their ages were ranging from 6 to 8 years old, and they were grouped based on their gender and their age. All the participants were native Greek speakers, and they spoke no other language. ASD children had diagnosis from a state institution, while DLD children had a diagnosis for language disorders that show a profile of DLD. Since DLD is not an official diagnosis because it is only contained in ICD. Now, when it comes to the tools that we have used, first of all, we counted the mean length of utterance, we measured it, and for typical development peers, they had to have 6. They had to measure 6 at the MELU climax, and while to the other children they had to score at least 4. Non-verbal intelligence was measured through the Greek version of Raven's test, and they should had a score from 85. Moreover, we produced a non-standardized test for predictive language processing, which was based on non-standardized tests that had been used in international studies in other languages, not only in typical development children, but also with children with ASD and DLD. We found similar tests in English, French, Mandarin, Spanish. The test in the beginning was initially administered on a pilot basis, and Then we started our study. Here you can see images from the test. It consists of 5 scales with various levels of difficulty. The researchers is reading aloud half the sentence, and we want the children that participate, the participants, to show us the relevant image. The first 2 scales are the most simple ones. They have 4 images, and the participants should choose the right image, meaning that they have to understand based on the verb what is going to happen. The second task, the second scale, has got a little bit a more complex syntax, and in the next scales there are 4 images. Only one is correct. There is a disruptor that could fit the question, but right now it is not the right, and there are 2 other irrelevant images. The participants should take into consideration the meaning of the whole sentence in order to make the predictions. In the 4th scale there are 2 sentences, and the participant should focus on the importance and the meaning of the first sentence in order to answer the second, and in the other scale they have to predict the means or the tool that is going to be mentioned. For example, Aris ate his spaghetti using A, and then participants have to choose the tool. Statistical analysis was done using SPSS. The descriptive analysis of the data were carried out, and the mean score, the standard deviation, and the range of values of the variables were calculated. We carried out a test, and since the distribution was not normal, we used the non-parametric Mann-Whitney-Hughes test for the pairwise comparison of groups, and according to the results, AST children perform better compared to children with DLD. The DLD children score lower compared to TD children, and children with ASD have a similar, let's say, performance to children with TD. So, according to the first research hypothesis, children with DLD are expected to perform significantly weaker than children with ASD. And yes, this was the case. The performance was lower, was weaker, and during the literature review, no studies were found that assessed the ability of those 2 populations. However, we understood, based on other studies, that ASD children had similar performances with their typical development peers, while DLD children had lower, weaker performances compared to the typical development children. Moreover, in our review, we found out that both groups have the ability to perform, to generate predictions, but children with DLD are slightly weaker, so to say, in generating predictions compared to children with ASD, and therefore the first research hypothesis was confirmed. So the second research hypothesis was the following, that children with DLD are expected to perform weaker than their typical development peers. And this was also the case. The performance was weaker. The results agree with other studies. Therefore, the second hypothesis was also confirmed by reinforcing the existing data. Last but not least, according to the last hypothesis, children with ASD are expected to perform similarly to their typical development peers. The results proved that this was also correct. the results are consistent with similar research that was performed in other languages, and so the third research hypothesis was also confirmed. We have also to mention the limitations of that study. First of all, we have to mention that the test was offline. PLP can be also studied with a tracker in order to track eye movement and the time of responding to its stimuli. We measured only the response, not the time. However, a study with eye tracker with PLP could also give us much more valuable information and more specific differences between those two populations. We also have to say that we had a rather small number of participants and their age range was rather limited as well. Nevertheless, the results give us valuable information and could be used in order to develop interventions for children with DLD in order to improve their language processing, to improve the understanding of sentences, and improve the discussion, and they can also be used to develop tools to distinguish the two disorders, to be able to be certain if those two disorders are different or are in the same range, so to say. And last but not least, the data, the results are enrich the research with data from Greek-speaking population, offering a cross-linguistic perspective. Having said that, when it comes to future research, we propose to use an online measure such as an eye tracker in order to assess PLP, predictive language processing. We should use larger samples, and of course the research should be done in a wider age range in order to understand the various differentiations, since this is a very important parameter. Here you can see some references, indicative references from literature. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ την κυρία Λιμπεροπούλου.
We thank Mrs. Liberopoulou. Are there any questions from the audience? No one? Could I ask you a question? Children in ASD, did they have high functionality? Yes. There were children who were going in general elementary schools with parallel support, and since we used other tools, they had to be able to speak and be able to communicate. Did you put as a prerequisite whether there was any therapeutical program that had preceded? No, it was not a prerequisite. But since we are talking about children in the first and second grades of the elementary school, all children were going to an external center and were being followed up by the integration department or with parallel support, and some of them from kindergarten. Thank you very much. Is there any question from the audience? It seems there is one. Good afternoon. Congratulations. I wanted to ask, since you have these first data, maybe it is a small sample, but would you think of having a continuation of this study or a new study where the results of this specific population could be administered a protocol, a linguistic protocol, or something concrete that would target something specific so as to study something specific and then to enter a third procedure where there would be a follow-up. For Greece, this is very important because we have a point of departure. So maybe we could have a second phase, a third phase, have a follow-up, etc. You mean with the same participants? Yes, that would be very useful to see how this ability is evolving, how it is progressing. I believe that it is very difficult to have the same children and have them accept to participate. It was very difficult to find children with ASD who would accept to be administered the tool. We had to go through various phases of approval as the ministry, the schools would not accept that easily. I was working in the school. This is how I had more acquaintances there. I do not know whether it would be feasible for the same children to accept to participate. According to my experience from abroad, it would be attractive for their families to propose a second phase where you would propose a protocol for therapy. You mean an intervention? I think that if you promoted this as a second phase, it would be more attractive. And maybe they would understand that, yes, my child will go through all these tests, but maybe a tool would be administered to my child and there would be a benefit, etc. Well, clearly, yes, the intervention is more attractive for the patient, for the parents and the children themselves. It is in our mind, in our plans, but we have to see how the modalities of it, to see how we can put it in practice. Thank you very much. Another question? Microphone, please. Congratulations, Mrs. Liberopoulou, for your research and your work. I would take it a step further, together with Mrs. Papagiannopoulou. Instead of, or rather, complementary to the follow-up, it would be interesting to see horizontally a greater sample, unbiased sample, and maybe you could have some HLM models, hierarchical language models, to see the differentiation per grade, per school, per area among the population and the linguistic data of our country. So you could do this on a greater scale, to have such data horizontally and be able to make the comparisons that could lead to linguistic conclusions. Again, congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you for your proposals. Thank you. We will go on with Mrs. Constantinidou. Well, until Mrs. Constantinidou comes, let me tell you that Mrs. Constantinidou has made a protocol, the Go OT. Okay, we're all ears. Good afternoon. I wish everyone health. I wish you all the best. The picture has been, I have used many filters for this picture. I don't know how it works. My name is Anna Constantinidou. I'm a special scientist in mental health, neuroscientist, and I have come here to present my child, Go OT, which is a pioneer parent frame intervention for children with disabilities. This protocol was created after the birth of my younger son, who is 15 now, in ASD. I started based on the unlimited love and acceptance in order to end to the final objective, functionality and integration. It is structured in a way so as to be used in various neurotransmitting disorders such as autism, ADHD, and various syndromes such as Down, intellectual disability and other disabilities and handicaps. And it is a dynamic and adjustable protocol, shaped depending on the needs of the child and the family in order to face all possible conditions such as divorce, change of environment, sexual education, pet, death. This protocol has been created by an innovative combination of the tools of coaching, CBT, it involves framing with CBC, positive direction models, positive psychology, adjusted, functional, and effectively adjusted, always personalized, topical, and updated. Today we will use autism as a case study because I consider Homo autisticus as the next step in the development. Waving to Darwin with love. First, contact with the family. We take the detailed medical and other history and overall approach to establish a therapeutic relationship. First of all, discussing the vision, the objectives, and the values of the family. We explain to the family that it is a parent training protocol and that the success of our work depends on them mainly because they have to commit themselves to work all together in order to achieve everything that we have discussed right from the start, which means that the parent becomes what he has to be always, an informer, a therapist, and absolute partner of all the other therapists that have undertaken to frame the child. We give the bottle to the child and we say, hold it with your hands. Who is daddy? Who is mommy? When the child has a hurt, you tell the child, come here, I will give you a kiss. So we take the parent who is in his role and we become a whole embrace. We become a framework, all of us together, we frame the child. The parents will be prepared and must be prepared for the present, the future with autism and neurotransmissivity. And the protocol is structured in a way so as to stress the positive points without disregarding weaknesses and to promote the capacities that they are using. Our children need limitless and unconditional love and acceptance. The parent is prepared, is supported, is coached, and is assisted to understand all of this and to emit this to the children. And this will lead to feelings of self-confidence, self-esteem, certainty and assurance, and security and wish for collaboration at all levels. Go Oti is the only possibly therapeutic approach and intervention that counts and includes the siblings of people with disabilities, and it smoothens the disadvantages of having a sibling who is a person with disability and puts forward the advantages. It includes also close relatives, therapists, friends and carers that the family has. The ergotherapist, speech therapist, psychologist, special educator who will be trained in the protocol has to have high empathy, consistency, insistence, persistence, patience, belief in their capacities that they will be able to bring this forward. They have to be an ally, an assistant, a coach. They have to be able to recognize the battle, the effort, the will the progress, the development, the evolution, but also the reactions, the difficulties, falling backwards, and impediments. So he has to commit themselves. So we enter the steps of the protocol, we give space and time to each step, we explain as long as it takes. First step is management analysis of the functions of the brain. The question that we ask to our children, my friends, is what do you have in your mind? What is in your head? What is happening there? The parent sees their children to making a move or a stereotypic movement and ask themselves what is happening there. So we explain in simple words, and since this is tested, parents understand it and they show interest in what is happening there. They want to learn why is their children's mind working in this way, why do they do what they do, what they can do, what is happening there. They study their child as much. Second step, it is tiring, but the first hours go by very, very fast. The sensory system and the senses. Analysis of the sensory system with management guidelines through simple materials at home. Apart from what the speech therapy and ergotherapy, etc., etc. It is very important for the parents and the carers of a neurodifferent child to understand the sensory system, and it is general to understand it because it will help them too. And the analysis of the sensory system will help and prevent any sensory variations, and it will make the sensory diet of the child to be structured and be implemented in a more functional way. And the parent, when they know the sensory system, they can assist the various therapists, and they will help them to better help and frame the child. It is very important. Quite often the therapists try to communicate something and they do not find an ear that is ready to listen to them because the parents do not understand. So the parents must be able to help the therapist who will help the child and altogether help the child. This is the notion, this is the gist altogether. The third step, which is the longest, we enter the education, the training of parents process and reframing of any distortions, cognitive distortions, abolition of stereotypes or anything that can delay the family and the child. In the first part of this step, we're talking about the diagnosis. We discuss how we are going to organize the announcement to the person, always taking into account the age, perception, the diagnosis, and the ways to manage it and to communicate. It is important for the feeling of belonging and the self-perception that we have that the autistic person knows. We all want to know. And this is a right that we do not have the right to deprive the autistic people from. My son knows from a very young age that he is autistic, and this has made him feel very confident. And he has self-confidence and he can manage things in his life. And he is very proud for being autistic. And for me, this is very important. The next step of this, step 3, pertains to the siblings, their relationships, the dynamics in their relationships. How will the diagnosis affect the relationship? We analyze all the factors pertaining order of birth, age, and a reference to Gabor Mate will be helpful here. We want the siblings. We cannot leave them outside. I saw with my sons how important my older son was, he's 25 now, for the development and mental education of Thomas, the younger one. He did what he had to do. So we want the siblings to be there, to play their part. We need to support them because they are also going through the pain that the parents are going through. So the siblings, I have not heard anyone talk about the siblings. The siblings have to be taken on board. How do they feel about their brother and sister? We all go on top, we go around the autistic child, but the sibling is left out. And we know that we have various syndromes developing the syndrome of invisible sibling. So we go on. The next logical theme, adverse behaviors. I call them like that. People call them aggressive behaviors. There is no aggressive behavior in autism. There is adverse behavior, communication that we are not trained, we are not properly trained, and we cannot understand. Autistic children and children know how to communicate. We do not know how to understand them. As long as we go and we have greater interaction with the child, we have positive and negative reactions, as we all have anyway. And sometimes we make the mistake of seeing only the diagnosis and not the person. If you see me in the morning before having my coffee, you will issue 10 diagnoses for me. And this happens with a non-verbal child who is under more pressure and criticism. It is important to train and to prepare the carers for those moments as well, the difficult ones. The next hours, I dedicate them to what I call the 5 lessons for parents. First lesson, family day. What it is, how it is structured, what the benefits, and how it affects us. An example, personal. My husband, Thomas, and my husband go together to do archery. We exercise archery together. We have another family with which we play another sport together, and this is planned as the day that we do this together. Second, purposes of the behavior. What are the behaviors? It is in their wiring, in their DNA, these behaviors. Irrespective of the diagnosis, these are the behaviors that our children are using depending on what they want to achieve. A global phenomenon. When a mom picks up the phone, the child wants to establish a missile in the balcony. They want to eat, they want to play, they want to whatever. Lesson number 3, understanding us and our children through the prism of 3 factors. Moving moments, life plan, 3rd, a good parent. Lesson 4, communication. How you're going to listen to your children, how you're going to communicate substantially with them. Active listening, reflective listening, empathy. Which roles do we take? How do we speak to our children? I always say that if we talk to our friends the way we talk to our children, we would be left without friends. And on the contrary, if we talk to our children the way we talk to our friends, maybe we would have better relations and they would listen to us. Lesson number 5, when I want to change a behavior to another one, more functional, I have to have an alternative ready. I cannot say to my child, don't do that. It will say, why? Why not? Why? What should I do? There are so many whys. I have to have an answer. I am older, I am more experienced. So in this way, and being able to teach a way, I use here the coaching tools, smartly adjusted to parent the behaviors.
Ύπνος.
So sleep. Through a carefully edited fairy tale that is personalized, both parents and children understand the benefits of sleep. How much should we sleep? How should we prepare ourselves for sleep? And what can we do in order to have the best sleep in the world? Because we all know that especially ASD children have issues with melatonin. Thomas should go to bed at 11 o'clock. I don't know why. He knows it. And we have established a routine that includes after toothbrushing, and it might seem odd, have I brushed my tooth well? Yes, you have. Is my head symmetrical? It is the most symmetrical head I've ever seen. And then he falls asleep, like switching him off. We have developed this routine. He liked his head. Is my head symmetrical? As soon as I tell him yes, he falls asleep. 11 o'clock, no matter what, no matter where we are or what is going on. However, establishing that routine, even if with that jog, that personal, that inside jog, has helped Thomas have a better sleep and to get up energized and rested. We know that 35 or 40% of the next day is based on the good sleep. It was very tiring for me to find those expressions, but he did it even by himself. Does he understand the importance of his routine? Yes, and he's going to do it even if when I'm not at home. And I'm not really literally fighting with my child in order to get them to bed. This is very important. Now, let's discuss hygiene. The concepts of hygiene, the obligations and the routines of hygiene. The further we go to the protocol, the more the rationale of the steps is shown to us in a better way. Do we need to analyze hygiene? Yes. First, the first lessons from a baby is that as soon as they get soiled, we change their diapers. And apart from the rational benefits, we also allow them to feel that they have managed something and their confidence is boosted. So brushing the teeth, choosing the items of clothing, shower, going to toilet, combing my hair, was wearing clean socks and underwear. And we have structured pamphlets with specific steps that are visualized based on the children and their developmental stage and diagnosis. And in order to facilitate the communication between healthcare professionals and parents, we also have assessment leaflets. So when we will visit the healthcare professional, the professional will be able to see at a glance which are the milestones that we have managed so far. So the everyday living skills and the everyday life activities, they play a very important role to the development of each person. I focus on those three concepts: self-management, autonomy, and self-determination. Those will lead us to achieve a functionality and adaptive behavior, and all together will lead us to the subjective quality of life and not to the objective quality of life. And which is the difference? The subjective quality of life, or rather the objective, is what we believe that they need, and their subjective reality is their own version of their own quality of life. And if they will not achieve the autonomy, the self-management and the self-determination, they will not be able to be functional. Because I want that when I live this life, my child won't need me. I'm 48 years old. Let's say that I will live until 90 years old. I want to have a legacy, but when I die, I want Thomas to be able to survive by himself. I want to teach him everything I know, and of course to find ways to communicate with each other, all the stakeholders in this community. So generally I mention some activities and skills, personal confidence, taking care of others, very important, to be able not only to take his own medication, but of others too, to have feelings about others people, eating, getting dressed, responding in an emergency. How many times have we found ourselves with disabled children and they cannot respond to that urgency? So, what is happening at home? Analyze the plan for organizing a home. This is a slide that is given household chores. Because this is why we're going to set up motives and routines. And we will be able to avoid nagging. And yet another goal is to help this family to live in a democratically organized environment. They all know what to do. The autistic child knows which are their clothes. They are able to wash their clothes. Because a lot of children in this society believe that when they take off their soiled clothes, there are some fairies that clean their clothes. How is this possible? This was washed in the washing machine. Children do not know those skills, do not have the ability to do simple household chores. Moreover, it is a chance to play for a wonderful interaction. I make the families to spend 5 minutes at each room. 5 minutes to clean that room, 5 minutes to clean the other. Simple chores, simple tasks for the children, half an hour. And if we have goals and if we do it in a game-like situation with coordination, of course, we always stress the benefits of the plan, of the schedule, and there is also a visualization of that plan based on the separate needs of each family. Now let's go to my favorite room, which is the kitchen. Even if I'm mentioning it at last, I put a lot of emphasis on the kitchen. And I encourage them to let their children to roam around in the kitchen. It will teach both of you a lot of things. Kitchen is the basis of our survival skills. It includes problem solving, adaptability, cognitive skills, organization, coordination. I boil the water. This is physics. I'm out of oregano. What can I substitute it with? It is a chance for interaction. We help the child to talk. I teach my child ways of communication. They understand the tastes. Kitchen is a university for parents that want to spend time, and for a healthcare professional is a very good thing to make families communicate in there. You all remember the food of your grandma, the dishes of your grandma, isn't it true? And how you used to sit in the kitchen table with your parents and your siblings, or with your grandma. Admit it. So, step 9. It is about the organization of a program from the inside of the house towards the outside, because we will not spend our lives in our home. We will have to venture outside. Of course, we will have to reframe the program in order to see if we need to change something. And of course, we have to revisit the program to see if they are ready to go out in the society. This
Για τα παιδιά στο φάσμα του αυτισμού μπορεί να είναι εξαιρετικά οδυνηρό και καμιά φορά και επικίνδυνο να βγουν έξω. Εμένα ο Θωμάς μου δυσκολευόταν πάρα πολύ να βγαίνει έξω. Το πρώτο πράγμα που πρέπει να έχουμε υπόψη μας όταν σχεδιάζουμε ένα εξωτερικό πρόγραμμα είναι το αισθητριακό προφίλ του παιδιού. Για παράδειγμα, αν είναι υπερευαίσθητο. Και αν δεν μπορούμε να τα εξελίψουμε αυτά, γιατί δεν γίνεται δηλαδή να κλείσω τα μηχανάκια που τρέχουν στον δρόμο, έτσι, ή να κλείσω τα φώτα όλα του δρόμου, θα πρέπει να προετοιμάζουμε το παιδί για την έξοδο και πάντα να υπάρχει plan B για τυχόν καταρρεύσεις. Το εξωτερικό πρόγραμμα περιλαμβάνει διάφορους προορισμούς. Σούπερ μάρκετ, με λίστα με ψώνια, περίπτερο, μικροδουλειές, πληρωμή κτλ. Μότο μου εδώ είναι αυτό που έκανα και εγώ πάντοτε. Πάμε παντού και καθόμαστε όσο αντέχουμε. Έχει τύχει να πάμε κάπου και στα 5 λεπτά να φύγουμε. Τόσο άνταξε ο Θωμάς, τόσο κάτσαμε. Και αφού κατακτήσουμε, κάθε βήμα έχει το χρόνο του και θέλει και τον ανάλογο συνεργάτη. Περνάμε στο βήμα 10, δομή και οργάνωση σύνθετων δραστηριοτήτων, κοινωνικής εκπαίδευσης και αυτονομίας. Εδώ φτάνουμε στο βήμα 10, θριαμβευτές. Φανταστείτε το παιδάκι, με τη βοήθεια των γονιών, να οργανώνει θεματική βραδιά. Να οργανώνει ένα τραπέζι με 2 φίλους. Τι δουλειά θα χρειαστεί να γίνει και από τους θεραπευτές και από τους γονείς. Τι επαφή, τι διάδραση, τι εκπαίδευση να οργανώσεις ένα τραπέζι κυριακάτικο με 2 φίλους. Ή να οργανώσει μία βραδιά με σινεμά. Πώς θα διαλέξετε ταινία, πώς θα πάμε να πληρώσουμε, πώς να το παραγγείλουμε, πώς να μπούμε στον υπολογιστή να βρούμε. Για φανταστείτε πόσες δουλειές έχει μέσα αυτό. Τι συζήτηση, τι προσέγγιση, τι πλαισίωση, τι μπορεί να γίνει. Από όλα έχει ο Μπαξές. Το Go-OT μπορεί να εφαρμοστεί με επιτυχία από όποιον επιστήμονα το διδαχθεί. Τα κύρια συστατικά του θεραπευτή πρέπει να είναι η επιμονή, η υπομονή, ο προγραμματισμός, ο συγχρονισμός με την οικογένεια, ενεργητική ακρόαση, πλήρης κατανόηση του οράματος αλλά και των προβληματισμών που έχει η οικογένεια, οι δυνατότητες, η διάγνωση, το δυναμικό του παιδιού, η πίστη του, η αγάπη του σε αυτό που κάνει. Σχεδιάστηκε με γνώμονα την αποδοχή, την ανεφόρον αγάπη και τη θέληση για ένα λειτουργικό μέλλον για όλους. Παρόλα αυτά, καθ' όλη τη διάρκεια της εξέλιξης του πρωτοκόλλου ενδέχεται να εμφανιστούν ζητήματα που αφορούν τους γονείς, όπως γονική εξάντληση, ματέωση, παραίτηση, άγχος, παλινδρόμηση, οτιδήποτε. Ένας εξωγενής παράγοντας, ένας θάνατος, μια καταστροφή, μια πανδημία. Δεν ξέραν τι να κάνουν οι τυπικοί άνθρωποι στις πανδημίες, πόσο άλλο οι γονείς με τα παιδιά στο φάσμα. Αυτά είναι ζητήματα που το Go-OT έχει υπολογίσει και μπορεί να φέρει εμβόλυμα θεραπευτικές παρεμβάσεις, επειδή, παιδιά, μπορεί να σας φανεί περίεργο, τα έχουμε ζήσει όλα εμείς οι γονείς των παιδιών στο φάσμα του αυτισμού με τα παιδιά μας. Ειλικρινά τα έχω ζήσει όλα. Έπρεπε να υπολογίσω και για τους υπόλοιπους όλα αυτά. Αυτά μπορεί να είναι ένας θάνατος. Σεξουαλική διαπαιδαγώγηση που κανένας δεν μιλάει. Ταμπού. Υπονομεύουμε τις ανάγκες του παιδιού, του ενήλικα. Δεν είναι παιδί στα 20 του, ούτε στα 30 του, ούτε στα 40 του. Είναι ένας ολοκληρωμένος άνθρωπος με ανάγκες και δικαιώματα. Σεξουαλική διαπαιδαγώγηση, συντροφικότητα, φλερτ, ματέωση. Και εδώ έρχεται πάλι το Go-OT με συγκεκριμένη μεθοδολογία, Sexuality Education Coaching, το οποίο συνήθως εγώ προτείνω να γίνεται παράλληλα η εκπαίδευση, γιατί αφορά και για τους κινδύνους, για την υγιεινή, για την προστασία και για πολλούς άλλους παράγοντες. Ένα άλλο ζήτημα πάρα πολύ σημαντικό, διατροφική επιλεκτικότητα. Έχω αναπτύξει το Nutri Coaching. Εμένα τουλάχιστον ο Θωμάς έχει διατροφική επιλεκτικότητα στο Θεό. Έπρεπε να τα δοκιμάσω όλα. Να αναπτύξω μια μεθοδολογία η οποία να μπορεί να βοηθήσει το παιδί μου να τρώει και τώρα πια να μαγειρεύει και να τα κάνει όλα μόνος του. Επίσης, ένα σωστό πρωτόκολλο θεραπευτικής παρέμβασης δεν μπορεί να βγάλει έξω τα ζώα. Υπάρχει ανεπτυγμένο το AATC, Animal Assisted Therapeutic Coaching, όπως ανέφερα. Πάλι έχει να κάνει με σκύλους θεραπείας. Εγώ διαθέτω σκύλους θεραπείας. Έχω έναν για το θωμά μου, εκπαιδευμένο ειδικά, και άλλον έναν τον οποίο τον χρησιμοποιώ στη δουλειά μου. Το εξωτερικό πρόγραμμα, απευαισθητοποίηση, διαχειρήσεις συναισθηματικές. Πολλά ωφέλη να μπορούμε να χρησιμοποιήσουμε και ένα ζώο. Υποθεραπεία. Να μπορεί ο θεραπευτής να συντονιστεί με ένα ζώο για να μπορέσει να βοηθήσει ακόμα περισσότερο το αυτιστικό παιδί ή όποιο παιδί. Επίσης, μεθοδολογία για επισκέψεις στους γιατρούς. Όλοι γνωρίζουμε πόσο δύσκολο είναι ένα αυτιστικό παιδί να επισκεφτεί έναν οδοντίατρο, έναν παθολόγο. Όλοι γνωρίζουμε επίσης πως οι γιατροί σήμερα δεν έχουν τρόπους να πλαισιώσουν ένα παιδί στο φάσμα του αυτισμού ή να βοηθήσουν. Έχουν όλη την καλή διάθεση, δεν ξέρουν πώς. Δεν μπορεί να πηγαίνει ένα αυτιστικό παιδί για να κάνει έναν καθαρισμό και να πρέπει να το κοιμίζουμε συνέχεια. Να πρέπει να κάνει μία εξέταση και να πρέπει πάλι να το κοιμίζουμε. Να πρέπει να το χτενίσουμε ή να του κόψουμε τα μαλλιά, πάλι να το κοιμίζουμε. Όλη μέρα κοιμισμένο θα είναι. Πρέπει να γίνει... Φανταστείτε ότι το Go τα περιλαμβάνει όλα αυτά. Ακόμα και εκπαίδευση σε ιατρικό προσωπικό. Το Go δημιουργήθηκε, δοκιμάστηκε, εξελίσσεται όλα αυτά τα χρόνια πρώτα από την οικογένειά μου και το γιο μου και μετέπειτα στις οικογένειες που αναλάμβανα. Είναι ένα δυναμικό και συνεχώς εξελισσόμενο εργαλείο που μπορεί να φανεί χρήσιμο σε όποιο επαγγελματία ασχολείται με την ψυχική υγεία και όχι μόνο, την ζωοθεραπεία, την ειδική αγωγή και ούτω καθεξής. Αρκετά σας κούρασα. Σας ευχαριστώ.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Αν έχετε κάποια ερώτηση.
Ερωτήσεις από το κοινό.
Σας τα έλεσα όλα,
Εγώ έχω μία ερώτηση.
Παρακαλώ.
Κατά πόσο πιστεύετε ότι είναι έφορο το έδαφος και εδώ στην Αθήνα, στα αστικά κέντρα γενικά, αλλά και στην επαρχία, να εφαρμοστεί αυτό το πρωτόκολλο στους γονείς σε πρώτη φάση και κατ' επέκταση στο ιατρικό προσωπικό, δηλαδή σε εκπαιδευμένους υγιείς που θα κάνουν όλη αυτή τη διαδικασία να εφαρμόσουν το πρωτόκολλο.
Το πιο δύσκολο είναι στο να πιστούν οι γονείς να συνεργαστούν. Και ως γονέας το λέω αυτό, έτσι. Δηλαδή, εγώ δεν πάω από πόρτα σε πόρτα. Σαν θεραπεύτρια με καλούνε. Από στόμα σε στόμα μαθαίνεται η δουλειά μου. Είναι δύσκολο. Γιατί θα πρέπει ο γονέας πρώτα να δουλευτεί πάρα πολύ καλά, να πλαισιωθεί, να χτίσουμε τη θεραπευτική σχέση και να καταλάβει ότι αυτός πρώτα πρέπει να δουλέψει με το παιδί του. Ότι δεν θα το αφήνει στον εργοθεραπευτή και θα φεύγει. Και ο εργοθεραπευτής θα προσπαθεί να αρμενίζει για να βοηθήσει το παιδί 1 και 2 ώρες ή στο λογοθεραπευτή. Δεν μπορεί οι λογοθεραπευτές σήμερα να δίνουν ασκησούλες για το σπίτι και κανένας να μην κάνει τίποτα. Το έχω ζήσει, το έχω δει. Θέλει προώθηση. Θέλει συντονισμένα στην κάθε τοπική κοινωνία, εγώ τουλάχιστον έτσι προτείνω, ότι ελάτε να κάνουμε θεματικές βραδιές, να γνωριστούμε με το πρωτόκολλο. Να γνωριστούμε και να δώσουμε στους γονείς να καταλάβουν ότι εκείνοι πρώτα θα δουλέψουν με τα παιδιά τους. Και ότι ο λογοθεραπευτής απέναντί τους, ο εργοθεραπευτής, ο γιατρός δεν είναι ο εχθρός τους. Είναι αυτός που τους βοηθάει, είναι ο αρρωγός. Στους γιατρούς, το ίδιο. Θεωρώ ότι υπάρχουν αξιόλογοι επιστήμονες εκεί πέρα έξω, οι οποίοι θέλουν να βοηθήσουν τα αυτιστικά παιδιά και όχι μόνο. Να έχουν τις απαραίτητες ιατρικές πράξεις που πρέπει να έχουν. Όταν θα πάω στον οδοντίατρο, λέω παράδειγμα που είναι πάρα πολύ δύσκολο. Δεν ξέρει ο άνθρωπος. Θα πρέπει να του πω. Αν έχει την καλή διάθεση και δεν μου πει, γιατί έχει τύχει να μου πει ότι ξέρετε ότι δεν αναλαμβάνουμε τέτοια παιδιά. Έτσι μου είπε ο επιστήμονας. Δεν αναλαμβάνουμε τέτοια παιδιά. Έχει τύχει όμως άνθρωπος να μου πει ότι δείξε μου πώς, να τον βάλω στην καρέκλα. Υπάρχει τρόπος να εφαρμοστεί, αρκεί να θέλουμε. Έστω και αν είναι πόρτα-πόρτα, που είπε ένας φίλος μου. Να μάθουν οι γονείς ότι πρώτα εκείνοι. Σε κάλυψα?
Έχουμε για άλλη μια ερώτηση.
Παρακαλώ.
Κυρία Κωνσταντινίδου, καταρχάς συγχαρητήρια για την ομιλία και για
Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Απλά θέλω να ρωτήσω, βασικά, έχω ακούσει όλες τις ομιλίες από το πρωί και όλοι μου αναφέρεται ένα κοινό παρονομαστή. Υπάρχει ο γονέας. Εγώ η ερώτηση που θέλω να κάνω και να το επαναπροσδιορίσουμε, εφόσον δεν υπάρχει ο γονέας.
Για παράδειγμα, το πρωτόκολλο.
Τι γίνεται? Η ερώτηση είναι ότι αυτά τα παιδιά ζούνε, εκπαιδεύονται, αυτοί οι υπερήρωες για μένα να το πω έτσι, ζούνε και εκπαιδεύονται, εφόσον υπάρχουν οι γονείς.
Εάν παρατηρήσατε από την αρχή, ανέφερα ότι το Go Out είναι ένα πρωτόκολλο το οποίο περιλαμβάνει φροντιστές, παππούδες, γιαγιάδες, αδέρφια. Τους περιλαμβάνει όλους. Και σένα μπορώ να σε εκπαιδεύσω, να βοηθήσεις τον αυτιστικό μου το γιο.
Αυτό ήθελα να ξαναρωτήσω όμως. Η ερώτηση μάλλον θα πάει στο προσωπικό περιβάλλον, στο πολύ προσωπικό περιβάλλον του παιδιού. Εάν δεν υπάρχει ο παππούς, ο γονέας, ο αδερφός.
Μπορεί να εκπαιδευτεί ένας φροντιστής. Μπορεί να εκπαιδευτεί. Είμαι τόσο σίγουρη για τη δουλειά μου. Ευχαριστώ κι εγώ. Είμαι τόσο σίγουρη για τη δουλειά μου και για το τι μπορούν να κάνουν τα αυτιστικά παιδιά, εάν τους το δείξουμε, και γενικότερα τα ΑΜΕΑ παιδιά, που μπορώ αυτή τη στιγμή να βγω έξω, να μου διαλέξεις έναν, να τον φέρω μέσα και να τον εκπαιδεύσουμε. Ανεφόρον αγάπη και αποδοχή. Αυτό θέλει. Και να συγκεντρωθούμε όλοι οι επιστήμονες και μη και να βάλουμε ο καθένας στο λιθαράκι, γιατί θέλουμε τη λειτουργικότητα και την ευμάρεια αυτού του ανθρώπου εκεί πέρα απέναντι. Έχουν ακουστεί πολύ όμορφα πράγματα σήμερα. Όλα αυτά μπορεί να γίνουν μία φωνή για όλους. Σας κάλυψα?
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Νομίζω ότι είμαστε εκτός χρόνου. Έχουμε σε αναμονή.
Είναι το πληθωρικό του χαρακτήρος μου αμένα.
Ίσως το ενδιαφέρον του θέματος. Αλλά πρέπει να προχωρήσουμε στην
Υπάρχει άλλη
επόμενη.
ερώτηση? Να τη δεχτώ την ερώτηση.
Ναι, έχω εγώ μια ερώτηση.
Παρακαλώ.
Ένα παιδί μπορεί πιο εύκολα να δουν οι γονείς του ότι έχει συμπτώματα και ότι είναι αυτιστικό, περίπου στην ηλικία των 5 ετών, που ουσιαστικά...
Και πιο μικρό.
Ενώ ίσως πιο εύκολα, ή το πιο σύνηθες. Πώς μπορεί ένας γονιός να το αναγνωρίσει νωρίτερα, ενώ σε πολύ
Ενεργητική παρατήρηση. Αυτό που λέμε όλα στα parenting πρωτόκολλα και αυτό που λέμε σε όλους τους γονείς, και το λένε όλοι οι επιστήμονες στους γονείς, έτσι, κακά τα ψέματα, είναι ότι παρατηρείτε τα παιδιά σας και μην αφήνετε τίποτα στην τύχη. Αυτό το λέω όσο μικρά και να είναι. Παρατηρείτε τα παιδάκια σας. Και τίποτα να μην έχει. Δεν πειράζει. Παρατηρείτε τα παιδιά σας. Μην ακούτε γιαγιάδες και παππούδες. Και εμένα το δικό μου το παιδί μίλησε 5. Γιατί, μανούλα μου, το κάνεις αυτό? Πήγαινε το, δες το. Μπορεί να υπάρχει κάτι, να συμβαίνει κάτι στο παιδάκι. Δεν είναι κακό. Έχουμε τους επιστήμονες στα πόδια μας. Τα μέσα, τα κέντρα, τα πάντα. Παρατηρείτε τα παιδιά σας. Με αγάπη. Και ανεφόρον αποδοχή. Ευχαριστώ.
Νομίζω η επόμενη εισήγηση είναι online, έτσι. Είναι η κυρία Τσιάρα. Θα μας μιλήσει για την εξατομικευμένη φροντίδα αυτιστικών ενηλίκων με συνοσηρότητα στην επιληψία. Οπότε, όταν είμαστε έτοιμοι... Γεια σας, κυρία Τσιάρα.
Καλησπέρα, με ακούτε?
Ναι.
Καλησπέρα, με ακούτε?
Είμαστε έτοιμοι.
Πολύ ωραία. Λοιπόν, εγώ είμαι νοσηλεύτρια στο Πανεπιστημιακό Νοσοκομείο της Λάρισσας και όταν είπαμε με την ομάδα μας να κάνουμε το συγκεκριμένο θέμα, εγώ πραγματικά ενθουσιάστηκα, γιατί ήταν κάτι το οποίο δεν είχα ασχοληθεί μέχρι στιγμής και γενικά έχω μια ευαισθησία στις επιληψίες και γενικά στα παιδιά με αυτισμό. Οπότε η παρουσίασή μας εμάς αφορά, όπως πολύ καλά είπατε, την προσωποκεντρική νοσηλευτική φροντίδα για ενήλικες με αυτισμό και επιληψία. και το πώς μπορούμε... Με ακούτε?
Ναι, μια χαρά σας ακούμε.
Ναι, και το πώς μπορούμε να διαχειριστούμε τις ίδιες ανάγκες των ασθενών αυτών. Το θέμα είναι ιδιαίτερο. Με ακούτε ή κάνει αντίλαλο?
Όχι, μια χαρά είναι. Ίσως να κλείσουμε τα μικρόφωνα τα δικά μας. Μήπως αντιφωνεί.
Ωραία, ευχαριστώ. Το θέμα είναι ιδιαίτερο, καθώς αυτοί οι ασθενείς αντιμετωπίζουν πολυάριθμες προκλήσεις στην καθημερινή τους ζωή. Για μας, τελή πρόκληση η αξιολόγηση των αναγκών και η ολιστική φροντίδα των ασθενών αυτών, τόσο μέσα στο νοσοκομείο, όσο και στην κοινότητα. Στην παρουσίασή μας θα δούμε λοιπόν τι είναι οι επιληπτικές κρίσεις και τι η επιληψία, καθώς και το ποιος είναι ο ποπολασμός της επιληψίας και του αυτισμού. Επίσης θα δούμε ποια είναι η προσωποκεντρική προσωποκεντρική προσέγγιση της φροντίδας, τις νοσηλευτικές παρεμβάσεις και τις στρατηγικές δηλαδή να εκδηλωθεί με ακαμψία, τρέμουλο ολόκληρου του σώματος. Όταν έχουμε να κάνουμε όμως με μια εστιακή, τότε αυτό σημαίνει ότι προέρχεται από ένα τμήμα του εγκεφάλου και εξαπλώνεται ανάλογα με το που αυτό είναι. Οι επιληπτικές κρίσεις μπορεί να έχουν διαφορετική εκδήλωση. Για παράδειγμα, αν μπορούν να εκδηλωθούν με ένα βλέμμα ή μια γρήγορες ανήσυχες κινήσεις, ανάλογα με το τμήμα του εγκεφάλου το οποίο επηρεάζεται. Τώρα, για να δούμε λιγάκι ποια είναι η διαφορά της επιληπτικής κρίσης και της επιληψίας. Επιληπτική κρίση θεωρείται το γεγονός, δηλαδή τι συμβαίνει εκείνη τη στιγμή, ενώ η επιληψία είναι η ασθένεια που περιλαμβάνει αυθόρμητες επαναλαμβανόμενες κρίσεις. Μέχρι στιγμής υπήρχε ένας παραδοσιακός ορισμός της επιληψίας, ο οποίος αυτός όμως πρόσφατα έχει αλλάξει. Αυτό σύμφωνα με αυτόν τον ορισμό, η επιληψία είναι μια διαταραχή η οποία χαρακτηρίζεται από 2 ή περισσότερες απρόκλητες κρίσεις, οι οποίες συμβαίνουν με διαφορά μεγαλύτερη από 24 ώρες μεταξύ τους. Επομένως, θα μπορούσε κάποιος να πει ότι θα κάνει κάποιος μια επιληπτική κρίση και να έχει μια δεύτερη κρίση μετά από 3 χρόνια. Και αυτό δηλαδή θα ήταν αρκετό για να πει κάποιος ότι έχουμε μια διάγνωση επιληψίας. Αυτός ήταν ένας συνοπτικός ορισμός τα προηγούμενα χρόνια και ήταν πολύ εύκολο να εφαρμοστεί ευρέως στα περιστατικά. Ωστόσο όμως γνωρίζουμε ότι υπάρχουν άνθρωποι ασθενείς οι οποίοι έχουν κάνει μια κρίση και έχουν επιληψία και δεν έχουν κάνει ένα δεύτερο επεισόδιο, ή υπάρχουν ασθενείς οι οποίοι έχουν το σύνδρομο της επιληψίας, στην ουσία αυτοί έχουν ένα παθολογικό ηλεκτροεγκεφαλογράφημα, το το οποίο μπορεί σε παιδική ηλικία να έχει επηρεάσει την ανάπτυξή τους, χωρίς όμως τότε να έχουν εμφανίσει μια επιληπτική κρίση. Επίσης, υπάρχουν και ασθενείς οι οποίοι έχουν αντανακλαστικές κρίσεις, δηλαδή εμφανίζουν μια επιληπτική κρίση, για παράδειγμα, από τα φώτα που αναβοσβήνουν. Εδώ βλέπουμε ένα άρθρο το οποίο είναι του 1998, το οποίο φαινόταν ότι ο κίνδυνος μετά από μια κρίση επανεμφάνιση ήταν 50%, αλλά μετά από 2 απρόκλητες κρίσεις, ο κίνδυνος αυτός για μια τρίτη επιληπτική κρίση έφτανε το 73%. Αν παρατηρήσετε τώρα στο κάτω άκρο του διαστήματος, η εμπιστοσύνη στο 60% στην ουσία είναι ο κίνδυνος υποτροπής μετά από μια δεύτερη κρίση. Θα λέγαμε ότι αυτός ο αριθμός είναι αρκετά υψηλός και αυτός είναι και ο λόγος δηλαδή, που ο παλιός ορισμός λάμβανε υπόψη μόνο τις επιληπτικές κρίσεις, αλλά δεν λάμβανε υπόψη εκείνους που γνωρίζουμε ότι έχουν καταστάσεις οι οποίες θα μπορούσαν να δημιουργήσουν την προδιάθεση για επιληψία. Εδώ τώρα βλέπουμε ένα πιο καινούριο άρθρο, το οποίο είναι του 2014, διότι οι επιστήμονες οι οποίοι ασχολούνται με την επιληψία αποφάσισαν να αναθεωρήσουν κάποιες ορολογίες και ορισμούς που έχουν να κάνουν με την επιληψία. Ναι.
Κυρία Τσιαρά.
Ναι.
Έχουμε μείνει στην πρώτη διαφάνεια.
Εγώ το βλέπω δηλαδή να προχωράει, αλλά εσείς δεν το βλέπετε, έτσι.
Όχι, έχουμε μείνει στην εισαγωγή. Στον τίτλο δηλαδή.
Τώρα το βλέπετε.
Όχι, συνεχίζουμε να είμαστε πρώτοι.
Θέλετε μήπως να το στείλω σε εσάς και να το κάνετε εσείς, γιατί δεν ξέρω γιατί συμβαίνει αυτό.
Στερούμε τεχνικών γνώσεων. Το έχουμε. Μια στιγμούλα, απλά θα πρέπει να βλέπετε εμάς και τις διαφάνειες. Ναι. Μας συγχωρείτε για τη διακοπή.
Όχι, Λίμων, δεν μου το είπατε και από την αρχή για να είχα σταματήσει. Να κάνω εγώ stop share.
Ναι, αν θέλετε.
Λογικά τώρα έχω κάνει, έτσι.
Αν δεν σας πειράζει, δεν θα μπορέσουμε να έχουμε τη δικιά σας εικόνα, θα βλέπουμε την παρουσίαση.
Δεν με πειράζει καθόλου.
Ωραία. Σε ποια διαφάνεια είμαστε? Τώρα δεν σας ακούμε.
Ωραία, για να δω.
Τώρα μια χαρά.
Γιατί δεν γυρίζει.
Αν μας πείτε σε ποια διαφάνεια σταματήσατε.
Στην 8 νομίζω. Που ήταν το άρθρο.
Το δεύτερο άρθρο νομίζω.
Το δεύτερο άρθρο. Ωραία, εδώ.
Δώστε μας ένα λεπτό.
Ναι.
Λοιπόν, ναι. Ευχαριστούμε.
Αν και δεν τα βλέπω πάρα πολύ καλά τώρα. Λοιπόν, τα τελευταία χρόνια... Ωραία, τώρα είμαι πολύ καλύτερα. Αν καθαρίσει και λίγο. Τα τελευταία χρόνια... Μ' ακούτε?
Ναι.
Δεν το βλέπω τόσο καθαρά. Δεν φαίνονται τα γράμματα. Ελπίζω εσείς να τα βλέπετε.
Όχι, εμείς τα βλέπουμε μια χαρά.
Ωραία. Λοιπόν, να το έχω ανοιχτό και τη δική μου πλευρά. Οπότε τώρα είμαστε εντάξει, το βλέπετε, δηλαδή το αλλάζετε εσείς, πώς θα γίνει?
Μπορείτε να μας λέτε αλλαγή,
Ωραία.
ξέρω κάποιο.
Ωραία. Οπότε τώρα τα τελευταία χρόνια λοιπόν αποφάσισαν να αναθεωρήσουν κάποιες ορολογίες και ορισμούς που έχουν να κάνουν με την επιληψία. Επομένως, τώρα η επιληψία ορίζεται ως 2 απρόκλητες ή αντανακλαστικές κρίσεις εντός 24 ωρών, είτε μια απρόκλητη κρίση μαζί με την πιθανότητα περαιτέρω κρίσεων, οι οποίες θα γίνουν τα επόμενα 10 χρόνια. Και ένα τρίτο είναι η διάγνωση του συνδρόμου της επιληψίας. Επομένως, αν έχει κάποια πάθηση η οποία είναι γνωστή, ότι σχετίζεται με την επιληψία, όπως για παράδειγμα κάποιος ασθενής ο οποίος μπορεί να έχει σκλήνες κατά πλάκας, μπορεί να διαγνωστεί με επιληψία μόνο με μία κρίση. Όλα αυτά μας κάνουν τώρα ότι η επιληψία πια μπορεί να ξεπεραστεί εφόσον ο ασθενής παραμένει χωρίς επιληπτικές κρίσεις για 10 χρόνια και χωρίς φαρμακευτική αγωγή τα τελευταία 5 χρόνια. Τώρα μπορούμε να αλλάξουμε διαφάνεια. Λοιπόν, τι θα λέγαμε τώρα λοιπόν για την επιληψία σε ασθενείς με αυτισμό, γιατί αυτό είναι και το θέμα της τωρινής παρουσίασης. Ο επιπολασμός της επιληψίας, λοιπόν, στο γενικό πληθυσμό είναι περίπου στο 0,5 ως 1%. Υπάρχει ένα ευρύ φάσμα στον επιπολασμό ανάλογα με την ηλικία, ωστόσο τα άτομα με αυτισμό, ο επιπολασμός των κρίσεων είναι περίπου 5 ως 40%. Ο λόγος ο οποίος υπάρχει μια τέτοια μεγάλη απόκλιση στον επιπολασμό της επιληψίας στα άτομα με αυτισμό είναι γιατί έχουν γίνει αρκετές μελέτες με διαφορετικό δείγμα πληθυσμού, οι οποίες χρησιμοποιούν διαφορετικούς ορισμούς για τον αυτισμό. Τώρα, η σχέση μεταξύ της επιληψίας και του αυτισμού σε όλους είναι γνωστή. Περιγράφηκε για πρώτη φορά περίπου γύρω στο δεκαετία του 1940, αλλά έγινε σημαντική για την νευρολογική κοινότητα στη δεκαετία του 1970. Υπήρχε τότε μια μελέτη, η οποία έχει γίνει το 1970, με μια ομάδα ασθενών με αυτισμών, η οποία παρουσίασε ότι το 30% είχε αυτισμό και επιληπτικές κρίσεις είχε το 80%. Μάλλον το 80% είχε ένα μη φυσιολογικό ηλεκτροεγκεφαλογράφημα. Αυτά τα ποσοστά τώρα μπορεί να μας φαίνονται ότι είναι αρκετά ψηλά, ωστόσο όμως σε ένα βαθμό οφειλόταν στην ανάγνωση του ηλεκτροεγκεφαλογραφήματος που γινόταν εκείνη την εποχή. Μπορούμε να αλλάξουμε τώρα διαφάνεια. Τώρα, ποιος είναι ο ρόλος της νοητικής αναπηρίας και της εγκεφαλικής παράλυσης στην επιληψία και στον αυτισμό? Εάν δεν υπάρχει νοητική αναπηρία ή εγκεφαλική παράλυση, ο κίνδυνος να εμφανιστεί επιληψία είναι 2% στα 5 έτη και 8% στα 10 έτη. Αν ωστόσο τώρα υπάρχει παρουσία νοητικής αναπηρίας, ο κίνδυνος αυτός αυξάνεται στο 8% στο έτος και 16% στα 5 έτη, ενώ ανεβαίνει στο 27% στα 10 έτη. Αντίθετα, όταν υπάρχει παρουσία νοητικής αναπηρίας και εγκεφαλικής παράλυσης, αυτός ο κίνδυνος αυξάνεται πάρα πολύ στο 20% στο πρώτο έτος, 35% στα 5 έτη και 67% στα 10 έτη. Μεγάλο το ποσοστό. Πότε εμφανίζεται τώρα η επιληψία σε ασθενείς με αυτισμό? Αρχικά, λοιπόν, υπάρχει μια παρόμοια κατανομή με αυτή που βλέπουμε στο γενικό πληθυσμό, με τη συντριπτική πλειοψηφία της επιληψίας να διαγνώσκεται στην ηλικία κάτω των 18. Δηλαδή θα λέγαμε ότι δεν υπάρχει μια διαφορά ανάμεσα στο γενικό πληθυσμό και τα άτομα με επιληψία, με αυτισμό. Αναπτύσσεται μεταξύ της βρεφικής ηλικίας ως την ηλικία των 5 ετών, ενώ υπάρχει μια σημαντική και δεύτερη κορύφωση κατά την εφηβεία. Υπάρχει αυξανόμενος κίνδυνος σε ασθενείς με νοητική αναπηρία. Εκδήλωση οποιαδήποτε μορφή επιληπτικών κρίσεων μπορεί να είναι είτε γενικευμένη είτε εστιακή και δεν υπάρχει κανένας τύπος επιληψίας ο οποίος δεν σχετίζεται περισσότερο με τον αυτισμό. Ωστόσο, εδώ αυτό που είναι ιδιαίτερο σημαντικό είναι πως οι επιληπτικές κρίσεις συνοδεύουν αυτούς τους ασθενείς και κατά την ενήλικη ζωή και το ποσοστό αυτό φτάνει στο 16%. Τώρα, θα μιλήσουμε λιγάκι για την προσωποκεντρική φροντίδα, η οποία είναι θεμελιώδης για τους ασθενείς. Αυτή η προσέγγιση εστιάζει στον ασθενή ως κεντρικό άτομο της φροντίδας, λαμβάνοντας υπόψη τις προσωπικές του ανάγκες, τις προτιμήσεις και τις αξίες του. Τι είναι τώρα η προσωποκεντρική νοσηλευτική φροντίδα? Είναι μια ολιστική προσέγγιση που τοποθετεί τις προτιμήσεις, τις ανάγκες και τις αξίες του ασθενούς στον πυρήνα της παροχής φροντίδας. Οι βασικές αρχές που τη διέπουν περιλαμβάνουν το σεβασμό στις ατομικές επιλογές, τη δημιουργία μιας συνεργασίας με τον ασθενή και την οικογένεια και την προσαρμογή της φροντίδας στις προσωπικές προτιμήσεις. Τώρα, όσον αφορά τις προκλήσεις στη φροντίδα των ενηλίκων με αυτισμό και επιληψία, έχουν να κάνουν με την διαχείριση της φαρμακευτικής αγωγής. Αυτοί οι ασθενείς μπορεί να λαμβάνουν αρκετά και διαφορετικά φάρμακα, τα οποία είτε μπορεί να αλληλεπιδρούν μεταξύ τους, είτε να ερχόμαστε αντιμέτωποι με την πολυφαρμακεία. Επομένως, αυτό που πρέπει είναι να διαχειριστούμε τα σωστά φάρμακα, τις σωστές δοσολογίες, να εκπαιδεύσουμε τον ασθενή, αλλά και το περιβάλλον του, ώστε να διαχειρίζεται σωστά τη φαρμακευτική αγωγή στο σπίτι, αλλά και να αναγνωρίζει τα σημεία και τις ανεπιθύμητες ενέργειες των φαρμάκων. Σε πολύ μεγάλο βαθμό μας επηρεάζουν και άλλες συνοσιρότητες. Αυτοί οι ασθενείς έχουν μεγάλα ποσοστά κατάθλιψης και άγχους, το οποίο επηρεάζει τόσο τη διάγνωση και τη θεραπεία, αλλά κάνει αρκετά περίπλοκη και τη διαχείριση των κρίσεων. Πολλές φορές αυτοί οι ασθενείς δεν είναι σε θέση να διαχειριστούν τις κρίσεις τις οποίες κάνουν. Επιπλέον, υπάρχουν οι επαγγελματίες υγείας, έρχονται καθημερινά και αντιμέτωποι με την αισθητική αισθητηριακή υπερευαισθησία. Αυτοί οι ασθενείς πολύ συχνά είναι ευαίσθητοι σε φώτα, σε ήχους, σε μυρωδιές, και αυτό που μπορεί είναι να τους προκαλέσει, όλα αυτά μπορούν να τους προκαλέσουν κρίσεις, καθώς και δυσκολίες στην επικοινωνία, καθιστώντας τόσο αυτά τα άτομα, τόσο κατά τη διάρκεια της νοσηλείας τους, είτε στο νοσοκομείο είτε στην κοινότητα, να μην μπορούν τελικά να εκφράσουν τις ανάγκες τους. Αυτό έχει ως αποτέλεσμα λανθασμένες διαγνώσεις, κακή διαχείριση της φαρμακευτικής αγωγής, κακή συμμόρφωση στο θεραπευτικό πλάνο και να μην μπορούμε τελικά να αξιολογήσουμε σωστά τις ανάγκες τους και να έχουμε ένα αποτελεσματικό πλαίσιο θεραπείας. Επιπλέον, σημαντική προσπρόκληση είναι και η αντίσταση στις αλλαγές, διότι πολλά ενήλικα άτομα τα οποία έχουν αυτισμό φαίνεται ότι αντιστέκονται στις αλλαγές στη ρουτίνα και στο περιβάλλον. Επίσης, υπάρχει και ο κίνδυνος των απρόβλεπτων κρίσεων. Τελικά, πολλές γνωστικές διαταραχές, οι οποίες τελικά αυτοί οι άνθρωποι έχουν πολλές γνωστικές διαταραχές, οι οποίες δυσκολεύουν την τήρηση της φαρμακευτικής αγωγής και επηρεάζουν τη συμμόρφωση με τις θεραπευτικές στρατηγικές και την αξιολόγηση των αναγκών. Ποιες είναι τώρα οι νοσηλευτικές παρεμβάσεις στη διαχείριση της επιληψίας? Έχει να κάνει με την εφαρμογή εξατομικευμένων σχεδίων δράσης, παρακολούθηση και τεκμηρίωση των τύπων της συχνότητας και των παραγόντων κινδύνου των επιλεπτικών κρίσεων, εξασφάλιση ασφάλειας κατά τη διάρκεια των επιλεπτικών κρίσεων, δηλαδή στην ουσία αυτό που πρέπει να κάνουμε είναι να προστατεύσουμε το κεφάλι και να τροποποιήσουμε το περιβάλλον το οποίο ζει ο ασθενής αυτός, ώστε να μην είναι επικίνδυνο. Παρακολούθηση των ανεπιθύμητων ενεργειών των αντιπληκτικών φαρμάκων και διασφάλιση της συμμόρφωσης, προσωποκεντρική επικοινωνία, δηλαδή χρήση απλής γλώσσας και οπτικών βοηθημάτων για την εξήγηση των ιατρικών διαδικασιών, προσπάθεια να γίνει κατανόηση της επικοινωνιακής δυναμικής του κάθε ασθενούς και ενσωμάτωση υποστηρικτικών τεχνολογιών όπου χρειάζεται, αξιολόγηση της γνωστικής και σωματικής αποκατάστασης και η παροχή ήρεμου και καθιστικού περιβάλλοντος. Ο ρόλος της οικογένειας, όπως αναφέρθηκε, είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικός και έχει να κάνει με την εκπαίδευση για την επιληψία, τους παράγοντες κινδύνους και την αντιμετώπιση στο σπίτι, υποστήριξη στην αυτοφροντίδα, συμμετοχή στη λήψη αποφάσεων, εκπαίδευση στη διαχείριση της φαρμακευτικής αγωγής, ψυχολογική υποστήριξη στις οικογένειες, υποστήριξη για μεταβάσεις σε υπερστεριζόμενες δομές, γιατί είναι πολύ σημαντικές και αυτές. Εξίσου σημαντικό, όπως αναφέρθηκε στην αρχή, είναι η ασφάλεια για αυτούς τους ασθενείς. Κατά τη διάρκεια μιας επιληπτικής κρίσης, θα πρέπει να παραμείνουμε ήρεμοι, να χρονομετρήσουμε την κρίση, να μην κρατήσουμε τον ασθενή κάτω. Πολλές φορές αυτό κάνουμε, τον κρατάμε κάτω και να μην προσπαθήσουμε να σταματήσουμε τυχόν κινήσεις. Όπως είπαμε, να καθαρίσουμε την περιοχή από τυχόν σκληρά ή αιχμηρά αντικείμενα και να χαλαρώσουμε οτιδήποτε μπορεί να το σφίξει στο λαιμό και να δυσκολέψει την αναπνοή του. να τοποθετήσουμε κάτι επίπεδο, κάτι μαλακό κάτω από το κεφάλι του, να γυρίσουμε τον ασθενή απαλά από τη μία πλευρά, αυτό δηλαδή θα του βοηθήσει ώστε να μπορέσει να διατηρηθεί ο αραγωγός καθαρός, να μην προσπαθήσουμε σε καμιά περίπτωση να ανοίξουμε με δύναμη το στόμα, με σκληρά αντικείμενα ή με τα δάχτυλα. Ένα άτομο που έχει κρίση δεν μπορεί να καταπιεί τη γλώσσα του. Αυτό είναι λάθος που ισχύει μέχρι τώρα. Οι προσπάθειες να κρατήσουμε τη γλώσσα κάτω μπορεί να τραυματίσουν τα δόντια ή τη γνάθο. Πρέπει να μείνουμε δίπλα στον ασθενή όλη την ώρα, να αξιολογήσουμε τυχόν τραυματισμό ή την αναπνευστική του κατάσταση. Εάν ο ασθενής νηστάζει μετά την κρίση, σημαντικό είναι να τον αφήσουμε να ξεκουραστεί και σε καμία περίπτωση δεν πρέπει να του δώσουμε καθόλου φαγητό και υγρά μέχρι να βεβαιωθούμε πως υπάρχει κατάποση. Τι κάνουμε και τι δεν κάνουμε. Δεν βάζουμε τίποτα στο στόμα. Δεν συγκρατούμε τις κινήσεις του. Δεν μετακινούμε το άτομο εκτός αν βρίσκεται σε κίνδυνο. Δεν υποθέτουμε την ανάρρωση μόλις τελειώσει η κρίση και δεν πανικοβαλόμαστε. Αντίθετα, αυτό που πρέπει να κάνουμε είναι να μείνουμε ήρεμοι, να βάλουμε το άτομο στο πλάι, αν πρέπει δηλαδή να βεβαιωθούμε ότι ο αραγωγός είναι ανοιχτός, να στηρίξουμε το κεφάλι του και να αποφύγουμε τραυματισμό. Να ελέγχουμε για οτιδήποτε στο στόμα και να αφαιρέσουμε μόνο όταν τελειώσει η κρίση οτιδήποτε υπάρχει. Μείνετε με το άτομο. Πότε τώρα καλούμε το 166. Όταν οι κρίσεις πλησιάζουν σε διάρκεια τα 5 λεπτά ή ανασχέδιο δράσης για τις κλήσεις του ασθενούς. Εάν ο ασθενής έχει συνεχιζόμενες επιληπτικές κρίσεις, εάν είναι η πρώτη του κρίση, οπότε είμαστε πανικόβλητοι, εάν υπάρχει υποψία τραυματισμού, εάν ο ασθενής είναι έγκυος ή διαβητικός, εάν ο ασθενής δεν επιστρέφει στην αρχική του γραμμή σε ένα αναμενόμενο χρονικό διάστημα μετά τη δραστηριότητα της κρίσης. Τώρα, συμπεράσματα. Η παροχή προσωποκεντρικής φροντίδας σε ενήλικες με αυτισμό και επιληψία είναι πρόκληση αλλά κέρια σημασίας. Η αποτελεσματική διαχείριση περιλαμβάνει εξατομικευμένα σχέδια φροντίδας, περιβαλλοντολογικές τροποποιήσεις, στρατηγικές επικοινωνίες και συνεργασία, βασικό πάνω απ' όλα τη συμμετοχή της οικογένειας. Και ποιες είναι οι μελλοντικές προοπτικές? Είναι διάφορα εργαλεία τα οποία θα μας βοηθήσουν στην αξιολόγηση των αναγκών των ασθενών με επιληψία και αυτισμό, καθώς και πλάνα αυτοφροντίδας για την βελτίωση των αποτελεσμάτων περίθαλψης για αυτόν τον αυξανόμενο πληθυσμό. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ, κυρία Τσιάρα, για την εισήγησή σας. Παρά το μικρό πρόβλημα που προέκυψε, νομίζω ότι πήραμε πολύ σημαντικές πληροφορίες όλοι μας. Θα ήθελα να ρωτήσω αν υπάρχει κάποια ερώτηση από το κοινό προς την κυρία Τσιάρα. Νομίζω, κυρία Τσιάρα, ότι ήταν πολύ περιεκτική η εισήγησή σας και δεν δημιούργησε ιδιαίτερες απορίες. Οπότε να σας ευχαριστήσουμε. Δεν έχουμε ήχο τώρα, αλλά το ευχαριστώ όλων είναι μεγάλο. Θα ήθελα να καλέσω τον κύριο Αλεξίου, αν θέλει να έρθει στην παρέα μας για να ολοκληρώσουμε έτσι και να κλείσει την πρώτη μέρα του συνεδρίου. Και να θυμίσω σε όλους, όπως μας ενημερώσατε νωρίτερα, ότι η τελευταία εισήγηση αναβάλλεται για αύριο. Έλατε, θέλετε να καθίσετε εδώ?
Είχαμε μία ακόμα συνεδρία τελευταία, του Dr. Χασίμ, από το Πανεπιστήμιο του Βαγδάτης. Δυστυχώς, λόγω των προβλημάτων, η πτήση είχε πολλές ώρες ακύρωσης. Θα είναι αύριο μαζί μας, το ελπίζω. Οπότε, επειδή έχουμε ένα ακόμα μικρό θέμα με την Λιβανέζικη Ένωση για το Addiction, που και εκεί πάλι έχουμε τα γνωστά προβλήματα. Οι καθηγήτριες θα συνδεθούν και αυτές διαδικτυακά. Ελπίζω από το νοσοκομείο, γιατί είναι κάπως τραγικές καταστάσεις από ό,τι μιλήσαμε σήμερα, να είναι καλά και να μπορούμε να συνδεθούμε. Καταρχήν να ευχαριστήσω πρώτα απ' όλα, αν μου επιτρέπετε, τους τεχνικούς του θεάτρου. Έχουν κάνει εξαιρετική δουλειά όλες τις τελευταίες μέρες για να στηθεί και διαδικτυακά να μεταδίδεται το συνέδριο. Νομίζω, κλείνοντας την πρώτη ημέρα, ότι ήταν το στοίχημα το κερδίσαμε. Έχω αυτή την αίσθηση, ακόμα και αν δεν έχουν περάσει, αν μου επιτρέπετε, κυρίες και κύριοι του Προεδρείου. Το κερδίσαμε το στοίχημα. Η συνέργεια, αυτό βγήκε ως συμπέρασμα, είναι απαραίτητη για το φάσμα του αυτισμού, των διαταραχών του φάσματος του αυτισμού. Μίλησαν οι υπεύθυνοι της Ελληνικής Εταιρείας Προστασίας Αυτιστικών Ατόμων και ουσιαστικά ήρθαν πολύ αρρωγοί της προσπάθειας αυτής. Η Ελληνική Εταιρεία Φυσικής Ιατρικής και Αποκατάστασης, οι εξαιρετικές παρουσιάσεις του κ. Γάτζου και των δύο φυσιάτρων, με τις οδηγίες τις οποίες πήραμε και τις κατευθύνσεις, η κυρία Λιμπεροπούλου από το Πανεπιστήμιο της Θεσσαλίας, η κυρία Κωνσταντινίδου με την εξαίρετη ομιλία και εκείνη με τον Go Out και τη μεθοδολογία, η κυρία Τσιάρα από το Αριστοτέλειο Πανεπιστήμιο. Θεωρώ ότι η πρώτη μέρα ήταν εξαιρετική, με εξαιρετικές ομιλίες, τοποθετήσεις που μας έβαλε σε σκέψεις και νομίζω ότι έτσι θα προχωρήσουμε και τις επόμενες μέρες. Η αυριανή ημέρα είναι ιδιαίτερα πλούσια. Ξεκινάμε το πρωί πάλι στο πλαίσιο της αποκατάστασης με τον καθηγητή Ντρίερ από το Balkrist της Ελβετίας πάνω στα σκελετικά και νευροορθοπαιδικά προβλήματα. Είναι μια εξαιρετική ομιλία. Συνεχίζουμε με μια εντελώς διαφορετική διάσταση του προβλήματος, καρκίνος και αυτισμός. Πάμε δηλαδή για καρκίνο σε ευάλωτες ομάδες. Εδώ έχουμε τον κύριο Τζαγκάρη από το Horizon Europe Cancer Mission Board στις Βρυξέλλες, η κυρία Τολμά από το Πανεπιστήμιο της Λευκωσίας, ο κύριος Κουλούρης από το Καρολίνσκα. Θα έχουμε μαζί μας και τον κύριο Καπετανάκη, ως πρόεδρο του Ελληνικού Οργανισμού Καρκίνου. Θα συμμετέχω και εγώ ως επιζών από τον καρκίνο. Θα είναι μαζί μας η δόκτωρη Μεργαριάν, που τη γνωρίσατε σήμερα, που είναι από το Ogo Daily. Θα συνεχίσουμε με την εξαιρετική τοποθέτηση από το Τμήμα Δημόσιας Υγείας του Πανεπιστημίου Θεσσαλίας. Έρχονται οι καθηγητές από το τμήμα στο οποίο προεδρεύει η κυρία Λαχανά, όπως μου είπε, με μία πρόταση και ένα καινούριο νέο σχέδιο για τον αυτισμό. Έτσι μου είπε, ότι δουλεύουν όλη την εβδομάδα γι' αυτό και νομίζω ότι κάτι γίνεται. Έχω αυτή την αίσθηση, κύριε Γιώργο Κακοπούλου και κύριε Κανενώτη. Πολύ ενδιαφέρον το επόμενο είναι η ομάδα της κυρίας Ελιοπούλου από την Ένωση του Άσπρεγκερ και η κυρία Ματζαβίνου από το Δήμο της Αθήνας. Θα προεδρεύει η κυρία Ζοντήρου, το Πανδά. Και τέλος θα κλείσουμε με την κυρία Λιανού, η οποία θα μιλήσει για τον υποστηρικτή εργασίας. Αυτισμός και εργασία είναι ένα πρόβλημα το οποίο το χρηματοδοτεί το Υπουργείο Υγείας, οπότε νομίζω ότι θα είναι μια πάρα πολύ πλούσια ημέρα. Θα κλείσουμε με τον κύριο Καλιανότη. Έχει μια συνέντευξη ενός αυτιστικού 16 ετών και του πατέρα του. 24, συγγνώμη. Διαγνωμένος στα 16 όμως. Άργησε, είναι η αργοπορημένη διάγνωση και τα προβλήματά της, το οποίο συμβαίνει σε όλες τις περιπτώσεις ακόμα και σήμερα. Ο γονιός λέει τα λάθη, περιγράφει τα λάθη τα οποία έγιναν. Νομίζω ότι είναι μια εντελώς βιωματική, με φοβερά μηνύματα για όλους και για τις οικογένειες και για τα προβλήματα τα οποία τοποθετήσαμε. Σας ευχαριστώ όλους και όσοι μας παρακολουθείτε διαδικτυακά, στην Ελλάδα και στο εξωτερικό. Να είστε όλοι καλά, καλή ξεκούραση. Τα λέμε αύριο το πρωί. 9 με 10 το registration και 10 η ώρα ξεκινάμε. Καλό βράδυ.